Here we go again. To another day of deciphering, figuring things out, but really understanding. I think all of us, at some point in our life, have been destroyed by something. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter what it was. It doesn't matter how severe or how insignificant it was in the grand scheme of things. Because many of us, when we look back, it's like there's something that's always making us look back. When we look back, we all of a sudden feel tempted, is the word I'm going to use today, to analyze. When we do that, all of a sudden we're like, well, should I have been destroyed over that? Could I have done something different? That wasn't actually that bad. My reality is not that bad right now, especially if I do these kind of things that I know how to do now, these positive paths, and change my focuses and understand things and do the correct plays. I'm like, is my reality actually that bad? So why did I get destroyed? Or then we look at other people. All of a sudden, a comparison pops up. Could be even just for, hey, do we choose to drink coffee or water right now? I'm going to take a sip of coffee. And when that moment happens, all of a sudden we're like, yeah, I don't know anymore. Like, we feel like this hesitation, we feel like this nervousness. We're not sure if we can either recreate our successes or if we can prevent the bad that happened. Yet, do you see, like, there's so many little things that can happen when we look back. And yet, I challenge all of you to decipher, is there something that's making us look back? It's easy to say never look back. But if something is always presenting that teleports us to the past, think of it like Mario's Time Machine. Anyone who actually knows that game, it's a computer game from the 1990s. And I could teleport you there just by saying those things. And when that happens, right, we get teleported back. I'm saying, is there a permanent Mario's Time Machine here, present for all of us? And we don't know what it is. So if we learned what in our vicinity or what is the time machine, wouldn't we then be able to decide when we enter the time machine? I think of it for people who watch Dragon Ball, like the hyperbolic time chamber that was meant for healing or for training. You enter it, and then all of a sudden you can do like 100 years in like 10 days. And that's what today's stream and video really is for people. Just so people understand, if you enter this with me and you take notes and you focus today, your focus is on learning something new, on deconstructing, on deciphering. Not on any of the little stories that I tell you, not on myself, not on the pictures, not on the star, but really on, I need to figure this out. How can I never get destroyed again? If that's what your focus is, if that's your sole thing, and you just take a step back, relax. You guys aren't going to get it all on the first listen. Just take a step back, relax, grab a cup of coffee, make yourself some food that you never made before, cook something different, right? Like microwave something with like 10 different ingredients that you've never used before, leftovers, and see what turns out. There's no mistake. And that's how I want you guys to approach this today. Take it slow. Pause. Write notes out. Rewind. It doesn't matter. So, I need to be careful because everything I'm saying right now, even though I'm talking to myself, I'm talking to you, whoever's listening, I'm talking to everyone, and I'm talking to my you. I'm even talking to the darkness today. But you see, like, if my focus was on any one of those four things, that means that if at any point I'm trying to deviate at all, I'm like, well, actually, today's focus is going to be only about myself. Okay. If I start deviating to try to teach some of you guys something, or to try to convince the darkness, or to try to get the light to be like, see, we got this. We did great today. I'm proud of us, both of us. We worked like a team. We kicked ass. If I start deviating to any one of those, I'm not going to be doing it as much for myself anymore. And what I want all of you to understand is that's not an accident. Because that time machine that I was telling you guys is present, but it also has other powers, and it has powers to make us deviate our focuses. It has powers to corrupt us. It has powers to corrupt little things all around us that start making us lose faith in the world. Because really, that's what begins the destruction process. And we're going to talk about it in depth today, but really, it's a process. We don't just get destroyed from one moment to the next. Just so you guys understand, we always focus on the event, the major event that happens that caused the destruction. I think it's really easy to pinpoint it to one thing. Now, I will encourage all of you to explore, go down a path of slowing down, right? And once we slow down, we can also explore. All of a sudden, we're like, wait, was that actually what destroyed everything? But you see, like, now we're analyzing. Could it be beneficial to do this once and then never again? Because just so you guys know, if we enter the time machine, if we willingly enter the time machine and we get teleported back there, so now we're in the past. And now I'm like, whoa. Think of it like, for you guys, just, I know it's a very famous story in a movie, but it works. It gets the message across. I'm trying to say, like, Scrooge, the Christmas Carol. The three ghosts that present, that's real, guys. Think of it like that. Like, we're entering this time machine, and we go back to that, and we can see these time periods of when the things happened. But instead of being teleported to the key event that was when the deviation happened, what I want everyone to understand is we're teleporting to little seeds that got planted, darkness seeds rather than light seeds. And these were the darkness seeds that started getting watered over and over and over again by a gardening pail in Germany, Westheim, a little farm town. And it caused that tree to bloom versus that tree. We all focus on, oh, well, if this tree bloomed, this is the light tree, let's just say, we get to the owl. But if we let the dark seed bloom, we get to the lion text. We all focus on, when we get to that, the picture, each one, that's when the event happens. The good or the bad event. But most of us are focused on, well, what destroyed us, right? So how do we get to that? But we say, oh, what caused it, what led to everything, was the lion picture and the text. That's what we all think. That's what we all attribute it to. And I'm saying that look, do you guys see this tree over here to my left, or this plant? Doesn't matter. Whatever you guys call it. We can call it a green thing with like branches. You guys can't even see the base. You guys don't even know what color the pot is. Is it in a pot? Right? You guys have no idea. You don't see the full picture. Each one of those leaves, each one of those branches, each one of those things is events, info, corruption, a focus change that happened on each one of us on our journey. And it all led to this picture over here. And none of us see it. So I'm saying, what if I actually when we walked in this time machine, I configured the settings, and I got us to actually like see down here, over here, this side to the left, a little bit to the right. Well, all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute. You mean that branch only grew because I decided to take a sip of coffee right now? And that whenever we got teleported back there? If I wouldn't have taken that sip of coffee, nothing would have happened. You guys see, it's extremely dangerous to go into this time machine and explore that, even if you don't explore the main event, because that's what you guys all want to. You want to go to that main event, and you guys want to be like, well, I know that at 9:35 when you started this stream, if a bad thing was going to happen. So instead, let's start the stream at 9:33 or 9:37. Okay. You guys view it like that. I'm saying it's not that simple. If it was, everything would be easy in this world. That's the bait, because you guys get teleported to that, and then you just look, you're like, well, could we have changed the time? Could we change the color? Could we have changed what we were drinking, what we were eating? You guys focus on those things, and that's how they create your focus purpose. So you guys can never progress. You can never move forward. You can never understand. So you're constantly just destroyed. They destroyed you once through it, and they'll always destroy you through it, because you're like, well, they make you focus on something that can't be changed. Do you guys get it? I'm like, well, I can't change that part. I'm like, I can't. I would have to literally be able to go to the time machine and deviate something. So, what I'm saying is, could there be value and a benefit to actually only once, if you listen today, what we're going to explain in depth today, and understand exactly the cycle of destruction, which I call the DESTRUCTO cycle, based on a character from a video game Final Fantasy, the Barthandelus effect. Someone, an evil machine god alien that impersonates the Pope. And they had perfected the cycle of destruction, because the cycle of destruction naturally creates a cycle of rebirth. But now the cycle of rebirth is based on the cycle of destruction rather than based on the cycle of light. That's what they want. Because then there's always new seeds that are planted from every single destruction or every single rebirth. But if you got to it through darkness, then the next seed is planted through darkness. For people who are also trying to conceptualize it, there's a lot where that goes into that. But just think of it logically. Our children. So I'm saying if you understand the entire cycle of how they do it, of how they destroyed us and how they built it up, and every single one of their plays and every single one of their abilities, that means that there's counters to each one. But countering is not enough. You have to do, there has to be more, because if I just know how they do it, that's huge. It's humongous. But you have to, once you understand the whole tree, you're like, wait a minute. There was a million little things that I could have done to already start deviating it. But there's really a lot that I could have done to prevent it. But you guys see, like, now you actually can attribute it to the correct things. You're not letting them tell you what matters. You don't care about the external. You don't care about the outcome anymore. Because that's why I said there's danger to the analysis of entering this time machine, because then you're going to get lost. And this is what they do to us every single day. I'm saying their only benefit to do so is once, so that you understand, but you need to do so when you understand what happened and how they did it. If I tell you, hey, you know what, I'm just going to drink water right now. And if you didn't understand the purpose of drinking water, why would I do that, the benefits, the negatives, or anything of that nature, you guys would just be like, okay, maybe I should just do it, or maybe I shouldn't. But that would be based on something else telling you. If once we understand, oh, hey, these are the benefits and the negatives to drinking water, well, then we can make a more informed decision. I'm saying that concept, that's the bare-bones simple version of explaining it. We need to do that when we go into the time machine and explore this to understand how they destroyed us, how to counter that, and how to move forward. Because what I'm going to talk about today is going to be severely more guided, just so people understand, by myself. Today, I'm trying a different approach. I'm going to always be exploring. I'm always going to take it slow. I'm always going to be trying new things like this. This today was going to be the most guided thing, and this entire first segment is completely new. Do we understand? It doesn't matter. It's just who I am now. But we all need to get to that. We all need to get to that, but we can't, because there's many things stopping us. But since we can't see them, since we don't understand them, since we can't piece it all together how it fits, we just can't. Everything is just a dice of a Partha roll. We have no decision. We have no say in the outcome. Yet we are made to care about the outcome. Hey, you need to get to the point where you can take another bite of your food right now. But I don't know how to. Oh, well, someone just gave me some, so okay, we win today. When you get to the point where you can always be the one that determines whether or not you can take another bite of your food, then you can never get destroyed again. The thing to pay attention to is, even though what I want people to understand is even though you'll never get destroyed again, it doesn't mean that you'll know what to do. It doesn't mean that you're always going to be thriving, especially because you're not basing off what people say externally anymore. So many people might think you're not thriving. You're fine because you've regained temporary faith in the world, but you don't believe in it yet. You don't trust in it. And that's something that we're going to talk about next time. So with that said, I encourage all of you to not enter the time machine that they have created for all of you, but instead take my hand back there or back there. Pay attention to my talisman, my shepherd talisman. Today I'm wearing my shepherd coat. See, I'm doing a little positives, right? So pay attention to everything I do, guys. That's what I want you really to focus on. The whole big picture. And you're going to jump into my time machine. And I'm going to talk through exactly how I learned all this knowledge. And I'm going to break it down for all of you. Now remember, you're a participant. You're an observer. You are a visitor in my time machine, in my reality. Which means that there's no wrong. None of you can make a mistake. You only can learn. Because how could you know my reality? How could you know my past? How could you know where I'm at? Do you guys get it? You can't. So we put these pressures on ourselves, and we don't know really. We think it's us. What I'm going to try to get you guys to all realize is that it's not us. We get to a point where we feel like we can't, or we don't know if we should. Like we hesitate, or we're worried, or we're kind of like nervous, a little uneasy, or maybe we're like, could this be actually bad? Or I'm saying, guys, we don't feel that way. When like if I was telling you guys the problems that I've been going through, none of you feel that way unless it's something that reminds you of one of those seeds that they had planted to create the dark tree. If they did that, well, and I'm talking and sharing some of my examples, and it gets you reminded of something, well, then yeah. But you guys see, like, how could that be? Isn't it my reality? Wait, is that how they do it? You guys starting to see? So you have a snack you enjoy, you have some coffee, some water, and you're just sitting back and listening. And then every time you hear something that makes you think, it's like, wait a minute, because our focus is on figuring this out. We write down some notes. We write it out. And we have no expectation that we're going to get all the answers today. Zero. None. Because you know what, guys? This isn't going anywhere. And even if it did, this vanished right after this got recorded, and you listened to it, and all of you just were like, no, I was going to re-listen to it. You guys still got something from it. You guys still got something from it. I'm telling you guys, just the process of doing all that, you still got, because you were slowed down and you explored, you still got something from it. Even if whatever you're going to use or you're going to re-listen or reconsume vanished, we would be okay. Now, there are benefits to being able to do so again. But you guys see, now you guys are going to approach this a little differently. So let's begin by talking about how I got to this. This part's going to be really short, but I want people to understand is that I've been trying to decipher how to never get destroyed again for years now. This has really been the source of my entire journey, if I would have to put it bluntly. I got destroyed through multiple things, and I always knew what those things were, right? Like I already could be like, yeah, I know, but I first had to spend all my time figuring out how to defeat all those things. See, that's a whole battle in itself, but I defeated all of them. For the most part, I got baited to rely on some external, but it was fine. It wasn't the full answer, but it was fine. But what I realized then was other people couldn't or hadn't succeeded where I had. And I'm like, that doesn't matter, but I'm like, wait a minute. I had previously compared myself to these people and considered myself inferior because of how they presented themselves. And I'm like, wait a minute. they're still destroyed. Like, do you guys understand? If you spend every second of your life trying to learn how you got destroyed, what are the symptoms of being destroyed? A lot of us call it insecurity, but I'm saying there's so much more to it, right? There's fear. There's so much more. It's everything I'm talking about today and throughout all my videos. It's just more than one thing. And I've been trying to focus on how to destroy that and how it happened to me and how to prevent it and how to make sure I know how I felt without any external. But I realized I was relying on still some. So then I went on a mission to figure out how I could destroy it consistently, repeatedly, regardless of what happens, regardless if new gets created, regardless if new terrible happens, regardless if they spam teleport us through the time machine back to those things. Like, I'm like, how could I figure it out? Because it's easy, just so people know, if your reality changes. If your reality is what you consider paradise, amazing. Like for myself, I like the girl, the kid, the pet, and it's just everything's bright. Maybe we created like the organization to heal and teach kids and adults alike all this knowledge and become their best self. And we did it like at a beach, like, you know, and there's just sun, and you see I'm smiling. Our pet is running around. Our kid is running around. Yeah, Uncharted 4. You guys get it? Like, if that happens, well, everything's good. It's even if like once in a while something bad happens, like, we were going to celebrate our kid's birthday today, and all of a sudden like there's this thunderstorm and rainstorm and all of a sudden we have to stay inside. We plan. That's not a big deal. We're not going to get destroyed over it. Do you guys see? It's easy. It's easy when we're operating in such a reality, when there's an excess amount of good. Yet, I'm telling you guys, there's still a way that they can find a way to destroy us, even in those situations. Because we got to that through a reliance on an external. So, in that hypothetical example, like at the beach, creating the organization, let's say if I got to that through like the girl or through the kid or through the pet or through the location itself, what if all of a sudden that location got destroyed and we have to change location? What if all of a sudden, I don't know, something happened to the girl or something happened to our kid or something happened to our pet? Well, then we're destroyed again. But you guys see, then people attribute it to the destruction event, but I'm saying there's all these little seeds that got planted. Well, why would it be that now losing like the location of our organization or our beach home would destroy us? Oh, did they make us care about those things? You guys see, I'm going to stop there, but I wanted people to start understanding this. So we get destroyed. We get destroyed and we don't understand. And like I said, I started realizing that people around me were destroyed, and I felt bad for them, but I also would beat myself up because I'm like, wait a minute. Before, I thought these people were better than I. Do you guys see? Like, that's how broken and damaged I was. First of all, it doesn't matter. I just hope that everyone heals and becomes their best self. That's why I'm giving all this knowledge for free. Because I want everyone to be that, because I know what it's done for me, despite my reality not being good. You guys get it? I'm saying I know how I feel now. I feel exactly the same way that I felt when I did actually get there the first time, through externals, through being healed, through having everything amazing, excess money, the girl, the pets, like luxuries everywhere, being able to do all the things that the world considers amazing, external. I had all that. I'm saying it was awesome. I'm saying I feel the same way now. Yet I have none of that. I have zero. Just so people literally know, I'm saying I literally have everything you guys see back here is just the leftovers of what I had from my past. And this is it. I have nothing. I've lost everything. Intentionally, by the way. They took it all from me. So how is that possible that I can feel that way, the same exact way? Because I figured it out. I figured out the cycle of destruction, the DESTRUCTO cycle. I figured out how they created all this stuff, and I figured out how to heal all of it, but how to make sure that it remains that way. Yet, I don't have faith, guys. I don't have belief in the world, because my reality hasn't actually changed. Yet, I do have faith temporarily at times if I do certain things and I know how to operate. And I'm saying I feel unstoppable right now. I feel better than I even felt back then, because I'm not reliant on any one thing anymore. So do you guys see at this point, they can do horrible things to us. They can keep destroying us, and they had throughout. Because I thought, just so people know, I thought I had reached a state various times. And then each time they did something that took me into the time machine that destroyed me, or they created a new event that destroyed me. So people understand. So that means that I hadn't figured it out yet. I thought I had, just so people are aware. I really did. I always thought, I'm like, well, this time there's nothing they can do. And they always found a way, guys, to destroy me again. And I'm not saying that we're not going to ever get affected at all by like things that are occurring. That's not what I'm saying. But once you understand it, once you see it all, once it all makes sense, and you know how to fight back, and you know how to control your purpose, I'm telling you guys, you'll never lose faith again based on what they do, but you'll never believe again. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't answer the question of what we do next and how we're going to do so, but now we know that we can achieve our paradise, our storylines, our goals, just by doing our way. The things are going to just happen naturally, which means that they can't destroy us anymore. They can still deviate our paths, but they can't destroy us anymore. And the moment we can't get destroyed anymore, when that happens, then we can never be the source of the next dark seed. We can never be the source. Sorry, I'm just going to throw it in that for myself when I re-listen to this. We'll never be the source of another dark seed, ever. And if they somehow almost got us to, we always catch it, and we always cut it and prevent it. Always. There's nothing they can do anymore. So what you're all going to realize is that they rely on one thing to create the next thing. Which means that if each one of us can figure this out, if each one of us can understand how to never get destroyed again, which is basically being fully healed, being in control of all our responses, being able to choose and decide, well, then we're never going to be the source of future destruction. They can never use us as a time machine for other people. And if they do, at any point, just so people are aware, if other people ever try to communicate with us again, they'll understand. But we don't have to go back to help those people. They can just search for it. If they see what we're doing, they're like, wait a minute. Do you guys understand? Well, we can never be the source again. If we are, just so people understand, this goes for any of us, this can maybe help some of you guys brush off some of the responsibility of guilt that you guys have. If you guys know that you were the source of something, if you aren't that today, do you guys get it that if you've changed, if you actually really have, if you've healed, if you've destroyed, from your like no more dark seeds from this point forward at all, if someone comes up to you and says that you are, you know they're wrong. You know they're wrong. And you know that they are still in the past. That means they are living and operating permanently in that time machine. And that's the danger of it. Do you guys get it? The only value is to analyze it once, so you understand exactly how it happened, what they did, how they did it, all their tactics. And once you piece it together, then, because you're going to notice it's a repeatable playbook, just so all understand. Think of it as like we're fighting an enemy, and this enemy has 5 different attacks: A, B, C, D, E, and F. And if you understand what A presented, now I need to do this. Hey, B presented, I need to do this. Hey, C presented, I need to do this. Hey, D presented, I need to do this. Hey, E presented, I need to do this. Hey, F presented, let's take a sip of water. Well, then you guys can take it slow, because now you can take a step back and be like, now I see it all. That's the only value of ever taking that time machine, guys. Ever. That's it. Once you've done that and you understand it. Never go back to the past. And I'm telling you guys, when that happens, you are all going to see that you're like, whoa, wait a minute. Why are we just getting chain force trying to get reminded of it? Because they want you to analyze it again. They want you to bring it back there. And you're like, no, there's no point. I already figured it out. And then you'll never get destroyed by it again. You still have to be careful. You still have to deviate if you notice that a lot of things are happening. You have to. You just have to, right? Because it's always going to make us feel not as good. It was meant to. It was something that destroyed us. Do you guys understand? They created destruction events. They're always going to be bad. Always. Doesn't matter. Even if you get to the point where I'm saying, if you get so strong, there can get to a point where you don't laugh at it as a defense mechanism. You laugh at it because you're laughing at, oh, wow, you really do. You guys are doing the A. That's the easiest one to dodge. Like the dragon going, that was, once you guys know it, you're like, okay. But it doesn't change that it could, if they catch you unaware once, it can still destroy you. So you got, or not, it can still hurt you. All right, so that's our deviation for today. I didn't think I was going to do that, but I'm proud of myself because the rest of this is going to be extremely guided. Why? It's going to be more optimal, but at the same time, I know I'm going to talk like this. But it was good. I want people to understand what I just did right now is proof of what I was saying, you guys. If you slow down, if you explore, if you just like sit back and see what's going to happen, you don't care about the end, about the outcome. I'm like, I could just talk. I could. There are specific things that I want to cover. That I'm excited about. Do you guys understand? I had pre-written some things that I had pieced together. I had deciphered them. I had deconstructed them, and I'm like, there's really valuable stories that I want on audio for myself to re-listen to. And so I could keep talking like this. Do you guys see? And I keep making new examples and go down new paths, and they're all extremely valuable and they're all powerful and all important. But today I wrote down the path that I believe can get anyone to understand this. So that is what I want to talk about. So what was that first segment? What I want people to understand is that was the most core concept, the most grounded version of what we're talking about today, which is we all get destroyed. Like I said, it happened to me. It's happened to you. It happened to all of us. It's how they control us. There's a million other things that they use to control us, and I talk about that through all my videos and streams. Check them out on LinkedIn or on YouTube. All of them. Go back and search them. They have all the answers. So what I realized was essentially everything that they do is they try to make us lose faith. They try to make us lose faith in the world. They try to make us think that we can't. And we have the time machine play. You guys see, like, it's always there. But there's so many other things that they use. And it made me realize, I'm just so people understand, I'm experiencing it right now. Because I went back to using my guided notes, okay? And when that happened, I'm like, oh, it presents. So that means that I, right now, just so people understand, I'm talking it through for all of you because I could defeat this within seconds or minutes. But I want people to learn what's happening. So the moment I went back to going through the guided path, the moment I'm telling you guys, immediately they're like, this isn't as good. What are you doing? I'm telling you guys, it gets pushed into you. And then all of a sudden you start feeling differently. You start second guessing, you start questioning, you start analyzing, you start getting a little bit of that hesitation, that nervousness. And they want you to deviate your path. And I'm like, you don't have to. You can, but you don't have to. And that's how it begins for every single thing that we do, all of us, just so you guys are aware. We get really good at creating solutions to it. But most of us don't understand that it happens to all of us. It's one of their plays. So what I want people to understand is that an event happens, we lose faith in the world. When that happens, even if we've healed it, even if we understand it, even if we've overcome it, it doesn't change the fact that we still feel sad about it. It doesn't change the fact that it still happened. if you get reminded of all those things, guys, well, we're going to lose faith. That's real. It's natural. And repeated sufficiently, it can destroy us if we don't understand it, if we haven't healed it. So I had deciphered that it was better to actually live protected, even if we don't believe. Because think about it, guys. We get presented these things over and over again. And normally most of us only feel better when the reality has changed, when we've overcome it. So just to give you guys an example, like, hey, if you lost your cat, if you got a new cat, okay? Something like that. Our reality changed. We're still going to get reminded of the past. And it's sad, but then we're like, well, now we have the new one, and we're going to fight even harder to make sure that those things don't happen again. Do you guys see? It's just most of us now are reliant on that external, another cat, to feel better. And I'm not saying it doesn't help, but it's not the solution. It's not the solution that plants the light seed that lets us always succeed, that lets us always win. It's the fast win. It's the rush. It lets us skip steps to get to the painting where we win, but then we plant another dark seed. So I realized, I'm like, wait a minute. If none of us actually do this, and this is going to be a topic for next time, but if none of us actually do this, we're creating future problems for everything. So you're like, fine, I'll humor you. I'm not going to rely on this external. That's what lets me have faith. I'm like, don't do it. So that means we have to find new ways to temporarily regain faith. But since we haven't changed our situation, we don't believe yet. All of you can debate this. I promise you, if you guys explore this, it's true. If our situation, if our reality hasn't changed, we don't believe. But we can have faith regardless if we believe. Think of faith is what allows us to do. Faith is what allows us to. We always think it's belief. Okay? We always think it's belief. I'm saying belief is just reality. Belief is just a clash against reality. That's how I want people to conceptualize it. Belief is just a clash against reality. Because we always think reality and faith are the same thing. If our reality is good, then we're going to have faith. If our reality is bad, then we're not going to have faith. Right? And I was even a victim of this. We always make it the same thing. I'm like, well, if I have money, if I'm doing this, if I'm getting praise, if I'm you guys see, like, there's so many things. And let's say we defeated the external, most of us haven't, but let's say we have. Then it's like, well, have there just been no problems anymore? Have things been good? Are people just happy? Like, you see, like, we always are trying to grade it based on something. And that's what it is. Reality, belief. But then we are like, no, that's faith. And I'm like, and we have faith, then we do. You can do regardless if you believe, just so people understand. Most of you think that we need to believe to do. And I'm saying most of you don't believe in your jobs. Slaves don't believe in what they're doing. And yet they do. Okay? Got it, guys? So I realized that, I'm like, wait a minute. They can take us into this time machine at any point to bring us back to bad. And it hurts, of course, because our reality hasn't changed. It's still the same. Like, they're like, it's almost like, hey, I know you wanted another sip of coffee, but now you have no coffee. Ha 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 ha. And it's every time that happens again, you're like, you're right. So what, though? Does that mean we can't have faith? At times. You don't need to have faith 24/7. But I'm like, wait a minute. You know what? I don't need coffee right now. I'm good. I'm going to save it for later. I am, actually. Right now, I'm going to eat and have more water. Because this protects me. So I'm saying it's better to live protected, even though I don't believe, because I don't have my coffee anymore, and I'm being reminded I don't have it. So I don't believe, which means I'm not doing any grand storyline, but I'm still doing. Do you guys see, like, the grand storyline is our paradise, where we're walking toward, what we're hoping to achieve, what we know we can achieve, that we will eventually achieve, but you see, we're not getting lost in how to get there. Because that is when we need belief and our reality change. I'm like, well, I need these things, I need that things, and most of them are probably true. But you see, like, if we focus on all those things, remember what we talked, focus is going to be a big one today. If we focus on all those things, then it just not only seems impossible, but we're just destroyed because we're like, it's literally impossible. We're not protected anymore. And a lot of people conceptualize it through viewing roadblocks, but I'm saying it's more than that. They just got our focus to be on our reality rather than just doing the things that protect us temporarily to have faith. Are you kidding me? Of course we know. Like, I think what people think is that you're going to forget your reality. You won't. Believe me. You temporarily do. But all that is you're focused on something. Right now I'm focused on delivering this to you guys. If right now I go outside on a quick run and I have bracelets, 2 bracelets. I challenge all of you guys to do this. After you guys are done, when we take a break here, I want you to pause it and do this. Just go on a quick little jog. Anywhere. Just outside. 1 minute. And you guys are like, oh, I can't run. I'm like, don't even focus on that. Focus on like something like, you have music playing, and then focus on, like, let's say you have 2 bracelets that can move. And count like each time the bracelets move. And that's your focus. Nothing else. You're not focused on where you're running to. And I'm telling you guys, you're not going to even notice that you're getting tired. You're not going to even notice that you were running. But then when you get back to your apartment or your house and you open the door and you close it, all of a sudden you're like, oh my gosh, I'm tired. Whoa. But you didn't feel that way at all while you were doing it, unless something interrupted your focus and deviated it. That's what I call being protected. If we learn how to do the things that protect us, I'm like, it gave you enough faith to do a 1-minute run. Our reality hasn't changed. What if our reality was like, oh, I can't run, I can't do this? I'm like, but you just did. Oh, you're right. Why did I think I can't? Do you guys see, like, there's something that makes us feel that way. There's something that makes us feel like something is bad or something that we can't. And some of those things were created out of self-protection, just so people understand. Because we have identified us and something that's helping us at times that, hey, those are your poisons. Because I use this in another example. If one mug has poison and one has water, wouldn't we want to learn, if the poison isn't lethal with 1 sip but 2, wouldn't we want to learn which one has the poison? So if I take 1 sip, that's poison. Okay, so then you drink this one. Do you guys see, like, so sometimes when we feel that way, it's actually that. It's like, hey, just reminding you that that's actually poison. So it's a protection mechanic. At the same time, it's also used by the dark forces to make us doubt, make us question, make us hesitate for things that could help us, or also just things that could make us explore, which could maybe just make us see new things and appreciate things differently, to evolve, to learn, to grow. But we can't do that anymore. We won't be able to. Because I'm telling you guys, the moment I suggest to any of you, hey, just do this 1-minute run. You guys see, I'm not telling you how fast. I'm not telling you the distance. I'm not telling you any of those things, yet the moment I do suggest it to all of you guys, immediate thing pops up, which is for most of you, it's going to be, oh, well, I can't, or hey, it's raining outside, or whatever, I might have to get the correct clothes, or I might have to wear these shoes, or it's dark outside, or what could happen. Like, you see all those things immediately pop up. And I'm saying, guys, that's them. Throughout entire life, they've installed those in us, and some of them are for protection, but most of them are meant to stop us or for bad. Am I saying, hey, running is the best solution? Maybe for some of you, like I know for myself, I'm still careful here, but like making something a game. So for example, like if I was playing a video game that had like some kind of like dancing or running or exercise thing, I would be more inclined to do so because I have so many positives that protect me there from my past. But does that, if I only could do that, do you guys understand? That means that I could never go on a run outside, ever. I'm saying that you can explore and be like, yeah, well, no, that wasn't good. And you can then deviate, but you're like, well, now I used that exercise of running for 1 minute to be like, wait a minute, could actually we prevent ourselves from feeling as tired or tired even at all, or not get burdened by negative things that they present. Like they create a time machine outside and that tries to teleport us, and we're protected if we can just control our focus purpose. And I'm like, hey, if I just listen to the music and count how many times my bracelet is moving up and down, could I actually not even get the thing, the over time machine present me to teleport me to when I did get destroyed? You see, like even for someone who doesn't enjoy running, there could be a benefit to that activity. There could be a bonus. There could be actual reason to do so. Yet most people are like, oh, the only focus purpose for going on a run would be if you want to lose weight so that you are thin so you can get the girl. And I'm like, what? No. I'm saying I used it to test a theory that I now know is true, that if you can control your focus purpose, you can prevent bad, but also you can actually prevent certain things from, like I'm telling you guys, you don't feel tired or out of breath or as much. Maybe eventually it'll catch up to you, but for someone who struggled with that before, I'm like, now I get how they did it. They made it always be one of my focuses. I say we have 3 focuses, and they always create that. Like, oh, you're going to get tired, or you can't run long distances, you can't do these things. If they create those as your focus, you feel it more. I'm saying if you can just remove it by, hey, think of it like, okay, I'm going to go on a run. One of them is this. One of my focuses is distance. One of the focuses is music. And one of my focuses is, oh, you get tired. If I remove distance, I'm like, well, I'm just going to do 1 lap. I don't even have to worry about that. I'm going to come back. Instead, one of my focuses is going to be on, could I actually not feel this way if I focus on the music and my counting like the bracelets? Or maybe you guys are trying to piece something together, like, hey, does having a focus protect us? And that's one of them. And music's 2. And then 3 is just like, I don't know, something else, like, hey, maybe I'm gonna focus on like my bracelet bouncing up and down. Maybe it's gonna make me think of a hot girl in a Christmas outfit bouncing her boobs. I don't know, right? Just whatever, guys. But you guys see, like, your focus is different. So literally, while you're on that jog, that is what is mentally active. It doesn't even matter what gets presented, because it's being blocked by your 3 focuses. You know why you're doing it. You guys understand why you're doing it. Which then, if all of a sudden something presents that tries to deviate you, you're like, wait a minute, I know why I was doing this. I wanted to go on a 1-minute run or this distance. It's just so I could test this out. Why is something trying to deviate me? So then when the moment that happens, you guys are like, oh, time machine. You guys can see it now. You guys understand it now. You're like, wait a minute, something is trying to deviate my focus here. Why would they do that? Oh, are they trying to bring back, like, oh, well, for most of you guys, think of it like, oh, well, you're not running correctly. You're not doing the proper form. Or, hey, the breathing techniques. Or, hey, you're getting tired. Or, hey, how are you going to look? You're not wearing the correct outfit. I mean, hey, I do love girls in yoga pants, all right? But do you guys understand? Like, so there are benefits to it. I'm not complaining, but for them, I feel bad because some of them feel enslaved to that. Just the answer. So, do you guys see that those things present? And I'm saying those things presenting are them controlling our focus purpose so that they can create the narrative that they want, which is usually for destruction or to bring back fears or problems or corrupt or poison or things of that nature. I'm saying if you remove those focuses, guys, everything changes. Just, this is the last personal thing that I'm going to use. But I just think of it like, I used to date a girl that didn't want to go do the exercising out, like in what most people think they have to do, right? Because here, all that, and a gym. So if I gave her a few options to do so at home, that made her feel that way. Or we could run outside in our neighborhood, which was calm. Very few people. Well, all of a sudden she was actually excited to do so, yet before that she described herself to me as someone who doesn't exercise, someone who doesn't believe in it. So all of a sudden I got rid of those focuses from her that they created as problems and added new ones to her, and then she was fine. Then actually she really enjoyed it. It became one of her main shields. Think about that one, guys. So her reality didn't actually change. Yet now she had temporary faith. Do you guys see? Like, her reality didn't change. Yet now she had temporary faith to do. That's what each and every one of us needs to do. And that's what we're deciphering today, and that's what we're talking about today, and that's what we're breaking down today. I already gave all the answers through this example, but we're going to really break, because if this is the first time you guys are hearing it, it's a lot. So that's why I start like this, but I'm going to break it down. Again, it never gives us the solution to what's next. Because now, all right, now we don't have to rush anymore. Do you guys understand? But if I know that I'm headed towards the owl, do you guys see, like, I had a path for myself of notes, of bullet points that have all the answers, and I'm expanding each one. I know I was going to, but I created a slowdown zone for myself, and I explored it a little bit, and I tested a little bit the waters to see what they're trying to present and what they're trying to create, but I also modified it a little bit. It's always fun. They're always cool things. I now know that I probably shouldn't create a lot of new examples because they are heavily pushing personal. But you see, like, now I see it. I'm like, oh, so those are the attacks that they're doing today. I understand it. I'm like, oh, so that's how they're trying to cause problems. You see, it's not easy, guys, because you become aware of that stuff. So for most people, like, well, if you're aware that you literally were, we thought everything was good in this stream segment. I'm like, I was under attack. You see, I don't believe yet because I'm like, I know that, but I still have faith to do these things. That's how I can never get destroyed again, guys. Do you guys see that? I'm still doing because I have faith enough to do because I understand everything that they're doing. And if I choose to walk into some things once in a while, I know why. So what are the protections? We experience and we play everything differently. So why do we talk about what are the protections? Just so people understand. How do we protect ourselves is important. Because when I say that, most people think about external things. And I'm not saying that we can't use, because what you're going to hear when I cover this segment is that There's certain things that I use as tools to allow myself to experiment and do things, okay? Yet they're not needed, just so people understand. So that means that you can use some stuff, but what you're going to realize is that you don't use the solution that is presented as the solution. That's really the key. So if I tell you, hey, the only way to protect yourself from an arrow that gets shot from a flying dragon can like shoot arrows out of its mouth all of a sudden, and you need a shield. Well, what happens if you don't have a shield? Most of us then are destroyed because we're like, I don't have a shield. I can't block the arrow. I'm like, no, hold on. What if we experienced everything and we played it differently? And we learned that you actually don't need a shield against that. Some of you guys know it as, can you do the climb without the rope? I'm saying, can you do the climb without the horse? Can you do the climb without the shield? It changes things. Do you guys see? So that is the value of the protections, because then we're not reliant on any external, which means that it doesn't matter if they take it away. It doesn't matter if they crush or destroy that external. We can still operate just fine. It doesn't mean that certain externals don't make things easier, because what is the value of that? Is whenever we want to, we know why we're doing it, and then we can add it back in so we can get a smooth experience, so maybe we can progress further. But then if at any point we want to change it back, we can. But if you haven't broken that reliance to the external, it means that you don't get to decide if we go further or not today, because you need that shield, and if you don't have it, then you can't go further. So if they create an event today that prevents you from having the shield, well then you guys can't even do today. And that's the value of understanding protections. So I'm going to conceptualize this through this concept of what's the value of experiencing and playing everything differently. Replaying something to learn how to see new is really what it is. Replaying something to learn how to see new. Because once you know how to, why I suggest doing it through something that you are replaying is it allows you, once you learn this, then you can experience everything new differently. Then you play everything new differently. But until you learn this, you can't. Sometimes you will, sometimes you won't. But normally most of us then revert back to a default state. I present, hey guys, if I present coffee, water, and cereal in front of myself, I'm like, I'm probably going to revert back to the same state and do things in a set order. And it's because that order works. It functions. It helps me. It's a good thing. But do you guys see that there's danger there? Because that means that we can't deviate anymore at any point. So I call this the origin, and just for fun, the blitzball effect. Those are what I use as positive shields for myself that teleport me to video games that I did these experiments on. And these are some of my video games. They're role-playing games that have a complex story. They have a lot of moving pieces. They have items that you can get, upgrades, so external things that help you. They have constant little mini challenges, so think like battles, little puzzles to solve, to overcome. And there's also strategies that you can use to overcome these battles and overcome the puzzles. And as you're progressing, your character gets stronger as they learn things. They level up, they get more numerical values, benefits, but you also as a player outside of the game level up and learn things. Do you guys understand that? But that one cannot get conceptualized in the game. Imagine if like there was an invisible number or meter that would go up as us, the player, was learning something. That exists in everything we do, guys, but we can't see it. That's really what all of us wish we could see, just so people understand, because most people would not be destroyed anymore if they could see that. Because they're like, wait a minute, a year ago I was at invisible meter 200 and now I'm at invisible meter 1,800? Whoa, I've made so much progress. So then if something bad happens, they don't feel that bad anymore. So that's why we rely on external, because it helps us, since we don't know how to grade ourselves. So that's why I encourage all of you to keep trying to play video games. A role-playing game is a very powerful way to learn this knowledge, because you guys need to first learn how to see it. So, but I'm saying could be also something that you've already done before, but preferably something that you won't get baited to a lot of external. But some of you could be like reading a book or watching me, but ideally it's something that you have some agency in, that you can make decisions and choices. That's important, because then you see how you deviate, and you see the paths that you normally walk. So in Badenkaito's Origins is the game. It's an old school game that I played that had a lot of positives attached to from my childhood. And what I realized is that I had figured out optimal based on how the game was designed. So whenever I would replay it before, I had replayed it like twice or something like that, maybe 3 times. I really enjoyed it. It's a great experience. It's a really positive path. It makes me think. It has great positives. Has a great butterfly girl in it, and there's a lot there. So anyway, my point is it's a positive. I just had really good experiences with it, so it's always a great path to go back on. I think we each have this in our life. I think just like for some people, it could be like music that they listened to from when they were a kid or something like that they have a lot of positives to. So when you re-experience it, some people will tell you like there's a best way to experience it. And I'm saying once you learn how to see this, I'm telling you all, you should play and experience it differently, not the optimal way. Because now all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute, now we're going to take it slow. Let me explore. I'm like, yeah, I know. For example, in that game, has what they call a card battle system. And this card battle system, think of it like any trading card game, guys, or any board game that has cards. Some things are just better than others, right? It's not easy to balance, just so people understand it's not. But once you start learning all this, guys, you see the balance, and it becomes a lot easier to balance because you kind of know what you're intending. So some are just, you just know are like the answer. You're like, yeah, or maybe you already had figured out the answer from last time. But you're also going to realize is that there were strategies that you missed, that you didn't even you couldn't even see them before. You couldn't even conceptualize them. You couldn't piece them together. Yet you still won, and maybe you won like nothing. Just so you guys understand, because there were some easy options that were just external things that were handed to you or were not very difficult to get. And they just were what I call overpowered. They just won. Like if you had them, you just win. So you don't really have to think. You don't have to use all the systems that are in place in this game. You don't have to explore every path. You don't have to try to piece things together. You don't have to try to set up like a strategy. You don't have to take it slow. You don't have to respond to the enemy. You can just go on the offensive and destroy them, because certain cards were just far too powerful. You just did too much damage compared to what the enemies had, their health. So think of it like there's a balance. The balance is off. It's all based on tuning. So when that happens, new approaches and strategies can't get created, guys. Anyway, so I realized that I started creating one of the protections, these self-intentional challenges, where I'm like, well, since I already know what's best, if I really do get stuck and I can't overcome something, I can always go back to that. See, that's why all of us should feel safe. Because if you already know the best, the solution, or even maybe it's not the best, that one's always interesting. When you're all saying like, whoa, wait a minute, like actually this new approach is actually really good. I don't need to do that old way anymore. I mean, it's still really good. Then you try it and you're like, oh wow, yeah, actually it's pretty overpowered. But you realize like, wait, this one is pretty much just as good, but it's more fun. Huh. And you just see that and you're like, oh, taking it slow, exploring, trying things, using. So what I'm saying is like, I give you the lamb is the card that is offensive and wins easily. You don't really have to explore more because you can just use the card. But if you take my hand, this one with the sticky note and the star, and the dark night sun, and the ripples. There's this path. There's 4 things, and the phoenix. There's 6 things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and they all connect to other things. Like, hey, to get the ripple power, you need to explore over here by this mask. If you get the take my hand, you have to explore the benefit of the sticky note. If you take the star, you have to, oh, do you guys see like those little colors there? The red, the blue. Oh, there's like a yellow one. And the phoenix, you have to understand the entire phoenix picture. And so there's all this. And maybe the result is very similar to this. But what you realize is, in that game, there's levels. And that's just how kind of life is. Think of it as you can overcome a challenge earlier, or even with restrictions, if you do all these things. If you use all the mechanics, if you use all the strategies, if you explore all the paths. But when you do this one, the fast one, the external, you need to just have like excessive power, because if this strategy is stopped, you lose. But here, you don't explore anymore because you got it. It got given to you. Let's say after you get to the next, like, think of it like we're going to like 10 different cities. You get to the second city and you get this. And it's the answer for everything. But in the other one, 4 of the cities are optional. One city you get the sun, 1 city you get the phoenix, 1 city you get the star, and 1 city you get the sticky note. You won't even get any of those because you don't need to go to those, because, well, you could just do this. So think about all the things that you would have seen, think about all the things that you would have learned, think about all the things you would have experienced, and you're just taking it slow. And someone else is like, hey, I'm about to complete the game. Where are you at? And I'm like, oh, I'm exploring City 2 at the Phoenix. They're like, what? What are you guys even talking about? Phoenix? Like, they don't even understand. They can't even, it doesn't even make sense to them. Remember what I said? How did they get destroyed? If they prevent or take the lamb card, it's over. Yet us, all of a sudden, the next city we go to, the challenges that we encounter, they actually have a counter to the Phoenix. You're like, oh no! Oh wait, we have the Dark Night Sun, and we have the Star, and so now we have options. Oh, and I forgot, we still have the ripples. Do you guys see that all of a sudden, it doesn't matter what happens there, because we have so many other things. And now we're like, well, wait. Well, hold on. We're actually getting too strong, and you're not even relying on numbers anymore. You're like, wait a minute. Could I actually intentionally prevent, because I'm realizing that I'm starting to rely on the Dark Night Sun a lot. Could I get rid of the sun? And there's no challenge that does that. We're choosing to do so intentionally. And actually, I realized that when I didn't have the Phoenix, I had to be a little bit more offensive. So let's do this. Wait, we got rid of 2 things that help us. Yeah. But now we're going to hyper-focus on the star strategy. Like, how can I create more star strategy? How can I empower that? So this is what I call, this is awesome, templates. So you almost create like what some people in video game terminology calls like a build, but like you're trying to put together a puzzle. Think about each star piece, each corner is 1 piece, okay? You're like, I get to choose 5 things. What are the 5 things that make the star better? So then you're explaining, I'm like, oh, well, maybe if we get a little bit more of the blue power, a little bit of the red power, oh, here's a little bit of the gold shiny power, and then we have 2 optional ones. What could work well there? So now we're thinking about like, well, the star needs more slow, but it's a little vulnerable to, I don't know, like, let's just call it like a sunbeam. So like, maybe, is there something that protects us from the sunbeam? Oh yeah, there is. And you guys see something like that, okay? But think about that. Wait, what were we talking about again? You don't even think about the lamb. So then you get to the next city, and this one has a counter to the lamb. And you're like, The other player's like telling you, they message you, they give you an update, like, oh man, you're in the city with the take my hand part. Oh man, that was the worst part of the game. Yeah, like, you can't do this. I don't know. I struggled so much. That part was so boring. It was so annoying. It was. I'm so glad I was past that part. And you're like, wait a minute. That's when you did the whole strategy of the star, and you had like a 1-hour intense chess match against the challenges and the foes to overcome at that place. For you, it might be one of the coolest parts, and you have so many positives to. If the other person says it's the worst, and you're like, how is that possible? And you sit there and you can't piece it together. You can't comprehend it. It just makes no sense. They got destroyed by that, but yet you thrived there. Do you guys see the value of experiencing and playing everything differently? We're going to talk about more exactly how to do this, to create the strategies to learn how to do this. But do you guys see that? It's powerful because I tell you guys, the other game, I call it the Blitzball effect, but it's from Final Fantasy X. It's still one of my favorite games, but I would be interested to replay it now. Now I actually would be really interested in replaying it because I stopped for a while because they were corrupting it because it was always helping me and protecting me, but also because I started playing it very similarly almost every single time. And because it was, just so you guys know, I was doing all these challenges. This is also how in-depth and complex it gets. I was doing all of these challenges. But then it always challenged me, but I already had figured it out. I needed to take it even a step further, not choosing the optimal from already the limited challenges that I was doing. You see, it gets really, think about that. Even just getting to that point, guys, protects you. And I'm saying you can still take it a layer deeper. You can go further. For most of you in that game, really what the Blitzball effect is, though, is there's a point where a player, is a star player of what they call underwater soccer, Blitzball. And this player helps a team believe again, have faith, changes their reality because now they have the star player. So they all think that they can actually win it. And from a backwater island called Besaid. And they think that they can win it. And they get matched up against the best team that always has won the tournaments for like the last 20 years on round one. Or no, sorry, that if they win their first match, they get seeded to the finals and they're going to play against them. They're like, they win their first match and now they believe, but they're like, no, here we go again. We always get defeated by them, right? So they're worried. And then when that happens, right, so they build up all this whole narrative and like really like you start caring about these characters, you start believing in them, you start wanting them to actually win because this is their life. They've all been trying to play this underwater sport because in that universe, in this video game, there's a death whale that shows up every 10 years called Sin that destroys regions. How do they destroy us? And when they destroy us, all that region just gets reset. Think of it like they lose all the things that they had built up over 10 years and they have to start over again. Maybe they lose family, maybe they lose their homes, and they have to just rebuild and do that. And it's a cycle of destruction and rebirth every 10 years. None of them really understand it, so a lot of them become then reliant on an external. For them, it was the watching the underwater sport, Blitzball. Teams play, and it just gives them a temporary reprieve, and they forget, and they have faith again. So this team wants to win, because then they can come back and bring the trophy back to the island, and all those people there who've suffered so many losses can see that and believe again. See, like that's the build up to it. So then you as a player care. You want this team to win. You want this team to win. You want them to get their victory. And when that happens, all of a sudden the first match against the team that they win, the player doesn't actually get to play it. It's a guaranteed victory in the story. So it means your team makes it to the final. So now you're like, oh my gosh, they could do it. So you're just like observing the story, right? This is why I'm saying, guys, something that you actually interact in and have agency is the key here to start experiencing and playing things differently. And all of a sudden you're like, whoa, yeah, they're making us play the final? Wait, what? And think of it like the game had rules. This video game that we're playing, Final Fantasy X, it had rules on how to play the game. And all of a sudden, they say, okay, now you have to play the final, this underwater soccer game, Blitzball, against this team. And they present, it's a whole new game. And they call it a mini game, but really, I'm telling you guys, it was pretty complex. It had it had a tutorial that if you've read all the rules, and they had an interactive one, videos and everything, you could probably spend at least 20 to 30 minutes learning all the rules of the game. At least. You guys understand that is ridiculously complex. And they were building this up, and you were supposed to have like faith, and now you get to decide if they win or not. And I'm telling you guys, it's almost guaranteed that you lose. The enemy team is just so much better than your guys. Which means that you might get disappointed. So, but I'm telling you guys, most people would probably just be like, this is too much. I'm not going to read the rules. I'm not going to learn it. And just try. And they're going to lose. Or some people might be like, well, I want to try again. But you guys see, like, this is a great point where you can test. Like, how do you guys react to that moment when you all of a sudden have to learn something completely new? Because that means you have to slow down, right? They built up all the way to, like, the victory, the tournament final. And now it's like, now you get to decide, but you have to learn the rules and play it. Well, yeah, I was down for this if they were going to just play it out and win. But now, you mean I have to learn a whole... The moment you guys feel that clash, the moment you guys feel that, I'm saying, that's them. Look how protected we are. This is awesome. That's them. When we feel that, all of a sudden, like, I just want to see what happens. Let's just rush. I'm saying that that's them, the things that destroy us. Because I'm telling you guys, if you don't want to learn all that and experience it on something that you've come to care for, like this team from this backwater island called Besaid, and you want to help them achieve victory because now you care and all that stuff. If you don't even care then, if you can't even slow down then I'm like, then what would you slow down for? Do you guys understand? They make us always rush. They make us always care about the external. They make us care about the result. And I'm saying you could keep playing even if you lose and just live with it. That's a powerful lesson in itself to just move forward. It is. But would you want to actually reload and try to play again and try to figure out the strategy on how to defeat them? Would you then resort to like the easy way? Or would you actually try to understand all the mechanics of how the game functions and see if you can figure it out? Is it possible? Is it not? Things like that, all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute. I would always just skip it. I'm like, this is too much. Could I actually be like, well, what is this right now? Could I explore this? Could I be like, learn all these rules of like this mini game? And people are like, but that's not why you're playing the game, right? Because what's the focus purpose of playing this game? I was like, well, I'm replaying it because it's one of my shields. It makes me believe. It temporarily distracts me, or not makes me believe. It makes me have faith temporarily. It's fun. I get to learn new things. It has a really positive story. The music is great. Like all these things, right? So but you're like, what is that, right? So for most of us, like, are we playing it for like a mental reset? Are we playing it because it makes us happy? Because it makes us temporarily forget? Are we learning new things? Are we using it for progression? Like, hey, am I playing this game because there's a lot of challenging new things to learn and overcome and figure out and piece out? So am I using it for that? Oh, well, if it's something that I've already played before and completed and already know, not necessarily the best path, but the path that we had used previously that got us there, that means that if I replay it, I'm not using it for that purpose anymore. Because the first time we're playing it, we're experiencing new. So that means usually we're using it as a figure out. We're learning something new. We're experiencing something new. The second time if we're playing it, it's not that. We're using it as a shield. So it starts a positive path, right? For many of you guys, nostalgia, but it protects us because if we had created positive associations from back then, so it temporarily takes us to a time machine, but it's a good time machine that creates light seeds. But there's more to that then. But you guys see, if we only use it for that, then we're vulnerable. We have to add a new focus purpose because then that's how they destroy that. Do you guys understand? And plus, then we're corruptible because then we become reliant on it. Like, well, whenever I feel bad, I use that. Whenever I feel bad, I'm going to replay that game. Whenever I feel bad, I'm going to rewatch that. Whenever I feel bad, I'm going to do that. And that can work to help you. But you guys see that if at any point it's taken, prevented, turned off, stopped, then you're at risk. I think of it like for myself, I used to play World of Warcraft. My raid videos, I have videos of when I succeeded leading a group, an organization of like 35 people to success, overcoming encounters that we had to retry like 200 to 300 times, something like that. And I can rewatch the same videos, and each time I rewatch them, I try to focus on something else. I don't always, but most of the time I try. Because, you see, I'm experiencing it differently. I'm playing it differently, but it's a lot more challenging if it's not something interactive. Do you guys understand? You can still do so, but it's a lot more challenging than if you're playing through a game where you can make decisions and change the setup and change the balance for yourself so that you get to decide. And we're going to talk about how to do all those things. But that's really the answer, guys. Do you guys see, when we're experiencing and playing everything differently, but how can we first have to learn how to do that? But we can't learn how to do that new, because most of us still get that feeling, what I said, of like hesitation, of nervousness. So then when we're trying new, everything fails. So we have to resort to our old tactics. When you're replaying something that you already know, and you learn how to experiment there, and you slow down and explore, and then you understand, oh, there are some problems that happen in these situations, and you learn how to respond to them and how to identify them, then once you understand it, whenever you guys from now on try new, I'm telling you guys, you'll never experience or play something the same way anymore. Your approach is completely different. Now you're like, well, let's explore what we got here. Whatever you try. Anything. It doesn't matter what it's going to be. I'm telling you guys, it permanently changes how you walk. Forever. Do you guys get how much of a protection that is? Because it means that if you, at any point you do anything or experience anything new from now on, they can't destroy you how they used to anymore, because you experience it differently now. It's never going to work again. Do you guys get it? It never will work again, because now you experience and play everything differently. You're not opposed to deviating. You're not reliant on one thing. If anything, you're now too open to exploring everything, all the strategies. So what you're going to realize then is, like, then they try to destroy you by, like, they know you're trying to make things so much more challenging that they're going to be like, oh, the moment you're making things too challenging. So then that's how that, you think about that. They try to then destroy you because they know you're making things too challenging. Most of you can't even understand how anyone could get to that. You mean they might try to destroy us because we're making something too challenging? We're creating too many limits. We're exploring too much. We're creating too many new strategies. We're having too much fun with it. Because there's nothing else that they can do. Doesn't that sound a much better reality? Despite whatever our reality is, than whatever you guys are currently experiencing. They're like, right now I feel like I can't even try, or I can't even do, or can't even explore. I feel like I have to. I feel like I need things. I feel like I'm rushing, like I have to do certain things. I'm like, imagine, guys. Now the problems are going to be that, hey, maybe you're just pushing yourself a little too much. Isn't that an easy fix? You're not actually, not anymore, guys, because then you're going to be like, now you care about the balance and the experience that you're self-creating. You're like, well, hold on. I could make it, add 5 numbers here just to make it a little easier just to survive. But I'm like, you see, like, now that decision alone is a struggle. Because you know that if you change certain numbers or if you add certain tools, I'm like, hey, we're going to use the lamb just for one part. You know that it's going to change the experience. Do you guys get it? You see why that protects you? Think about it. Your focus is so different. Do you guys see that? Your focus is completely different. The lamb is only focused on the end. And here we are like, and if we ever do use the lamb, we're like, oh, we gotta, you guys get it. So that's the fun way of protecting ourselves. These all build on each other, but I wanted people to understand this. This part is going to be shorter, but it's a little darker, but it's necessary. And that leads us exactly to what we're saying is when we walk into the time machine, without realizing or while realizing it, that they created it, or they've destroyed us and we're trying to protect us, or we are healed and protected and now we're trying to remain that way. telling you guys, we're going to get reminded. No matter what. When that happens, one of the solutions is we need to view what happened as unneeded, or in other words, unnecessary. People are like, well, of course. I'm like, no, like you need to sit with this and you need to explore it. The phrase, that didn't need to happen. I'm telling you guys, even if I just say that, and you're going to realize that they're going to start nudging, which is mental thoughts start populating, problems from the past, okay? It's going to happen to all of you guys. So I brace yourself. I want you guys to brace yourself right now. All those things that they destroyed you through, each and every one of you, didn't need to happen. They didn't. They didn't. Because one of the things that you guys are going to realize is that they're going to make us feel or believe that they almost like needed to happen, or like maybe, something good came from that. I'm saying that's wrong. Just because we made something good come from it doesn't mean that it needed to happen. Nothing needed to happen. Just so you guys are aware, anything bad or anything that created bad didn't need to happen at all. It was unnecessary. There was always another path. There was always another approach. But until you guys learn all this knowledge and break free, we actually believe that there's no other path. I'm just laughing because once you see it all, you get to this point where you can laugh about it. Not what you guys do as a defense mechanism. You laugh at it because you just see exactly what they were trying. If I say, hey guys, I'm going to go to the bathroom here shortly, and I am, because we're almost done with this segment. And I do that. But I say that, I say I'm going to the bathroom, but really all of a sudden you see me like almost like crawling on the carpet. I'm thinking about like I'm setting up little Legos. So for the next person who's going to walk by and step on them. Wait, Legos or Duplos? Both are great. Anyway, so let's say I was going to do, I said I was going to go to the bathroom, but I said I'm doing that. And someone's like, why are you like crawling on the floor? I'm like, my stomach hurt. You guys see, like, once you get to this point and you understand all this knowledge, guys, you see that they're actually setting up the Lego for people to step on, which means that now you're aware of it. So you're like, well, it's easy to not step on, but maybe all of a sudden you know it's there, but when you decide to walk in that general direction, maybe like a positive distraction happens, and then you accidentally step on it. But what's going to happen, guys, is you have then that feeling of, well, that was unnecessary, that was unneeded, that didn't need to happen. Why? Why is that a protection? Because then all of a sudden you're like, oh, wait a minute, it got set up by that. Do you guys see, like, once we understand that it got set up by X, Y, Z, then we're protected. When we don't know that, all of a sudden, like, I got a positive distraction, like something bad happened, and then maybe like I screamed and it hurt. Maybe like a girl was talking to me and like maybe it hurt her. Do you guys see, like, I might be like, oh gosh, bad happened because of me. When you can see how it got set up, then all of a sudden you're like, wait, it didn't need to happen. Sure, I could have done things to prevent that. But like, hey, it was something amazing, positive. Like right now, as I was walking in that direction, my sexy little girl invited me to have coffee and a croissant. I'm like, I didn't know that was going to happen. Once you guys see it, I'm telling you guys, there's nothing they can do. You know, just so people are aware, you know you're getting attacked. You know it. But once you see it, and then you can see that, oh, hey, they're literally planting a dark seed right now, multiple, and you see all, and you know exactly where the branches that it's going to lead to, you can walk a little bit here and then be like, see ya. You can do that, and there's nothing they can do. But you guys see, like, now when it happens, even if for some reason, just so you guys know, let's say both trees blossomed because you were over here, but you knew that they set it up, but nothing happened, right? You didn't walk that path, and you're over here, and all of a sudden you're over here, and then some absurd turn of events happen. 1 + 2 + 3 that are literally impossible, and whoop, they teleport you all the way over there, and boom, an explosion happens, and now we're by the line, and you're like, what the? Like, you might even, like, normally you don't want to react like that, but you're like, that's impossible. What? But then you're like, I can't believe they teleported me back to the past like that. You're like, wow, they actually got to time machine me like that. I'm like, whoa. But then you're like, wait a minute, that was unnecessary. That didn't need to happen. Because what is going to happen is they basically, they force upon you guys the teleportation. They teleport you to the past. You don't have a choice. They find a way to do so. I'm telling you guys, they will always find a way to do so. And when they teleport you there, then all of a sudden what they want is they want you to start analyzing. They want you to start exploring. They want you to start thinking. They want you to start reminding all the bad and all these stuff like that, okay? But then all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute. It didn't need to happen. That's all there is to say about it. It's not good. Nothing is good. No good came from it. Just so you guys know, 0. Don't ever let them make you think that there's any good from it. Anything that was bad, I'm saying there was 0 good that came from it. And any good that came from it was ourself. The event itself, the bad itself didn't cause it. We created good despite what they were doing. And you have to embrace this a little bit of darkness, guys. You just battle it and you're like, no, there is no benefit to any of the bad things they did to us throughout our entire life. None. If anything, they made us rush. They caused problems. You guys lose. So, do you guys see, like, at that, I had to fight back. I'm telling you guys, this is all the last thing I'm going to say about it. Right now, this last 5 minutes there's been so many attacks. Attacks are mental things, even things that have been now newly presented in my reality. Senses that they're trying to make me do. So many things. I'm saying the last 5 minutes have been absurd. And yet, I'm good. But most of you, when that happens, you guys have a set response. Even I had to embrace a little bit of darkness just to defeat it really quickly. But what I wanted to show people there is you guys need to make it your own, but it's just that didn't need to happen. I didn't need to experience bad. None of us did. It was unnecessary. It was unneeded. Because I'm telling you guys, but you can't analyze it. Because otherwise, what's going to happen to all of us is we're like, what? Why did I need to suffer so much bad? And some of us then get baited into thinking, oh, it's because, well, it helped me learn these things. I'm telling you guys, we could have learned it regardless or found other ways. We don't need bad to learn. The only thing bad does is makes us rush. We can learn all the things that we need at our own time, at our own pace. And I'm telling you guys, not only will we learn it better, but we will only learn it in such a way that we create future light seeds for everything and everyone around us. Why would we ever want bad to make us learn? We're only going to then plant new dark seeds. So all of a sudden when you take that approach, you're like, yeah, you know what? There's no reason to analyze it. I don't need to, point is, they planned it. That's all I'm going to say to you guys. It's just that simple. Every bad thing that we've experienced, every single one, every single thing that's destroyed us, everything that's hurt us, every single thing was planned so that they can always have a permanent thing to remind us so that they can control us. It's just that simple. There's nothing else to it. I break it down in other videos and streams, but that's the gist of it. We were chosen for it. Every single thing. Bad thing. That's it. There's no other further analysis. The whole point is what I'm just trying to get all of you to realize is that you time travel once to just understand how they did that, and then you never do it again because you're going to get destroyed when you do that. Just so you have to be prepared for that. You will all get destroyed when you analyze it because you're reliving it. But then after that, you never have to anymore because now you understand it. So anytime any of those reminders present anytime, you're just like, that should never have happened. It was unnecessary. It was unneeded. All the sad ones too. Usually, by the way, just so you guys know, normally this play is the answer to the sad ones, not the dark things that destroyed you, the sad ones. You're like, I didn't need to lose that. I didn't. Could have created an incredible life with the girl. I could have created an incredible life being a TG guild raid leader. I didn't have to destroy my World of Warcraft guild. I didn't. It didn't need to happen. It was unneeded. It was unnecessary. But it did. So then what you realize is, you're like, wait a minute. We just need to become the good. So think about it like we're trying to overcome the final foe. That's a lot of fun, a big challenge. But I call it Karen Travers effect. I talked about it on the stream. It's when we focused only on the end. And hey, if we overcome this one challenge, then we win. And we're getting really close. We're about to win. We're about to figure out everything. We're about to solve everything. And then we lose. You're like, no. Oh, I feel like I've mastered it. I feel like I learned it all. Or I feel like I finally pieced together the final strategies and final pieces that were missing. And now I know how to win. So when that happens, that's how they start destroying us. Do you guys get it? Because then either they can cause new problems to prevent that, or now we feel like we need it. So then we start rushing. I'm saying when that happens, all of a sudden it's like, nah, I didn't need to lose that attempt. I had figured it out. I had solved how to win. I'm like, I didn't need to lose. It didn't need to happen. Because it's sad. I'm like, wow, we should have won that attempt. I finally was going to achieve what I was aiming for. I should have won that attempt. But nah, it doesn't matter. It's okay. It's cool. I get to experience it again. I get to replay it again. It's awesome. It's fine. It's going to be a lot of fun when I do. I don't know when. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, maybe a week from now. You see, like, I have time. There's no rush. I'm not grading myself if I get that, if I achieve that. So now that means that since I feel that way, now I only create good. I become the good. I'm telling you guys, they're going to be like, I remember when you lost. You should have won, but you lost. I'm like, yeah, that should not have happened. And that's it. That's all you can say. You don't even have, but you guys are going to get to the point where that you're going to catch that the thought populates into your head. When the thought populates into your head, you're going to feel like saying it. I'm saying you guys need to start practicing not doing that, because I'm saying that that's them. They put that thought into our head, and it's a way to fight back. But what ends up happening is that if you do that, they can start programming and creating a set reaction that we do in response to whenever that thought populates. So if, like, every time they remind me, hey, remember when you lost to Karen Travers, the final encounter in Scarlet Nexus? And I'm like, yeah, that shouldn't have happened. So what you're going to notice is all of a sudden you're doing anything in you guys' life. Anything. By the way, this is how they create every single response. I didn't think I was going to talk about this, but it's fine. This is how they create every single response that we guys randomly do. If you hear people make random sounds, you guys will never unsee this. This is how they did it. To every single thing. Every single sound or sense that you guys hear from other people, if everyone's quiet, that they do. And if they're not, like, overtly sick or something. This is how they do it. It's because something is presented, and then they respond. Usually it's a defense mechanism, or it's to interrupt their mental path. Okay? And if through enough repetition, they can code it and create an association and attachment, so they have a permanent thing to always then have other people do, so that when you see it, you're like, So imagine if I create now, every time they remind me of the losing to Karen Travers at the very end after I figured out the entire battle. They're like, I say, that didn't need to happen. I just say that. People are like, what? Oh, nothing. So then all of a sudden I'm walking outside and someone says, that didn't need to happen. Boom. All of a sudden you see then the thought populates. I'm like, when I lost the Karen Trap. I'm just saying, guys, be careful. But I want you all to think about it mentally, just to break anything that they remind you of. Is like, it didn't need to happen. It really didn't. And if you guys do say it out loud, just be aware. Sometimes it's powerful if they're just nonstop bombarding you with mental things. But if you do, talk it through. You actually, like, not just one thing. Be like, I'm gonna actually take a sip of coffee right now. You see, you change it up a little bit. I'm like, just you guys can literally copy this. So grab like another. Normally you were drinking water, now drink coffee. You're like, take a step back. Oh, you know what? Yeah, that didn't need to happen. I didn't need to suffer that sad loss against Karen Travers. After I'd mastered the fight, I figured out the final piece, and like I can't believe, like, it was like a 30-minute encounter. You see, like, we're talking out. I'm like, I solved so many things. I was playing so well. At first, I was playing too aggressively. Then I realized, wait a minute, this is actually extremely challenging. I learned how to adapt and how to change my approaches, and I'm like, we got this. And I thought I could win, and they made me believe. And all of a sudden, like, I overcame so many things. I figured out new approaches. I wasn't even relying on the external, easier option. I figured out new approaches. I'm like, wow. And then, I can't believe I messed up right there. Yeah, things could have been really good. We could have had a really good ending there. After I would have won, like, we were on a great path. I would have overcome the Karen Travers encounter, and I would have got to see what happens next, the ending, how Kasana, the character, that girl in that game, would have built her life, and maybe she said she was going to help the slaves on the moon, and this other character said he was going to help the people of this city become free and believe again. I'm like, it would have been cool to see all that and how that pans out. But yeah, it didn't need to happen. Do you guys see, like, if you are like, they put enough there, or they had already pre-seasoned you related to something like sad that had destroyed you, if you really need to, you can do that. View it that. I say it's better to just view it mentally quickly, but if you have to, you can then create a little talk like that to just be like, hey, you know what? That didn't need to happen. And you talk it through. Because it's almost like, think of it like you're fighting back against the darkness. But you see, like, this time I did it much lighter than the other time. Because the last time, compare that to like 10 minutes ago, guys. I did the same thing, just so you guys know, it's the exact same skill set. But I was forced to do that because, hear what I'm saying? I was forced because I got bombarded by, like, I'm telling you guys, just to put a number on it, it's just so people can conceptualize how stupid. Every time you guys get something that makes you feel bad, or that you guys call triggers or stuff like that, think of that. I got reminded of like 50 of them in 5 minutes. Okay? It's not a competition, but I want people to understand. So when that happens, you have to fight back. But you see, like, I now know when to do that. I barely do that anymore. Do you guys see? But there's a set strategy to things because you learn how to do it. Like, once in a while, okay, you guys want me to fight? All right. But then now, how can I be so calm now? Because I know exactly why I was doing it, when to do so, and after that, I'm not going to do it anymore. That's the power of learning. It's unneeded. It's unnecessary. It didn't need to happen. Because really, guys, there's a lot of things that are completely inexcusable that have happened in our lives. They all didn't need to happen, but we all must understand them. So this leads us to this last segment, last part before we take a break, and then we're going to just reinforce all of this. This is great. The third thing that really protects us, guys, is, what did we do something for? What did we do something for? Why did I explain those things to you guys right now? Why did I share those things? Why did I talk about the time machine? Why did I talk about the Karen Travers losing example? Why did I show you guys how to defeat darkness? Did I know why I did those things? Yeah, I did. Yet also what I'm realizing, like, ooh, they got me to change my focus purpose a little bit to do it for you guys. That's something I need to pay attention to. Wow. Interesting. See, like, even I'm like, whoa, look at that. Like, oh, they're good. Because normally I just try to do it for myself now. it's okay. I deviated slightly, but you guys see, like, now I understand. I'm like, whoa, they actually managed to make me deviate. It wasn't my deviation, it was them. I did that because I don't need that. You guys get it? I don't need that knowledge. I know how to do those things. So maybe, yeah, no, this is for us. But we deviated at the right time. But I want people to know that. You see, like, the moment you deviate, you're not as protected anymore. That's actually the answer. Holy crap. That's why I wasn't as shielded anymore. Because I'm like, how did all these attacks get, like, I'm telling you guys, it was like, like a nuclear bomb, a comet, a meteor, from a chocobo. I'm like, how did it happen? And I'm like, it's because that segment, I already know all the answers. There was nothing to figure out. Because I just do it. I do without even thinking it out at this point. And I'm not saying that I'm programmed and that regarding this, I know the answer. I know how to do it without even having to think about it. But since I was explaining it exclusively for all of you who's listening, I wasn't piecing anything new together. That they had an in. That's why I wasn't as shielded, and they had more opportunities because I was exploring new as well, guys. Just so you guys know, when we explore new, that isn't our main shield, our main reason for doing, our main focus purpose. Sometimes it's good. By the way, just so you guys know, I'm not saying what I did was bad. I'm saying it was good. But when that happens, you realize, wait a minute. All of a sudden, I'm letting in things. There's some danger here. And this is one that I still struggle with, just so you guys know, because I'm like, it's not necessary. It really wasn't. It's not. Because if we know exactly why we're doing each thing, guys, then we don't let those things in because they're not needed. They're unnecessary. So like, you guys get it. I could have talked this entire stream without that segment. Sure, it was valuable knowledge, but it wasn't needed. So you see, that's the danger of sometimes slowing down and exploring, is that we can let in some of those things. But then we're deviating why we originally were doing this. This is really good, but I want people to understand, if we know and we stay true to our focus purpose and don't let anything deviate us, then we're protected. Because you guys understand that part right there was a side benefit. That was a side benefit from all this. But it wasn't why I was doing it. Yet in that moment, when I was explaining those stories and explaining those examples, I added a lot more personal, like all stuff. You guys get it? It temporarily became my main focus purpose. So it wasn't a side benefit anymore. I'm like, if I cover that or talk about it, that's cool. Maybe I figure out something out there. But I'm talking about the unneeded, the unnecessary part the same way, but I'm adding it in this part, and it's for the correct reason. I'm using it the correct way. I'm using it for my focus purpose, for myself. I'm like, see, this is how it should have been done. We're learning. It's fine. It doesn't matter. We can always deviate. We can always handle anything. But for most of us, when we're first learning all this knowledge, we can't. When something like that happens to all of you, I'm telling you guys, you're going to be paralyzed. And there's no Asuna that's going to get rid of the paralysis, and you guys can't do anything about it because they bombard you, and that's how they destroyed you. And so then you guys will always react or respond the same way, and if you don't, it's just going to stop you entirely. Because we are made to forget our focus purpose. Why? What are we doing? Remember to teleport you guys back to can we run outside for 1 minute or just one lap? And focus on something like music and counting the bracelets and seeing if we do something like that, would we not get tired? What if when we're outside, all of a sudden, like a girl says, well, hey, if you run around 3 more times, I'm going to talk to you. Well, then we forgot what we were doing it for, why we were doing it. And that is what happens. I'm saying that could be a side benefit. But all of a sudden I'm saying, especially if someone like myself who wants to get another girlfriend, have a kid and pets again and explore life, all of a sudden I hear that and I'm like, oh, well, that's a possibility. Like, you guys see, like, it could actually change my focus purpose and why I was doing it. I'm like, well, I'm only gonna do 1 lap. If you want to talk to me, then cool, but I can't do more. That's what I'm doing. See, like, if she still talked to me as a bonus, I'm like, hey, I'll see you tomorrow. I'm like, I'm gonna do this again tomorrow. You see, all of a sudden, then I didn't change why I was doing. My focus purpose is set. But they always find a way, guys, I'm telling you, for us to deviate our focus purpose. You guys got to catch it. I'm using a positive one right now, but you have to still catch it because that's how it happens. Like that was a side benefit. I actually got to see a girl and I got to talk to her for a few seconds. It's awesome. Do you guys get it? That's a side benefit. That's awesome. But they make it then become our main thing. I'm like, well, now next time, like I'm gonna go on the run again, but I'm not gonna use it to figure out something or test something. I'm gonna use it exclusively then to talk to her. Well, okay. What if I am doing it for that then? Fine. But you guys see, then that is now my focus purpose. So I now know that the whole reason why I'm doing that is for that. But what if then she's not there? Or I don't talk to her? I might get temporarily short-term destroyed. You guys get it? Because that was my whole reason now for going outside. I'm like, the whole reason I'm going to go on this run today is because I'm going to see that girl again, the hot boot girl, and I'm going to talk to her. Or she's going to talk to me. Do you guys see now we can get potentially destroyed on that because we're reliant on that external? So if you guys create a focus purpose, if you know why you're doing it, and it's something that's self-created for only you, that only you can determine the own grade, and you're trying to figure out something or piece something together, any of those other things are side benefits that can come from it. But if it's your only focus, and because I'm telling you guys, you'll realize if I'm like, okay, when I go outside right now, I'm only going to be focused on trying to spot as many girls as possible. That protects you. But what if you don't see any? Full circle. Then you're in danger. We can never allow it to become our main focus purpose that they decide through something that presented, even if it's something good, something that we're aiming for in the distance, because that is how it begins. That's how they begin the cycle of destruction, guys. Because now, then we don't have it, and we're like, well, that's a problem. If I go outside right now and I'm only searching for girls, I am, sure, but this is how they were doing it before to me, because I lost faith and belief in the outside world for a reason. And then they kept those away. And I'm like, this is impossible. I'm like, how is it that I haven't seen one? Like I'm telling you guys, like literally, like think of it like you're going to the mall and you don't see one girl, not one, or one kid or one pet or anything. You're like, how is that possible? I'm saying something like that, something completely absurd to that level. Think of it like that, guys, okay? Or like at an airport. Somewhere where you're like, there's no way. I'm saying, yeah, they found a way. And I'm like, that's impossible. So then I'm just like, oh, I'm not happy with this world. Because I know that's not possible. You guys see? So then that was an opening to potentially destroy me because I realized that my focus purpose could protect me. I had caught on already earlier. I didn't piece it together to this level, but I was attaching it to the wrong things. I was attaching a focus purpose to something external. And if you attach it to something external that you don't control, that you don't decide if it presents or not, that means that you're letting the result be up to them. I'm saying if I attach my focus purpose, I'm like, well, could I figure out like, I don't know, just a figure out or something like that. Or, you know, my focus purpose is, can I actually practice singing songs again without just create my own lyrics? Yeah. And let's say you're doing that and all of a sudden you didn't even, like, you're trying to create your own lyrics. I'm like, it doesn't matter where we go, 'cause we know what we're talking about. We'll keep fighting. All of a sudden, I get a tap on my shoulder and I turn around. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's that girl. I'm like, whoa. I might actually like not even know what to do in that moment. I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, whoa, she hurt. She's like, you have a nice singing voice. I'm like, what? And I'm like, you guys see, like, even in this moment, like, I'm just like, whoa. Because it's a side benefit. I'm telling you guys, when that moment happens, all of a sudden I'm going to get overwhelmed, push things to make me feel like, oh my gosh, what? I'm not prepared. I'm not this, like, and all that. I'm telling you guys, you just go, trash. See ya. Why? Because it doesn't matter. Because now you understand that that's how they would create the new cycle of destruction. And that's what we're going to talk about in depth. The destructo cycle, the Barthandelus effect. Because once you understand it, guys, I'm like, whoa. So then that presents again, and then the hesitation, and then all this, and then. But I'm like, wait, that wasn't my focus purpose. Because then in that moment, I'm telling you guys, like they remove your focus, right? Like I'm not singing anymore because I got sheet tapping, and then I saw the girl, so it was like 1 and 2. So then all of a sudden, I'm like, wait a minute. What? So, yeah, I was out here. Like, for some of you, maybe when you first starting, you might have to say to a brother, like, yeah, I was trying to figure out how to sing, create new lyrics or songs that I already know. Because if I don't know the correct lyrics, I'm just practicing. So like, oh, you see, like you can like bring back and remember, what was my original focus purpose for this activity? What was I trying to do? And that's powerful, but it's not easy to do in the moment. You guys get it? But once you practice it enough, you don't even have to try anymore because you understand. You're like, no, it's just a bonus. It's just a bonus. It's just a side benefit. But it's a good one. It's just what you guys are going to realize is that all this knowledge needs to get to the point where it's just ingrained in you. It has to be, because the when we're hearing it, all of you are going to right. I'm going to take a break here in a few minutes, and when I do, all of you might start noticing some of the things that I'm talking about right now, and you're going to respond the best way. You're going to be protected. You're going to solve it. You're going to figure it out. You're going to do all that stuff. But then 2 days from now, you're going to forget, because the knowledge isn't ingrained yet. It's not part of you. And that's what happens. I challenge all of you to explore this. Most of you, like any topic that we talk about or any concept or any of the things I'm saying, some of you guys are like, yeah, that's common sense. I'm like, really? And I always couldn't figure out what it is. I'm like, when we bring it back to mind for all of you, you guys can do it. But in the day-to-day, from moment to moment, you guys can't. It's because it's not ingrained in you. And that's so challenging to do. But I never figured out what it was. And now I understand. It's because we never actually understood it, A to Z. We never fully connected it. We never fully learned how all of it works. We never pieced together the whole puzzle. And I think about, like, for every video game, like, that's what I had to keep playing one video game and stay consistently on the path so that I could play it well. And if I hadn't played it in a while, I would struggle. And now I'm saying, guys, I can play like 30 video games at the same time. And the first few moments, there's a little bit of like, well, let's just call it, you guys use the term rust, but I'm saying it's just, I just have to realign, reconnect the plug just really quick. It takes like 5 minutes. But I'm just like, oh yeah, it's that button instead of that button, because every game uses different controls, guys. But I'm saying each of these games are super complex and have like thousands of rules, and I'm like, I can remember all of them in 5 minutes. I'm like, yeah, it's possible, because once you understand everything, you see it. Are you going to maybe perform as good as you would have if you've been playing that game for a month straight? No, but it doesn't matter. Do you guys understand? Because you know, I'll just need to rebuild the path a little bit and I'll get there again for anything. That's just how it is. But they make us not think so. So, to end this segment, which actually ended up being the full thing, but that's always how I do it. I got this entire stream off of some minor light seeds, small seeds. I call it the small seed effect. And we're going to talk about that one in depth too. That got planted while playing video games and just doing some small random activities that I've been doing. Listening to music, showering, taking a short run in this area, just experimenting, trying things. And I'm like, even how I make my oat star diplomat progress meal. I'm like, I got all this knowledge through those things, yet I never set out to gain this knowledge. It wasn't the main focus purpose. Because think of it like, I'm like, okay guys, I wake up, I'm like, today I need to learn new knowledge so that I can stream about things, to teach, to guide, to heal, to do. I think all of us at some point in our life are guilty of this, and guilty in a good way, because guilt is a completely irrelevant thing. Just so people, I want you guys all to destroy it. Never worry about guilt again. Useless. It just is. It's just a control mechanism. But I'm like, we feel that way. that I'm like, well, I need to get something. I need to do something. I need to learn more knowledge so I can do something else. For many of us, it could just be like, I need to become a better dad or a better mom so I can take care of my kid or my pets or something like that. So he's always on the search for something better, a better way or a better way. And it's a good thing, right, to have that to strive for how to make things better. For myself, I think back in my World of Warcraft guild leader days, I was a leader of an organization. I'm like, how can I make people have more faith? How can I make them have more fun? How could I make them laugh more? How could I make them believe more? How could we perform better? Like, I think we all get that, and I think it's great. But you guys see, like, our focus purposes, we're setting out for that. That's our whole reason for going on the journey. And I'm saying that that's the mistake. We need to set our focus purpose to completely other things. And as we're experiencing those things, we're all going to learn how to absorb the lesson, the small light seeds that get planted. Because what you guys are going to realize is that darkness relies on the external. So when we set out to focus on something like that, like, hey, I need to be a better guild leader for my World of Warcraft raid members, or I need to be like a better dad or mom or something like that for you guys, that external things get created. And I'm saying 9 out of 10 of them, not all of them, but 9 out of 10 of them, I would say, is you could most likely bet are actually darkness, because they rely on that. Because darkness relies on fast. They want us to rush. They want us to skip steps. They want bad to force evolution so that they can do their story. I'm saying that once you figure out all this stuff and you can connect with your light, doesn't mean that once in a while they'd still sometimes get frustrated and do present some overt, but it happens to all of us, right? So in a way, I'm saying, you guys don't hear me say sorry often, but sometimes I say sorry to them, is that I make it hard for them. I don't take almost any of the overt, so I know that sometimes they get impatient as well. We all do. Because if you make it hard to learn new lessons, because you know most of them are bait that you got destroyed by, well, you guys get it? But so I'm like, they have to plant them, because I lost, just so people understand, I lost faith because of that, okay? Because I relied on overt external. So now I'm like, then it came a point where I didn't listen to anything anymore. Overt external. And it actually was really good. It helped me a lot because I minimized everything. And I'm like, wait, I'm learning so much more now. I've reduced my consumption of everything. I'm now free to think. I'm free to remember who I am, my positives, my shields, not anything that they put into me. And that changed everything. But then I realized that there are some good things that are being presented, but it's like you have to almost like analyze, not analyze, but you have to almost like see the whole picture of what's happening in an experience. Like we go somewhere, I'm like, what is the whole thing that's happening? Not the overt events that are happening. And then you're like, well, what am I learning? And like you can even write it out and you're like, whoa, that's how I got to all this knowledge, guys. Just from like playing different video games and doing certain experiences throughout my life, throughout my day. But I'm saying it's not like, hey, well, today I learned how to cook my oat startup meal using more spicy foods than sweet foods. I used beans, and yesterday I used tuna. Like, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, like, you also are like, well, how did I get to that? Why did I add different ingredients? Like, you see, like, what you're seeing, what you're thinking about is different. Because most people try to get the lessons from the overt. I'm like, well, today I learned how to make a sweet meal by adding more sugar, and I realized you can also just melt like a gingerbread cookie in the microwave, and that can count as the sugar or the sweet to balance the flavor. I go, oh, okay. So you guys focus on that, the overt lesson. And I'm saying that that's the bait because that's the fast answer. You guys get it? I'm like, it's easy to be like, what did you learn today? I'm like, I learned to melt a gingerbread cookie. I'm saying we have to get a step further, guys. Be like, what led us to that? Why would we think about that? Like, could we apply that lesson? Like, wait, so that means that there's multiple ways to get to an answer. I thought that I only could get more sweet or add more healing through this. Could I actually like almost like melt or break something else down to get to the same answer? And I'm saying I got to that from literally making my meal using crumbling and melting a gingerbread cookie that I had, a German one. People are like, wait, what? Isn't that just you learn how to cook a little differently? I'm like, no, actually, that's not at all. That's the dark lesson. The rush, the fast, the easy, the quick, the external. Because that's what they rely on. You guys see, they don't have the patience, because the problem with the light seed, small seed effect method is that it can be missed. If I wanted you to be like, well, now I want you to think about it differently. I'm like, I encouraged you to cook like that because I wanted you to think about things differently. And there could be maybe another way to get to that. But what if you just didn't get it? You guys get it? Like, you see, like, you have to hope that the person is going to understand it through a light, small seed that's planted. And they might not. But what you guys are going to realize is the best lessons come from that. Because then you're figuring things out. You're exploring. You're trying. And at first it might be a little overwhelming because you're going to start to analyze that about everything. Like, wait a minute, well, why did I make my coffee differently today than this? And that's a good thing. Most of you need that. But what you're going to realize soon is that then you can kind of just see like the whole. I'm like, yeah, okay. But really, the answer to all this, guys, is what really is all that? When you make your focus purpose, the whole reason we're doing something, the slow down process. And let's just take it slow. Today, we're just going to take it slow. We're just going to explore. I'm not setting out for anything specific today. I'm not going, like, let's say I would go outside right now after this. I'm like, I'm going out there to see what's out there. I'm like, no, not even that. I'm just going out there to reset, to get the breeze, to feel the cold breeze against me. That's it. Not just looking for changes, not looking for anything, just that. Do you guys see? Because then you can just take it slow. Because then your focus purpose is always easily achieved. And I'm not saying easy. I say I'm the biggest opponent to easy. But what I'm trying to get you all to realize is that if that's your focus purpose, I'm like, I just want to experience the breeze outside. That means that if at any point, like, something comes up to you and says, hey, can you do? Nope. I'm only out here for the breeze right now. It protects you. But then you're like, wait a minute. Since I went out there just to slow down, to just appreciate the breeze, I'm like, when I did that, there were things that were being presented that were trying to get my attention, that were trying to make me deviate. Wait, so that means that there's something that's, could there be something that's trying to control our focus and change our focus purpose? Do you guys see that you got that lesson because you were slow and you set out only for something easily met? But imagine you learned something so complex just from going outside and trying to appreciate the breeze. Because that's your focus purpose. So then you can now absorb everything, but you're not set out to that. Anything else you gain is a bonus. You see? Because then at any point you're like, wait, why are they trying to make me care right now about that or that or that? You guys can see the moment a deviation happens. And that is how the cycle of destruction begins, and that's what we're going to talk about next in depth. Well, the moment you see the deviation, you're like, okay, I'm exploring right now, or I'm just literally taking it slow, and they're trying to make something deviate. I'm like, very interesting. So that's how they're trying to begin destruction. Okay. And that's what we're going to talk about, and that's how we're going to learn. But really, guys, you see, you're just not focused on the end. Okay. That is everything of how not to destroy yourself. Now, we're going to talk about it a different way. Now we're going to give detailed answers, and we're going to talk about it through some fun stories. So I'm going to take a short break, and I encourage all of you to grab some water. I'm going to get some more coffee. I'm actually going to get something sweet because I definitely gonna need energy for this push. I used up a lot right now. This is a good battle. This is a good battle. But this is how we can make sure we're never destroyed again. All right. Be right back. AFK. a song from a video game that took inspiration for this next segment. Fighting Fate. That's what it's called. And in a way, if all of you piece together all this knowledge and listen and decipher this, in a way, each and every one of us will have defeated fate. Because what is fate? I'm not going to give you the answer. I think we all can come up with our own definition for it. But what you guys are going to realize is that it doesn't really matter. It just actually really doesn't. I'm like, what is fate? I'm like, it doesn't matter. But what does matter there is that thinking about that protects us. I'm like, well, what does it mean? What does it mean? For myself, I just think of it like, there's something that's trying to get me to do something. And I'm saying, no. I'm fighting back. You could say it's a bit of rebelliousness, but really what it is that I'm not letting them write my story. They can write it with me. That's why, in the beginning, I talked about everything I'm talking about, guys, is how to make sure we're not destroyed. That's really what fighting fate is for me. How not to get destroyed. Because when we're not destroyed, because those are the things that we were set up for. I know I said I was going to give you guys the answer, but this is my answer. Things that we were set up for. And in a way, our fate. Like we were fated for these things. And I'm saying that we need to accept that they chose certain bad things for us to happen. It's horrific. It's sad. It shouldn't be that way. But it makes sense to me now. And that's also really messed up to say. But it does. Because now I see that bad makes us evolve. But it makes us rush. But it gets to things. It can make stories happen. And it does. It works really well. So I understand completely why they chose to write this world's narrative the way they did. I really do. You guys see, like, you hear what I'm talking about, how cold, but yet I'm not dark, I'm not mad, I'm actually, it's not like, I can appreciate the design, but yet I can disagree with it. Because I'm just like, yeah, it makes sense now why they do it that way. But I'm saying, they're reliant on external, they're reliant on us being destroyed by the things that were fated to happen to get us to continue to do. And I'm saying that's not enough. All this really is, guys, fighting fate, is I'm trying to get them to change our realities. My own, but everyone's. Because it can be more than what it is today. It should be. But why should it be? Because it easily can be. If it was this unreal obstacle course set up for your dogs to overcome, or like animals to overcome, and it was just impossible to achieve, you're like, But I'm like, wait, you see they can do it. I'm like, I know you guys can do it. I know you guys could do this. It's very achievable. It's very possible. I know it is. That's why I fight, okay? So this segment of destroying fate, fighting against fate, is really just, it's making sure we never get destroyed again, guys, okay? Against by the things that were destined to happen to us. In a way, I mean, I know people don't feel comfortable talking about it, but I really challenge all of you to think about it. I'm like, if you've learned that every bad thing that ever happened to you was made to happen by, let's just say, like some invisible entities that exist in our reality that can control the variables that are presented to us, it doesn't make your reality better. But I'm telling you guys, some of you might be then driven towards revenge. That's a different topic entirely. But what I've noticed is that, and I think all of you will feel the same way, is that all of a sudden it's just like, okay. Well, then you understand it. You're like, oh. So it means that it was almost impossible for me to prevent all those things. I'm like, yeah. And he set it up from the beginning. It was planned. Maybe the exact way? No. But do you guys get it? I feel like it takes a burden off of all of us when that happens, because when that happens, yeah. Oh, so interesting. When we We change our focus purpose, we get attacked more. So that means that I'm deviating right now. I'm talking more for you guys. I need to catch that. So actually, I caught it. I learned from my mistake. So what are we going to do? Sorry, guys. It doesn't matter if it was good or not. I can talk about what I was going to talk about a better way. That's aligned with my focus purpose. Interesting. Now it's an interesting one to think about. So, what do I have here? I have a measuring spoon, and on one side, you can say this about a dark star, which is a Lebkuchen, a German pastry. Does it mean anything? Does it mean that it's actually darkness? Does it represent darkness? There's a lighter version of it. If I eat that one, if I choose that one, does it mean that I'm more light-oriented? Maybe, but does it? You see, like, that's analysis. It could be. If it's a positive for us, we can use it as that, but we have to be careful, because what you guys are going to realize is that if I'm like, well, if today I eat my light one, it means that I'm light-oriented. If today I chose the dark one, it means that I'm dark-oriented. At first, it's a good thing. But all of a sudden, we're going to realize, like, wait a minute. They're trying to make me believe that because there are only dark ones left and I chose the dark ones now, then maybe I'm actually dark-oriented. That's how they do it to all of us, guys. That's how they do it. So, on the other side, though, I have an orange. For you guys, it might not mean anything special. It could be just a tasty fruit. For myself, it's an interrupt. And that's what we're going to do right now. So, I'm just going to make a little game for myself. What's an interrupt? Just changing our path, our focus. Is what ends up happening is, guys, like what I was talking about right there, that segment of like fighting fate, stuff like that, it was good. There was nothing wrong with it, really, inherently. It's all good knowledge. Because even, just so you guys know, even though I know everything that I'm talking about, or like I was piecing something together and that was new, that was all, and it's great, I was still doing it for the wrong focus purpose. But it's fine. You can deviate. But what ends up happening then is that maybe I got suggested that. And when I get suggested that, this is what happens to all of us. Like, it could be through an overt sense, like something external got presented, a sound, a smell, a visual. I said a word and the thought populated. Or maybe like an ad or a song played or something like that. Or maybe just a thought populated into our head just randomly. I'm saying they're not random, but let's just leave it at that for now. And when that happens, all of a sudden, like, maybe we're like, oh, wait a minute. You go into the time machine and you guys start exploring. And then when that happens, you're like, wow. You're temporarily there. They astral project you to another plane, to another world, to another area. Most of us, because we have so much excess in our head, we've consumed so much, we become vulnerable to like fast wins, to an external grade, to something else to making us feel better, the chocolate. So if we don't have that right now, we're not protected. It means we're vulnerable to recency and through repetition. So if they keep suggesting, hey, you should talk about fighting fate, 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 you're going to do it. It might not actually be that bad. But what you're going to notice is that you guys then can't deviate anymore. You don't even notice that you deviated. I'm telling you guys, when you get to all this, if you understand everything that I'm talking about today, is you notice the moment there's a deviation. Then you can decide for yourself if you want to. You know why, how you deviated, why you deviated. You know wasn't your original focus purpose. Should I continue doing that? Well, just to give you guys an example, I'm playing a video game like League of Legends, and our team is going to guaranteed lose because we just fell too far behind in the beginning. Well, yeah, you know what? I can try to heal and guide some people in the chat to make sure that they don't get dark consumed and start shit-talking people as a defense mechanism. Sure. But you see, like, what was my original focus purpose for playing that game? It was meant for a mental reset. So actually, if we're losing, that doesn't change the mental reset. If anyway, and sometimes it's actually even better because it completely can be like, oh my God, we're losing, right? It's a complete mental reset. So wait, why am I then deviating to try to like heal or guide people? If it wasn't my focus, you see, like I hadn't lost my focus purpose. The winning or losing didn't change my focus purpose. at all. And they make us think so. That's when I'm like, wait a minute, they deviated me and start healing or guiding more. I'm like, it is one of my positives, but like, now's not the correct time. But maybe actually I want to do something later after this that involves more healing or guiding. For example, like streaming right now, or doing this stream talks. Maybe I wanted to do that. So I'm like, you know what? I already was mentally reset enough playing League of Legends. Now I can do that a little bit. But you see how much goes into that? I'm like, oh, well, they kind of baited me by having someone that's like, I'm lost, guys. I don't know what to do. I'm suffering. I feel so sad. And I'm like, oh, okay, you can do this. See, like, I got baited down to change my focus purpose to deviate. But you guys see, I can still explore that. But there's danger there. How often do you guys do any of that? Any time something is presented to you? Never. Ever. Do you guys see? That's what this is. You guys have to understand it. Okay, so that was me trying to understand what just happened. I'm like, wait a minute. Wow, they were deviating me like that. Not in a bad way, but I'm like, whoa. So what I'm doing now is what I call an interrupt. Because you guys see, when you go down that path, think about all what I've talked about over the last like 10 minutes. That's called them. They got their tendrils in. This one was for good. 9 out of 10 times, I'd say actually 99 out of 100 times, it's meant for bad. So we get completely consumed. There's like a new focus. They changed their focus purpose. They controlled it. So now they decide what we're focusing on, what our purpose for doing, and our purpose for walking. And when that happens, we can't deviate anymore. We can't think like, and then if anything bad happens related to the new focus purpose, just teleporting you guys back again. I went on that run outside, and now I'm doing it for the girl instead of to test the bracelet thing. If all of a sudden I do 3 laps and the girl's not there, I'm gonna get temporarily destroyed. I'm gonna be in a worse mood. Yet when I first set outside, I didn't even know that there was gonna be a girl out. You guys get how they do it. You guys see? Is it starting to make a little more sense? So if they deviate our focus purpose, then there's new problems that can happen related to the new focus purpose that weren't even things that mattered at first. Because I have these tools now, I'm like, well, what if like they fall or something like that? It's like now there's actual things that can go, like, you see, there's new things. I just want people to pay attention to that. So we get completely consumed and focused on something, for good or for bad. Most of us, because of all the excess that's in us and the repetition, the recency, just didn't do. So the only way that we ever can deviate and take a step back, like, wait a minute, what? Oh, wait, why was I hunting that girl right now? I'm like, oh, of course it's something that I want. Like, I am looking for my butterfly girl, but there's no rush. Why was I in a rush? Oh, yeah. Oh, they got me. They deviated. Got it. So most of us, to get to that where we're like, wait a minute, we need an interrupt. So that's what we're doing right here. I'm going to grab, and anything works, but it has to temporarily change your focus. That's really what it is. So for myself, I'm going to grab the orange. Oh, wow, I changed the weight of the measuring cup. Like now you can feel it. There's a lot more weight on this side. I'm like, whoa, I have to keep it balanced now. Or else the dark star is going to fall. Think about, you guys see how much is actually happening here from just this small little thing. You guys see it completely changes my focus. I'm going to see if I can squeeze an orange juice into this measuring cup and then drink it like that, and then afterwards take a bite of my orange. You know what? I'm going to take a bite first, and then I'm going to do that. I'm going to see if I cannot spill a lot. All right, good enough. All right. Now we take a sip. Without making the star fall. All right. Now I'm going to have to like dry my hands. And you know what? Because there's a little bit of a stickiness in orange juice. I'm actually going to dunk my fingers into my water. Is that something I probably should always do? No, but I'm going to because I'm not afraid. I know why I'm doing it. My focus purpose is on this interrupt, and I think about how many things are getting interrupted right now. Just so people can see it, actually. I'm going to drink from it right after. Kids do it. What's wrong? Why can't we do it as an adult? I know why I did it. I know what my focus purpose was. I wanted to interrupt myself to break the hold that they had just created, to talk about a topic that I wasn't originally going to. But it allowed me to do all this. So you guys see, like, there's no, if someone's like, oh, you dunked your fingers into the water cup, oh, you have now a piece of food in your teeth. Do you guys get it? Those things can't destroy me anymore because I know why I did it. I know what my original focus purpose was, and I know that I was exploring and I was taking it slow, and I know how I got to that. I understand it all. But then also at the same time, when that presents, I'm going to be like, why would that present? Because think about it. You guys might have thought that, but you didn't say anything. Yet someone did. But even then, why did you guys think that? I'm saying something populates that thought into our head to say to someone else to plant the dark seed. Why does it, like, now that you guys, think about it, guys, if now you understand why I dunked my fingers in there, I'm not going to do it again for the rest of the stream. I might do it one more time just as a joke later, just to remind you guys. But I'm like, I washed my hands before. I did these experiments. Like, what was really the problem? It helped me get rid of the sticky feeling that could maybe make my stream perform worse. It actually got me to drink more water. It interrupted me. It has helping me explain a topic to heal and guide. What was the problem with it, guys? So why would that populate into your head so you shit talk me? Do you guys understand how they do it? That's how they create the dark seeds. You see, like, when we start understanding how it all happens, when we start understanding all their attacks and their methods on how they do so, well, then it doesn't work again. Because now, if someone walks by and is like, can you imagine, like, the girl I'm dating, like, I think I'm going to break up with her. Like, I'm walking out, I'm going on another run outside. And the moment I do so, someone walks by loudly talking and I'm like, yeah, I'm going to break up with my girl because she dunks her fingers into her water mug. Some of you, if you got consumed by it preemptively, would be like, oh my gosh. People know. I'm like, wow, people think that's a bad thing. I just did that. Oh no. Now you're like, wow, yeah, you guys are trying to remind me of that, trying to make me think that that's a bad thing. I know exactly what you guys are trying to do. So you know what? I'm already preemptively making it a positive. I'm adding light seeds there. I made an intentional mistake. I did something that I normally wouldn't even do regardless because I'm like, it's not necessary. I could have just gone to the sink and you guys get it? It's unneeded. It's unnecessary. But I can do so if I want to because I know why. But I made an intentional mistake. Now that that's done, I'm calm. I can take it slow. There's no rush. There's no problem. I'm like, guys, anything that comes from this now is only going to be good because, hey, I just literally dunked my fingers into the mug that I'm drinking water from. Do you guys get it? That now I'm starting to create positive associations there for myself. So if at any point it gets reminded now, it could even be as simple as I see an ad of a kid, a baby, dunking ham into their orange juice or something. And I'm like, they know. It's kind of like what I do when I stream. Dunking my fingers into my water mug. Do you guys see now I'm even attaching it to my stream, to healing, to guiding, to focus purpose, to this defeating darkness, to learning how to never get destroyed again? Do you guys see how that's done? But most of us can't even get to that. We can't even think about that because we have so much floating in our heads that I can't even start to think about doing that. So, that's what I call, guys, the DESTRUCTO cycle. The Barthandelus effect. And we're going to get into that. I'm going to follow it. I'm going to follow this actually because if you explain something one way and then you explain it another way afterwards, you can start piecing together the puzzle. So what is the destructo cycle? The destructo cycle is how they destroy us in everything, from small things to major things. And I'm saying that once you guys understand it and you see the whole thing and you can piece together every single play when it happens, like I told you guys earlier, like an enemy has 5 attacks. You can understand, oh my, right now they're doing C, right now they're doing A, right now they're doing D, right now they're doing E, right now they're doing F. Oh, a battle load flew by. A talking coffee mug appeared. If you guys know what to do when that situation happens, well, then you're calm. It doesn't mean that you enjoy it. It doesn't mean that it's easy, but it can't destroy you anymore. Because then even if you make, let's just say you didn't respond the way you know you can or could or should, you don't beat yourself up over it because you understand it already. You're like, I'm like, yeah, we should have not have done that. It's okay though. It's not a problem. Just something to keep practicing. You guys get it? Like there's no, and then if anything happens that tries to reinforce that mistake or something, you're like, what you're gonna notice is like it stays stuck. The recency's there, right? Like it now pops up, so now you care a little bit more. You're paying a little more attention. That's fine, but now you realize that like it wasn't a mistake. I'm like, it's not really a big problem. I didn't also maybe know that that attack existed there. I'll pay a little bit more attention. It's not a bad thing. Cool. I learned something new. You guys see, like normally most of us would get instead destroyed when something happens. Like if someone I'm like, hey, you forgot something or you didn't do something. I'm like, oh, I didn't even know I had to. That's cool. Now I know. Wait, what? Why aren't you getting like sad or mad about this? I'm like, now I know. And then 5 minutes later, someone pops back like, I know you forgot that. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. I learned something new. Wait, what? Because you see, like they had set up already the reinforcement. But if you guys don't recognize that was what's going to happen, they try to like deviate your focus purpose to like, oh, that you forgot something. And then they had to plan the reinforcement related to that. So then you could connect both of them. Do you guys see? But if you know that, I'm like, oh yeah, they are like, quote unquote, a mistake happened, something bad happened, and I got like overtly suggested that like I made a mistake or something. You know, guys, I promise you, this is one of the things you guys are gonna learn. You know that 100% there's going to be a reinforcement event that happens because now they got your focus. They changed your focus purpose. If they change your focus purpose, then it means that you know that they're going to create reinforcement there. Just so people are aware, 100%. There's no deviation here. I promise all of you. So, level 1 is what I'm talking about right now. Is how of the destructo cycle, of how they destroy us. They create bad to season us. They create bad to annoy us, which I say is weakening our shield. And they create bad to corrupt us. That's level 1. So that example that I gave you guys is a very easy example of they seasoned us, right? I'm like, hey, you forgot something. Now, they created the reinforcement to annoy us. Like, oh, hey, you didn't do so. And then 3 is then they create, there's now another experience. Think of it like something more challenging. Something that actually is challenging that you have to overcome that's maybe related to what you had originally forgot. So remember now, because of the recency and because of what happened, you're hyper-focused on it. Now they created your focus on it, so now you see that. Do you guys get it? You now pay attention to that thing. So just to give you guys an example, I'm going to use just a video game for myself. Like, let's say someone tells you, hey, you didn't dispel something. Dispel is as soon you didn't cure a negative effect. I'm a healer, right? So that's who I am, right? I'm a guide, I'm a healer. That's my skill set in games and in real life. And someone says, hey, you didn't do this. And I'm like, okay. I didn't know that happened there. Normally I'm always paying attention to that, but there's a lot of things going on, and I was using this as to start my healing and guide path, but I saw I wasn't focused on that, but that's okay. And plus, I was focusing more on trying to heal. You see, like, I know exactly what I was doing, right? I was trying to focus more on how to heal, and I was creating healing challenges for myself because I knew that today I'm going to stream and guide. So I was using it as a way to set myself up to be more healy and more guidey and create more healing challenges. But then I'm like, oh wait, this dungeon or this challenge I'm doing is actually challenging. I can't do all my challenges because I'm already doing it with less. So I'm gonna have to use more stuff. And when someone said that, I'm like, oh, I didn't even know, but that's cool. Now I know. Because you see, like, I was focused on creating a more challenging experience for myself on how to heal. That was my focus. That means I was gonna make it even more challenging than the original challenge. Yet someone complained to me that I forgot something that really didn't matter, just so you guys know, at all. It was a super minor effect. Think of it like this, guys. I'm going to take a bite of this dark star. This Lebkuchen. That's actually what it is. A German pastry. Okay? You guys see that? I took a bite of this corner. Someone's going to be like, that's not a corner. Oh, wait. I guess you're kind of right. That's not the corner. What is that, guys? It doesn't matter. But you see, like, I'm like, hey, can I figure out how to eat this dark star or this Lebkuchen in 10 bites? How would I do that without making any crumbs fall? Oh. And also, and you see, like, I can keep adding more challenges. That's what I was trying to do. And then all of a sudden, because I'm trying to, like, figure out how to explain things in different ways, and then can I use that example to explain something? And all of a sudden someone says to me, hey, that's not a corner. I'm like, wait, what? All of a sudden I'm like, what? Like, it almost like it interrupts me. Remember, it's the orange, guys. It's the orange and the measuring spoon. That's what happens when they say that to you, because you're like, wait, what? Because it's actually an attack. You guys understand? They're attacking you. Not necessarily saying, hey, you suck, you didn't do that, but they're just like, it really is an attack because it's not your focus purpose and nothing really happened. I'm like, why does that matter? What you guys are going to notice, just so people are aware, just a little of advanced knowledge, is that you can tell anyone's inclination, if they're dark or light, if they try to make you focus on something meaningless. Like, if I'm like trying to focus on how to explain a complex topic and heal people and guide people and learn something new, and all of a sudden, like, I'm doing this and someone's like, that's not a corner. You know that person is dark, just so people are aware. 100%. Why? Because they're trying to get you off the path that you're on. I'm like, okay, it's not a corner. Cool, moving on. They're like, no, it's not a corner. Like, how can you, who thinks, that's what you guys are going to notice, is that they don't let you move on from it. And then if you're trying to deviate or move forward, they keep bringing you back to that because they're trying to get that to be your focus purpose, because usually it's attached to something from your past that hurt you or corrupted you in the past, and they're trying to restart a path and create reinforcement that way. Once you guys see it, you're like, holy shit, I'm telling you guys. The moment you start talking, because if you talk about complex topics and things that actually like make you think and make you figure out and make you try to piece things together, and you're always trying to move forward and explore and try new and learn new things, what you're going to notice is that all of a sudden there's other things that get presented to you that try to deviate that. And I'm saying once in a while, if, like I said, if they're trying to make you become more healing and more guiding, I'm like, is that a bad thing? I'm like, it wasn't my original focus. But I'm like, it's okay. Well, if I know what I'm trying to do, fine. But you see, they still haven't changed it. But normally it's to get you from what you were going to talk about, just so people are aware. So anyway, that example, okay? Most people can't do what I just did right now. I was getting, you can say I was getting lost, but I knew what I was doing. But most people then just continue and continue and continue and continue and continue. And all of a sudden I'm like, wait, what was I actually going to explain when I took a bite of this? What was I actually going to explain? What was I trying to get across, guys? People are like, I don't even know. I'm like, exactly. That's how they do it. That's how they do it to all of us. And I'm saying you guys have to catch it. And that's how they change your focus purpose. And then the moment that happens, we become vulnerable. Okay, so I'm saying I was using that to help you guys conceptualize, because I was doing this in a video game, right? I was creating my healing challenges. And then someone was trying to get me to focus on something that didn't actually matter. All it did was, they weren't going to lose. We weren't going to suffer anything. All it did was they were what we call a damage dealer, someone who makes the challenged experience happen be overcome a little faster. And it was on the part that's easy. Something that, hey, so we were going to complete that part in 12 seconds instead of 10 because I didn't do something that they said I forgot. Is that really that bad, guys? But now I learned. So now next time, but you can see even now next time I'm going to be like, oh yeah, these enemies use something that I have to cure, to get rid of, so that people don't get slowed down. So you see, the first they create the suggestion, they avert a suggestion. Then there's a reinforcement event that happens. Maybe, like I said, someone walks by and says, oh, you didn't do that again? Or someone else, you see, some kind of reinforcement event happens. But then a challenging thing presents itself, or something where you actually have to do that. And it's still in the back of your mind, right? Like, oh my gosh, I'm like, I need to spell. Or that same person who said that to you, hey, don't forget this. All of a sudden, the situation happens again with that person. Where you're like, oh my gosh, now they have something I need to spell quickly or else they're going to complain again. You just know it, right? You just know because they created that. Do you guys get it? If they never said anything, you wouldn't have even thought about it. Like, oh my gosh, if I don't do that right now, they're going to complain. So now you see like that. Now that's one of your focuses. I say we can have 3 focuses, but now that's one of ours. So every time in that video game, they call it the spell mechanic, something you can get rid of. But in the Lebkuchen example, the German pastry. See, now it's a Lebkuchen. There's no darkness anymore. I'm like, it's not a corner, guys. I'm like, oh yeah, you're right. So all of a sudden, I take another bite and I'm like, is that a corner? No. But I'm saying we need to get back to, I'm like, wait, what was I using this for? Oh, I need to explain it. When I was explaining, I didn't care about that. That thought even popped into my head, but then you guys get it. First, they use it to season. Then they use it to annoy us, to start breaking our shield. Because if we go into it protected, and we know our focus purpose. But then if they can deviate us, then we're vulnerable. And then if they reinforce it, they can corrupt us. And then, if they successfully corrupted us through it, just so you guys understand, if they successfully corrupted myself through like, hey, you forgot to dispel something that was completely meaningless, but we made it matter. Or hey, who describes eating a German Lebkuchen pastry, talking about the star points as corners? Who does that? I'm like, guys, you know what I meant. But if they successfully corrupted me, and actually like I got sad or affected by it, you guys understand? Then what they have done then is they created a permanent time machine. So at any point, guys, I'm going to stream it again in the next few days. I don't know when. It could be tomorrow, it could be 2 days from now, it could be a week from now. It doesn't matter. I'm going to grab another German pastry, a dark star. Some of you guys might have gotten corrupted. So when you see it, all of a sudden, oh my gosh, the corner thing. I'm like, yep. But this is a good one because I'm like, damn, I used German pastry to explain something, a complicated topic of how they actually destroy us, how they season us, how they annoy us, how they corrupt us. Do you guys understand now? When I have so many pauses to German pastry, everything Germany. Now I see that and I'm like, damn, I'm so good. I can literally use a German pastry. And an example when they were trying to poison me playing a video game. Or maybe they were trying to help me. Now I see it as good, but were they? Do you guys remember I said the light seed? I'm using it. I created something to make it a light seed, but was it meant for that? Who knows? I think they might have actually just been trying to make the experience not that good. But now I used a German pastry and the experience that I think was meant for bad as a good thing. I'm just like, damn, it's so good. So now whenever I see a German pastry, I'm just like, I am the ultimate healer. I'm so good at what I do. That's how they do it. That's level 1. So what I did there, guys, was the solution to level 1. Now we're creating good to create a positive path starter or positive reinforcement to help or to heal. And one that I didn't write down, but it's to get back our focus purpose. Do you guys see, like, I'm like, wait, what am I trying to do here? With today's example, I'm trying to have fun with it. I'm trying to explain all this knowledge on how to make sure I'm never destroyed again. But I'm like, I'm creating things for myself now to make sure that I'm never going to be destroyed again. While also, side benefit of teaching everyone complicated knowledge. But I'm like, I just created a new positive for myself. Even an extra positive. You guys see? So what I'm trying to get you guys to realize is that we start attaching so many of our shields and so many of our positives. We create our own positives. We create our own. And there's nothing that darkness can do to destroy us if you learn how to do this. They can do a lot of bad, and that's always real. But you guys see, like, it takes them more time to set up new bad than it takes for us to create good. They are reliant on external. They are reliant on external. They needed to create the overt events to happen to make me feel that way. Someone had to say those things to me. You guys understand? Someone had to present that to me. In a game I was playing, the situation had to happen. I just created a positive by eating a German pastry that conceptualized and explained it and made it a positive. Do you guys understand? I am not reliant on an external. I did use a tool. The German pastry, the Lebkuchen, was a tool. But it could have been anything. I could have used an orange. I could have used coffee. I could have used water. I could have used anything to do so. Yet there's people that are like, well, I don't have that external thing, or I don't have that thing. I don't have that thing. I can't do it. I can't. I'm saying, you guys see? To heal, you don't have to use the set external solution that they claim is the solution. You don't have to. That is the bait. That is what they want, because usually it's tied to a money cost. And then if you have to, I'm saying sometimes, we're going to stop there. That was the bait. But what I want you guys to realize is you can create so many positives for yourself through your own ways to create your own paths. I'm telling you, all. From now on, if I ever see a Lebkuchen, I'm just like, reminds me of Germany, reminds me of Westheim with my grandma, reminds me of all these things, Kaffeezeit, coffee time. It reminds me of, hey, sometimes it's good to give ourselves a little bit of a reward after we do a lot. Have fun. It could be an energy boost, and also I'm like, nah, I can use it as a way to explain complicated topics. I'm telling you guys, there is nothing that they can do. That's how you defeat level 1. Because what you guys are going to realize is that you can't ever prevent everything. We can block so much of the info. We can block the reminders. We can stop going to places that present the negatives to us, that can season us, or that can make us be annoyed or get corrupted again. Once you learn where they more likely are to be presented, well, you probably shouldn't go there anymore. You probably shouldn't do those things. It's real. By the way, guys, that's real. That's good. It's called the avoid, prevent, counter, and then interrupt method. It still works. This is one of my old way of explaining it, but it's still the same thing. Like, if I know that, hey, I'm more likely to spill water myself if I drink water. I'm like, through one mug, but not through another, maybe I should use the other one. I'm like, yeah, if spilling water on myself bothers me, it doesn't. But you guys see? You learn. Okay. So with that said, if now we understand, I'm like, wait, they present things to us, overt info, overt senses through externals to season us, to start making us talk about different things, to start deviating, to start changing our focus purpose. This is level 1 of the Destructo cycle. And if they can successfully destroy our shield, then they can corrupt us. And now they have a permanent reminder with the time machine. You guys understand? I've even now created a positive with the time machine. Because if I explained something through that analogy for all of us, including myself. So that means if at any point I'm like playing a game or reading a story or something and it has a time machine, like, when I explained it that way, do you guys understand? There is nothing that they can do, but what you're going to realize is if you overcome this, that they start trying to poison and corrupt the new things that we create. That's how you guys can start understanding it. Because really what this is we need to analyze it for ourselves. And once we see it, it makes sense and we understand how they do it. I'm like, how is it possible? How is it possible that the moment I created a new positive for myself related to like time machine or German pastries or stuff like that, that all of a sudden those things are getting attacked? Like I look at the German pastry and all of a sudden I get reminded, like, oh, hey, something good, but normally it's the opposite. I'm like, how is that possible? All of a sudden I go on Reddit and like there's a time machine picture in like an ad or a post, and like someone's like, anyone who uses time machines sucks, and you're like, what the fuck? Like, you guys get it? Like, I'm saying stuff like that. I'm using innocent examples so that people don't get consumed, but that's what happens. And all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute, that just became a positive for myself, and now that's getting attacked, and that they're seasoning us. They're trying to annoy us. They're trying to corrupt us. It's real, but you have to first see it. You have to identify it. You have to understand that that's how it happens. And they have to present things, and they have to reinforce things, and then they have to create a situation where a failure happens because of it. So they have a permanent place to teleport you to. Okay, so let's say you overcome that because you realize I need to start creating good, like what I just said. I already kind of explained level 2 as well, but we need to create our shields. We need to learn our positives. Like for myself, like drinking coffee, because I have so many positives from my youth. And when I was dating a girl, when I'm gonna get my new girl, we're gonna have coffee and stuff like that. And in Germany, the 2 p.m. Kaffeezeit and things of that nature. You see, like coffee has so many good. It's helped me. So I'm like, all right, I need to create situations where I have coffee. So what do I call this? This is level 2. Because once you understand how they do it, some of the negatives, and you understand it's wrong, the things that they got presented, it doesn't defeat you anymore, it doesn't corrupt you anymore, you're just like, that's wrong. What they do is they create excess. Because if I know that the German pastry, the Lebkuchen example, like if someone says that, hey, it's not a corner, if I know that doesn't matter, like it's irrelevant, like that won't destroy me anymore. Maybe it destroyed me at first, but then once I understand it and I healed it or I countered it or I figured it out and I pieced it together, it doesn't bother me anymore because I understand it. But you see, it's still not fun. If someone keeps mentioning that to me, I'm like, What you're gonna realize, guys, is that then, since it can't annoy you or corrupt you fully anymore through that, what they do is they make sure to present it everywhere, because they know that it can't fully poison you anymore if you understand it. But if I want to walk, there's 4 exits, guys. Okay, and every exit that I go to, there's someone eating a German pastry. Ah, that corner was delicious. Ah, that corner was delicious. Or maybe on one place there's like a chalk painting that says corner. In one place is a German pastry. One person, someone's like, corners. Like, do you guys get it? Like, there's some kind of like approximation or something that can get you from A to B to think about whatever the negative they want. And they do so, and they place something like that on every exit. And what you guys are going to realize is that everything out there is meant for each and every one of us, just so you guys understand, because each and every one of us has a different interpretation to each thing. Oranges. Some of you guys might have a negative to an orange. I hope not. Oranges are amazing, but if they did, they planned it for all of you. I'm saying, you guys, I use it for interrupts, I use it for all these things. So if on one of the exits, there's an orange slice just laying there. Do you guys get it? For you, if you walk that path, you see that, and it's a negative for you. Yet for me, it's a positive. You guys see, each one of us has all the things that are presented out there in our realities. Almost everything has already something attached to it. And they create all those variables and they have them ready, placed for all of us. And when we see them and experience them, we experience what they had installed in us. And for some it's good and for some it's bad. But that means that if you walk the path and the oranges are not good for you, do you guys get it? You're going to have a worse day if you walk that path. That's the path that I should have walked, not you. But how could we know if they put bad on every exit? And that's what they do, just so you guys are aware. There's some good, but if the moment you guys heal and understand level 1, which is the key, really, if most of you guys have never done that, so if you guys could do that and you know everything is wrong and that you were chosen for all the problems, now you can see the bad in every exit. It's not fun, but that's how they make us lose faith. I talked about that extensively in my last stream, but that's really what it is. And you just see it. You're like, oh my gosh, it's everywhere. This can't be possible. Because you guys just like, how is it possible that every exit there's bad? Every single one. And it's real, guys. It is. It's the sooner you accept it, you're like, it just is. Any path you guys walk from wherever your castle is, okay? If you go left, right, forward, or back, doesn't matter. I promise all of you, they set up bad. Remember what it means to you. Doesn't matter. Who cares what it means to anyone else? That's irrelevant. I'm saying that they set it up for what it means to you. Each and every one of us have that. Okay? It's real. The same thing that's great for myself is going to be bad for you, some of you. That's real. And if they can't destroy you through the excess bad, then they're going to be like, why is it that the other person is having good there, but you're not? That's also bait. You guys see, like, you start learning all those attacks. You're learning all their tactics. You learn all the things of how they do so. And once you see it, it just doesn't work on you anymore, guys, because then it's like, okay, it makes sense. Okay, guys? Okay, so if they put bad on every exit, what could we do to counter that? What could we do to counter that? Well, I talked about if we have our focus purpose set and we don't let it deviate, then we're good. I'm right, by the way. Try it out, guys. But what you're going to notice is that those bad things are meant to change our focus purpose. Because think about it like this, guys. Most of us pay attention to differences. Not to the level we should. Each and every one of you need to pay attention to differences a lot more. Just so you guys understand. A lot more. Because there are no coincidences in this world. None. And when you guys start doing that, that means that if you're going outside right now and you're walking one of 4 paths and you see there's everything that looks the same, but there's one orange slice on the ground. Okay? If you guys have been watching the stream for 2 hours and all of a sudden now you see this and I have this for the rest of the stream, you guys are like, whoa. That's the difference. You guys would pay attention to that. And that's what it is. You can ignore it. You can just keep moving forward, but it's meant to try to distract you and change your focus purpose, but also to remind you of something, good or bad. It's not always bad, but I'm saying usually they have on each exit something set up because they need excess bad to be presented because they know it's not going to destroy you. They know it's not going to poison you, but they need you to lose faith. So what we can do is we need to do the exact same thing, but for good. Remember the example that I showed you guys? I created new meaning for an orange. I created new meaning for the German pastry, the Lebkuchen. I created an interrupt example. You guys even see, like, this measuring spoon now has more positives for myself. If I see it now and I use it to sometimes pour coffee in, but I can use it for many things. Sometimes I use it for like a water interrupt, to drink water. You guys see, now when I see that, I'm like, oh yeah, when I explain, I use it as like a scale of balance to talk about things and use it as an interrupt. Do you guys get it? I could just literally place this somewhere. I could just place it right here, just for example, so you guys, I would literally just place something like this that you create a positive to. You can place an empty orange peel somewhere, yourself in your home. And every time you see it, it's a positive for you. Do you guys understand? Oh wait, what's that right there, guys? So then you imagine I couldn't even take this with me when I go outside. Or let's just say, just to make you guys, since you guys aren't there yet, but you want to feel more comfortable. So let's say you own a home or something, and you just put this measuring spoon in like the lawn or like right outside your door. It's outside. It's literally outside. And you just place it there. So that means every time you first go outside and you see it, you're like, oh, and there's the measuring spoon. Do you guys understand? Every time you see it, it's a positive. You can create new meaning to things. To anything. Like how I just did on the stream. This is why creating something is powerful, guys, because then you can attach new meaning to it, new power to it. That protects you. But what you're going to realize is, I promise you guys, just so you all understand, what they do is this measuring spoon is going to start getting attacked. I'm laughing about it because it's fucking hilarious. But it's real and it's sad. This measuring spoon is now going to get attacked by the people in my vicinity and through mental reminders over the next few days. People are like, what? I'm like, yes, they're literally going to try to poison and corrupt this now because now it's a positive for me. An even greater positive. Think about that, guys. They are going to use anyone around you in your vicinity or anything that can present overt info to you to try to poison this to prevent it from being something that protects you. So like, what did I say? You could literally carry it with you, or you can place it somewhere outside on a path that you walk, and every time you see it, you're like, positive. Because the counter to what they do, excess bad on every exit, is to create excess good on every path that you walk. But how can you actually do that if you can't control everything? Or if we can't always decide what's presented. We have to create our own meaning. So you guys understand? I literally can see colors, and I've attached it to good things. You can do this for colors. You can do this for smells. You can do this for objects, for trees, for pictures, for talismans, because most of you are reliant on the events that happen to create good or bad. So if I got a new girlfriend the day I was wearing this outfit, this blue shepherd coat, my shepherd talisman, and my gray sweater. That was the day I got the girl, and now we're gonna have a kid. We're gonna have a pet. And I'm like, oh, she's very, very sexy, beautiful, and she's kind. She's understanding, and I could keep going. She brings a coffee. And she likes to do intros with this measuring spoon. Wow, dream girl. This is awesome. You see, like right now, guys, I lost my train of thought because I interrupted myself with all those positives. Do you guys see, like, it doesn't matter what they were bombarding me with, good or bad, because now I see those things. It temporarily teleports me to another world. I created my own positive path. Access good, but it was self-created. So what if, like, this mug, it's a reminder for a girl, and I can attach it to like maybe a video of her holding a mug that looks like this, and where she brings me coffee. Maybe she likes dancing. So anytime I hear like Spanish music, I think of like her dancing. Maybe she likes wearing a red outfit. So maybe every single time that I see the color red in anything, it makes me think of her. One of the things. So do you guys understand that I could go outside right now? I could carry this mug with me. And maybe I'm in a community that that has a Hispanic community. And they play, some people just randomly play like Spanish songs. Do you guys understand that if I create that association myself, that positive, and I attach the girl shield to it, at any time someone plays a Spanish song, I'm like, oh, my girl dancing when she cooks. Ooh. Wow. I can picture her now. Oh my God. And you see, she doesn't even have to wear like a super revealing outfit. I'm like, damn, she makes comfort look good. And then I go outside and there's like literally just random, like maybe someone walks by having a red notebook in their hand. I'm like, my girl, in a red outfit. Do you guys see, like, people are like, you would think that most of you are reliant on a girl walking by with a red outfit, be like, oh, my girl with a red outfit. I'm saying you guys can get to a point where literally someone holding a notebook that's just red, you can use that red as a jump to light speed, to create your own meaning, not reliant on any external, that teleports you to one of your shields, the girl. And there's nothing they can do about that. But what you guys are going to realize then, which is fucking hilarious, this is where you need a little bit of darkness, is that they're going to try to poison the notebook. You're like, that's not possible. And the moment you catch that, then you understand how they do it. Anything that you use as a positive, anything, they're going to try to attach poison to and corrupt. Anything. So that's how they destroy us. And you guys don't catch it. So when you don't catch it, you guys walk into it. You see, when we attach our own shields to it, an orange peel is an extreme positive for myself right now. It doesn't matter anymore what happens because now we're not reliant on some external thing. So someone's like, well, that's not the best way to stream or to set up your stream background if you do these kind of talks. You shouldn't have zero like things that we consider as bad. Orange peel, are you kidding me? I'm like, no, it doesn't matter. You guys see, like, I'm not enslaved to what others say anymore, or if they deem it as good or bad, because I'm like, they have their own meaning to it. I'm sorry if it's a bad for you, then you're not gonna have a good time. But maybe you learn how to change your focus, and you guys aren't gonna be focused on the orange peel, and instead you're gonna be focused on other things. Maybe you guys learn, hey, I don't need to see the whole thing, because by the way, guys, we get enslaved to believe that we have to experience the whole thing, the whole frame. Maybe for some of you guys, this shepherd talisman is not a good thing because it has a lion on it. And it reminds you of like a Jesus figure or something, or Moses. And maybe that's bad for you. So instead, you guys then just focus on the phoenix. Like, you guys don't even see anything. You don't even look at me at all. You just, the entire time I'm talking, you're just focusing on the phoenix. You guys get it? Like, you can actually get the positive of this experience without having to worry about my talisman. Yet all of us are baited. This is by darkness, by the way, that we have to be able to consume everything. And I'm saying that's the bait, because they have poison everywhere, guys. So if they bait you into thinking you have to be able to consume everything, but I'm like, if you learn that one thing is poison for you, like if you guys learn that the orange peel is poison for you, then don't look over there. You guys get it? Then you focus more on the lion. Maybe the lion's a great pause for you. And there's nothing wrong with that. People are like, wait, is that really okay? I'm like, that's actually what you should do. Yet, the one thing, though, you have to be able to is you have to understand how the orange became bad and how they did it, and then so that then it doesn't control you anymore. But then you still avoid it. You still prevent it. You still try to stay away from it. You don't welcome it unnecessarily. But because then you can fight back when you need to. But you guys see, at the same time, you're like, nah, I'm just hyper focused on the girl. That's my focus purpose, all right? I don't have any girl pictures back there, but imagine if I did. Maybe I should have. I'm going to put it right there. I'll post it. I'm going to print it out, right? Do you guys see? Then there's no rush. There's no reliance on what the experts say. You don't care about getting it right. You attach your own positives to everything. You're protected. Level 2 now is defeated because you've created excess good everywhere. And it's as simple as pieces of paper, guys, that you can write little reminders on. Just for yourself. Because I'm telling you guys, it's easy when we're focused on it. But as we're going throughout our day, there's always something that's trying to deviate our focus purpose. Always. It's not easy. If it were, well, then there would be zero problems in this entire world. That's what we're trying to get to. So having reminders set up for you guys, and how you set things up matters. But I'm telling you guys, like, pieces of paper that have just some written reminders on them is enough. Is sufficient. I could literally write orange peel and German pastry, Lebkuchen, Dark Star. Do you guys get it? You write that on a piece of paper and you see it and you're like, oh, it teleports you there. You guys need to create stuff like that all around you. People are like, I don't need that. I'm like, you do. Until you can do so on demand. Self-created. So like if right now, let's say, think of it, you guys are like, you can type in like this stream chat, okay? And I present to you guys corner. Remember we said that was the one I was using as an example if it's bad. Boom. But it's actually a good thing. It's a great example right now, right? And you're like, oh, hot Latina girl dancing, serving me coffee. People are like, wait, what? How did you get from that? You guys see, like, you can just self-create from nothing. You can create, maybe, actually, all that happened was I said corner, but at the same time, I'm like, hey, look, there's a corner over here. And there's just like a little cracked coffee mug piece. And that like missing, it like maybe looks like a heart. You guys see that? And you're like, heart, ooh, girl. And ooh, coffee. And then, oh, hot Latina girl dancing, serving us coffee. Yeah. And red. Oh. And you see, like, then you can just keep jumping and keep going. You keep going. You create your own positive path. Boom. And you're like, oh, man. Boots. You guys see, and then you broke the hole that they did, and now you create almost like your own. But then you can just go, and you're back to where you need to be. But you guys see, like, it protects you because it makes you feel better. We all need to get to that. So if you guys rewatch and re-listen to that whole segment since I've started talking about the Destructo cycle, level 1 and level 2, there's a lot of advanced knowledge in there. It's a lot. I could keep going on that segment forever, by the way, but that was enough for now. I've talked about all those stuff in depth in my other videos and streams, and even all my LinkedIn posts. It's how I got to all this. You guys, the reason why I can talk about it the way I do is because I've just extensively been learning it over and over again, trying to figure it out. And now it's just a part of me. But I got there because now I understand it. But I didn't get there immediately, guys. It's a progress journey. Each and every one of us needs to do that. But you guys are going to get there. First, you have to overcome all those things. And once you do and you learn all these tactics, then you can, and you understand how you get to understanding. Understanding is actually the real answer. I always thought it was healing. I always thought it was the tactics. I always thought it was all these things. And I'm saying all those things are extremely helpful. And anything that helps us fight back against the things that are trying to corrupt us and make us plant the next dark seed that can hurt or change someone's story, anytime we resist that and break that, and we continue the cycle of destruction, we completely change the timeline for good, for better, because we're not doing the set story that was planned by the darkness. It's immense, the impact. A lot of you guys are like, how can I fight back against things that are evil or darkness or the system or whatever you guys want to call it? Some of you guys know it as the demiurge or things of that nature. It doesn't matter. Those things are irrelevant. But I'm saying, you want to really fight back, you have to heal. You have to learn all this, the destruction cycle. You have to actually live it, analyze it once to understand everything. And then never do it again. Never go back into the time machine. And then anytime you see it, you know, oh, they're trying to deviate my focus purpose. They're trying to do that. And then you know how to create your own shields and create your own paths. And you now understand everything. Because once you are only planting light seeds, you change the game completely. Even if nothing major is happening in your reality, at any point if you do interact with anyone, you're only planting light seeds. It changes everything. We all need to get to that. Each and every single one of us. That is how we win. It's not easy though. Do you guys understand? Because something is permanently, every single second of the day, trying to get all of us back to the darkness so that we plant dark seeds for other people. So when we get to understanding, they don't have a lot of options left in their playbook because, well, when you see it all, it can get overwhelming. But you learn how to protect yourself from losing faith by creating your own positives, by putting excess good everywhere, and just understanding how they do it all. So then you see it all. So even then you're like, they're trying to make me lose faith, but I got this. So let's say now you don't lose faith anymore because you're like, wow, something's always trying to attack me. That sucks. This world's horrible. And you don't. You're like, you know what? This world isn't the world I believe in, but there is good. And if I do the right things and I get my focus correct for me, that I have faith. I'm protected. That things are good, regardless of what my reality is. So the benefit of that is just I'm planting light seeds. That's it. Do I wish my reality was different? Heck yeah. But just making sure that I'm planting light seeds instead of dark seeds is the game. What I've come to realize, guys, is level 3. This one is going to be difficult if you haven't got there yet. So I'm just giving you guys the heads up because when it happens to all of you, you're not going to get it. You're not going to understand. I'm telling you guys, it's not easy to figure this one out. Normally, I wouldn't want to give people the answer up front, but I want to because there's no reason not to. Once you understand everything and you see it all, what ends up happening is they go back to what we first defeat. Because level 1, remember what I said, how they get you corrupted is they presented all those bad stuff and then they got you to analyze the past. So we defeat that analysis of the past. We're like, yeah, it's irrelevant. So then we don't really we don't really think about analysis anymore. So they don't really use analysis as much anymore because they're like, they caught on. So their tactics change. So then if you guys get it, like if you're not experiencing something anymore, like if you think about it, like you guys never see the orange anymore. Like you haven't seen it for years, and then all of a sudden the orange shows up again. You're like, wait, what? So think of it like that, guys, okay? So what I realize is that once you understand, they bait our understanding to make us analyze it. Because normally, this is the key. Normally, they make us analyze the past bad. Normally, they make us analyze the past bad. And that one's that one's an easy one to say, right? Never analyze the past bad after the first time you do it, just to understand everything. Once you understand how they do it, all their tactics, all their attacks, never do it again. There's zero benefit to it. None. There's none. People are like, okay, yeah, I get that. That's easy. Oh, a reminder of the past, don't analyze. You guys see, like, it's really easy. Think of it like if like you're trying to play a game for the first time, you're trying to cook for the first time. I'm like, Never put it like the heat on the stove or the microwave above level 7, ever. Oh, keep it around 4 or 5, or something like that. You guys are like, oh, easy, right? Like it's almost like a hierarchy system. If A presents, then do B. It's easy. Like that's how we all wish the world was. Because if it was like that, we could all easily follow that. A priority system, that's what it is. It's easy. But what happens if it doesn't follow that anymore? So what I realized is that they change it to the analysis becomes they try to make us analyze the things that help us, or the things that we're figuring out, or the things that we're understanding. So they're like, hey, why would you use a Lebkuchen, a German pastry, and an orange to decipher these lessons? Did you realize that it's because the orange has vitamin C in it? Did you know that vitamin C is something that we created? Like, is vitamin C even real? Like all of a sudden these like thoughts start populating into your head. And you're like, whoa, like what is happening? Like I'm telling you guys, it's gonna actually blow your mind. Because think of it like some of you guys, I'm gonna use actually, you see, like when it gets more complex, sometimes the best way is actually to simplify it. It's like we always are like countering them. So it's like they're trying to get you to go so complex, and you're like, you know what? Oranges are just tasty, and they're good. I remember when I used to drink orange juice as a kid with ham. It's awesome. They're like, no, you're supposed to analyze this. Why would you use it? And I'm like, nah. Think of it just one for myself that I had to defeat. They're like, why do you like girls like with the boobs and her butt and her legs and bikinis and a dress? And but it actually turns out that, yeah, that Bond girl, we don't even need a bikini, right? It just has to make it. You see, like, but they're like, oh, why do you like that one more than that one? Like, that is how they do it. Once you understand it all, guys, and you see it all of a sudden you realize like they're trying to make you like analyze and like take the fun out of something. Is really how I'm gonna phrase it. They try to make you like take the fun out of something. They're like, these women are just absolutely sexy, beautiful, and I just love how everything about it now. Like I just enjoy it. I understand it. It's a fun experience. It's great, and I can't wait to have another girl. That's it. That's all there is to it. Can't wait to have sex with her, have kids, pets, hold her hand, cuddle a lot. I love it. Make her food, cook with her, see her dance, everything. I'm just, yeah. But then all of a sudden they're going to be like, well, why? Well, why? Well, why? Well, why? Well, why that? Well, why that? Well, why that? Well, why that? Well, and you're like, you're like, I didn't get it at first, guys, because then all of a sudden, like, you're like, let's say, like, you're even just like browsing girl pictures or something, or anything. And you just are like, why are they trying to, because they're trying to take the enjoyment out of what I call your shields. That's really what it is. And some analysis is not bad to but then you realize like, no, it doesn't actually matter. Like, so think of it like our shields, because I always say there's good things to figure out there, right? We always should be figuring out and learning new, but for some of our shields, sometimes it's good to just keep them simple. You see, like I spend so much time figuring out these complex topics and these analyses, but like I don't do that at all with girls. I'm just like, I enjoy looking at beautiful girls. I can't wait to have great conversations with her. I want to learn everything about her. I want to treat her amazingly. I want to experience all life with her. But I don't need to figure out all these complex. I would never figure out all these complex stuff about her like this. Like, I want to learn everything about her, but you guys get it? Like, I would never take it to this level. Because then they try to get you to think like, well, the only reason why water exists is because, well, they added a leaf into a sun, into a star, into a phoenix, into a lion, and that is why water exists. So then you're like, do I really need to know? Like, okay, let's use the example for water. I did that for myself, just so you guys know. It was a little bit of a risk, but I wanted to put that in there so that I never do it again, and I'm never going to. I've already defeated it, just so you guys know. It was a reinforcement for myself. I now just enjoy the simplicity and amazingness of the girl path for myself. But think about it for you guys, for an equivalent, is that once you understand all this and figure all this out, they're going to be like, well, why do you guys drink water? Well, what is water made of? Like, why do you enjoy one water more than another? I'm like, it just doesn't matter. And that's not because once you guys understand everything, you guys get it, your brain functions differently. You see things differently, you explore differently, you're willing to try. But I'm like, you have to do it for the right things. And then you realize they start to try to destroy everything by making you hyper-focused. And there's still some benefits to learning something, guys, but you're going to have to one by one start destroying it and almost like regrounding yourself. It's not easy. Because now when you see everything, you're like, oh my gosh. I'm like, that's how they do it. That's how they do it. That's how they do it. So you have to like take a step forward and learn it. But then you have to then say, you know what? That's one area where I'm always going to revert back to just how I used to be in my past. But now I'm completely different. Now I'm fully ready to enjoy it to the level I've never enjoyed it before. Water, mineral water. You guys see, like, it changes things. It's not easy. It's the analysis bait for the things that, because analysis and figuring things out is the answer, right? It makes us think. It makes us move on to a new world. But you guys gotta catch this. So, if we're slow, I'm just gonna throw it out here because I'm gonna mention it again when we get to the 4-hour mark. But I gave myself permission today to go past 4 hours. Normally I wouldn't, but I did that intentionally. One, because if you're watching this on LinkedIn, check out my YouTube channel, Star Diplomat. That's where you can see all my other streams, all my other videos. But normally I try to live in the 4 hours, and normally I usually will again. But this was good because the whole point of today was taking it slow. So if I gave myself a limit today, wouldn't that defeat the whole purpose? So how do we defeat level 3? Is by taking it slow. Think about it like this, guys. Because if I take things slowly, at any point, I can change my focus purpose. Because at any point, I can see when they deviated it. But if right now I'm like, well, I have so much more that I want to talk about that I really should talk about because it's great knowledge. I'm on a great path today. And I can't. Because I only have 26 minutes left. Well, you see, like now one of my focus purposes is time. My second one is need. I need to cover all those things. I have 25 minutes to do so. That means that I only have one left. My creation is never going to be the same anymore. Once I gave myself permission to go past 4 hours today, and I normally won't, just so you guys understand, because I've realized that it's usually not necessary. I can cover everything that I need to in that time frame. I can also make sure that they don't start me on paths that way. But this is good. This is really good to do so. And it was fun to do so once in a while. Just to show that I still can. I shouldn't, though. It takes up a lot of energy. But you see, like, when I'm slow, I'm like, oh, it's like, think of it like time slows down, guys, okay? Something's approaching from that spot right there. Wait, something's approaching from that spot right there. Oh, that one's good. That one's not so good. Oh, let's go that way. But if I'm like, I have to just keep going. I'm like, oh, I don't know, left, right, I'm running out. Let's go left. And you see, like, we walk into bad because we're in a rush. We're reliant. They deviate our focus. But when we are like, I got time. If I was creating exclusively for the LinkedIn crowd that never leave that website, and if the moment the 4 hour stream ends, they're gonna be like, well, whatever, I'm not gonna get any info that comes after. I'm like, shit, well, I have to make sure I get all the other stuff that I want in there in the 4 hours for them. Do you guys see? That means that I'm creating for them. They can do that. I'm like, I hope it gets them to check out the rest. If it doesn't, oh well, they're lost. They're going to miss out on some really fun topics that I'm going to have a lot of fun with. I saved a lot of the fun ones for later. That's an interesting one. I might have to analyze that for myself at a later point. Be like, well, could that be beneficial to do, to save some good, easier things for the end and the middle, so that after I overcome the more challenging ones that are a little more dark, and also there are more openings for consumption, can I then save the ones that I know are super shielded for later? Yeah. But you see, when we're slow, we can change our own focus purpose at any point back. We don't let them decide for us anymore. Doesn't mean that sometimes we don't deviate, but we can always get back on track. I call it appreciation. It's really weird, guys, because things that even you can explore, even areas that you not that are poison, but because those you should always just avoid. I'm telling you guys, once you learn them, once you understand the destructo cycle, you just avoid your poison. But I'm like, well, normally, like for example, myself in a video game, like normally I like to do those challenges that I can heal people in. But there's some other parts that are fun, but are just, they don't have as much. They don't make me think as much. They don't make me explore as much. But I'm like, there's some cool stuff there. But when I'm doing that, I'm like, well, maybe I don't have to always focus on the overt. I'm like, maybe like I'm just exploring. I'm like, whoa, like think of it. I'm going to use a video game, but I'm like, all of a sudden, like I'm doing a quest, a side adventure that has a story about a water wheel in Gridania, a forest town, and how the forest town was created, the history of it. Like it started from like this lady that came there that took in a dad and his daughter, and they were first like ostracized, and then they figured out how to become part of the community by just, they were a good crafter, and they were creating wood stuff, and they were like, hey, we believe we can create a water wheel here, and that became their thing, and they actually, that's how the town grew and blossomed. And you're like, whoa. So then now, like every time I'm like just running around that forest town, and I see the water, I'm like, wow, that's cool. And now you're like paying attention to the water wheel design. I'm like, whoa, the designers actually like really put a lot of effort into that water wheel. Like, look at that, the water animations. Like, oh wow, the wood even has like different like symbols on it, and you guys see like you slow down and you can actually appreciate things. Even though on a normal day when I'm running through the town, I'm like, well, I'm trying to heal the next challenge. But I'm like, even now when I run there, I'm like, I appreciate more things. I see that. I'm like, oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. Doesn't mean I always have to do it, but since there's no need, there's no time rush anymore, there's no reliance on external. You guys see, like, it's just, everything becomes brighter and lighter. And then the moment you're like, get it. It's like how you guys say swat flies. Don't swat flies. There's more to them. Protect them. Befriend them. You see, now you guys are even like willing to befriend like flies, because you can appreciate them. For all you guys who are like, I can't appreciate like these things like things that I consider pests or like ants or whatever, like you get to appreciate even mosquitoes, because you just see like the design, you appreciate it, you're slow, you're exploring. You're like, I would prefer if you guys don't bite me though. Or if you do, can you bite me like right now, like right here, someplace that I don't get as much itch? You guys see, like, everything changes because there's just light seeds. I'm telling you guys, there were times in my past where, be careful though, right? See, I didn't appreciate, like I learned how to play some games and I just rushed. I didn't understand how that happened. And now I do. Now I just explore and I appreciate. You guys are going to get there. It changes everything. Because you can, anything you experience with anyone else or anything, or you see anyone, if they're just rushing or if like they're trying to get to the end, you know they're corrupted. You know they're not healed. You know they don't understand the cycle of destruction, the destructo cycle. They're on it, and they're part of it. Each and every one of them. I'm telling you guys. Because then you don't analyze anymore, and you just are like, you just see the water wheel, and you're like, whoa, that's cool. That's awesome. That's such a cool design. They're like, oh, you're not going to analyze why they did that or how they did that? I'm like, you can ask the question, like, I wonder why they decided to actually spend some time And you can ask like, I wonder why they didn't make that part of like the main story quest to give more flavor to that city. Oh, could they be worried that people would get bored and not care about that? I'm like, they should. It's awesome. Maybe more people would start appreciating it if it became normal and the developers and designers weren't worried about concealing the flavor and the things that matter to them as a designer, because they're worried that the consumer is not going to enjoy it or wants to skip it. You see, like, you can ask that, but you don't have to spend a lot of time there. You don't have to get lost there, because it's like, well, you're never going to get the answer unless you ask the designer directly. So it's like, but you see, like, you can use it as a figure out. You can use it as a focus purpose to learn something, but there's no analysis anymore. That's actually what it is. It's not analysis. It becomes figuring out. It becomes experimenting. It becomes creating our own limits. When we're not analyzing something more, and we're just always trying to figure something out, I'm like, could I use this as a mental interrupt and to explain something? Could I use a measuring spoon for 3 different things to make my stream a little bit more challenging, to keep my focus where I need it to be? Use this as an interrupt to drink water, but also then now attach a positive to it. Yeah, wow. You see, like, I get to decide now. I'm experimenting. I'm figuring things out. I'm creating my own limits. And all that is a response to learning that they try to destroy our positives through analysis. But then you realize the answer actually is to just slow down. Once we just slow down, we win. It's so weird, guys, because I think all of us at some point in our life, if not still actively, if you're listening to this, it's probably not the case for you anymore, but you haven't taken it to the next level, are always in a rush to try to achieve something, to try to accomplish something, usually something external, because we know it's going to help us. And it is, but we also got presented to us. So we're skipping steps, or we're trying to rush, or it's usually like to fulfill some kind of need, some lack. But then before we know it, we get lost. And I'm like, why are we just rushing? Why? Like, we can't appreciate things anymore. We don't explore. We don't try. We don't try to evolve. We don't try to figure things out. And it's weird. It's really how I'm going to put it, guys. And it's intentional, because if we're always rushing, it can easily destroy us. I used to think going slow was bad, because I got baited to care about the external rankings and all that stuff like that, guys. And I'm saying that I now believe doing things that what most of you guys consider a waste of time is actually the best things that we can do. Not always, by the way, guys, right? There's balance. But you understand, like, hey, it's good to just explore and get lost and take it slow. And, like, I'm telling you guys, if I had the girl right now, and we're going to try for a kid and build a family, but I want to explore the whole world with her and whatever pet we get, or pets. Everything. Everything. Like, we're really just going to walk to, like, this random area in this neighborhood right now? I'm like, yeah, I don't even know what's over there, but let's just check. Really? I'm like, yeah, let's just go over there. And then we go over and there's really nothing. I'm like, oh, well, no, look, there's like some drawings here or something, or on the wall or whatever. I'm like, this is cool. What is this? I have no idea. And you see, like, there's nothing really significant that came from that. But we slowed down. I'm like, hey, do you remember when you explored that, like, random area and that community, and we just found these random paintings back there? I'm like, yeah, it was really interesting. But we see, we're just taking it slow. We're just appreciating and exploring everything. Yet before, I would be like, I'm telling you guys, I used to be, and it's because I knew how to treat the girl, right? I'm not saying that to brag, I'm just being real. I'm like, why? I can create incredible experiences for her. But I'm like, why not take it slow? And just, this is in every game. When I created my TG guild organization, World of Warcraft, like, or when I played any video game, or like, once you know how to experience something, guys, I'm telling you guys, it's not easy to take it slow anymore. But then I'm like, wait, it's okay. There's no rush. Now I get to try everything. Now I get to see everything. It's fun. I get to create new setups and see what happens. I mean, you don't always have to. They're like, aren't you worried about maximizing time? Like, we only have one life. I'm like, well, do we? Are we sure about that, guys? Who knows? I don't know. Since we can't know, there's no point in wasting time figuring that out. But everything else, I'm like, I'm telling you guys, I'm like, imagine I just had like a couch and it's outside and there's some sun and we literally set up a couch outside. They just time machined me. It's okay though. But I just want people to understand that you're just laying there and now it's spent all day out there with the girl. Why not? People are like, you're not going to do anything else? No, just listen to music. We're just going to cuddle the whole day. Maybe we just talk. Maybe just listen to her. We don't need to do anything. For some of you guys are like, yeah, that sounds horrible. Boring. What are you accomplishing? You guys see, I'm saying that's life, that's living, that's paradise. You guys see how it all changes, because then you can never get destroyed anymore. Because what's going to happen then to tie it all together? Now, whenever we see, like, let's say like a couch or like a lounger or something like that, I can be like, hey, do you remember when we did that? Hey, remember when we just laid there for like 10 hours and did nothing? I'm like, oh, yeah, I can't believe we did that. I'm like, no, it's awesome. You see, like, we created our own positive shield. And that is the key, guys, because then you attach her to everything. Anyway, I'll stop there. But I just want people to understand, you guys see? It changes everything once you go slow. It changes everything. What do you guys think? That's the cycle of destruction, the Destructo cycle. Level 1 to 3. Once you guys see it and understand it and explore it, but you have to explore it, guys. You have to. Because until you see how they did it, how did you guys have like some seeds of how they do it? When you start exploring, you time machine yourself. And then you're like, wait, that's how they did it, that's how they did it, that's how they did it. But I was already doing some good things, like, and then you analyze it and you're gonna get consumed. But then after that, you never have to do it again. And if you like you guys saw it, I caught that they were trying to time machine me. You catch it immediately, you interrupt it, and then you change. And so it never can work again. That's really the key. What I want everyone to understand is that Destructo, the Destructo cycle, only works once. Because once you know how they do it, and it happens, you'll never allow it again. But that's also the problem. Because if you now know, if all our focus is on prevention, You guys get it? You don't live anymore. It's dangerous. But I want to conceptualize this through a fun story. One of my shields, because this is what you guys are going to practice doing. I call it the Barthandelus effect. So Barthandelus is a deity from a Final Fantasy video game, a role-playing game, Final Fantasy 13. And he's what they call a fal'Cie. That's basically the gods of the world. And the fal'Cies, the gods, brand certain humans as LCs. So those are their subordinates. Think of it like demigods. And these ones do their bidding. They really don't have to be in the public. They don't really have to be outside in the world. People know of them, but they don't really see them. Could this be happening in the world, guys? But the LCs are the ones who are doing everything. So anyway, what no one realized in this video game, in this world, is that the fal'Cies are the ones who orchestrate the events that happen, the good or the bad, that move people's stories. And in this world, Barthandelus, this deity that was fabricating things for bad and for good, but mostly bad, was hiding under the cover of the Pope in this game. So no one questioned him, but he revealed himself to once people figured it out. So he's been destroying communities and worlds and stuff like that, but no one really understood it before. Do you guys understand? So it didn't work before, or it always worked before. But then there's one group of heroes, the LCs, the ones that you play, that get to the point where they realize that there's something off, and they reach the Pope, and they force him to reveal his hand. And once they do, everything changes. Because now they understand it all. They see it all, so it can never function again. They don't believe it. So all of a sudden, if he says, hey, guys, I need you to worship me so that I'll do this if you do that, they're going to be like, no, you won't. We now know you don't. See, like now they're not going to just worship him freely. They question. And then there's problems that happen. This is how they do it in everything in our life, guys, okay? This example. But now to exemplify it. So one of the ways to exemplify things is in video games they use battles. But they almost use this battle to tell the story of what is happening. So you end up fighting against Barthandelus. He reveals himself as the fal'Cie. It's like this mechanical deity. But really that's just what it is. But something foreign. Things like something that we can't really conceptualize. And he has all these different attacks and all these things that they're learning and trying to experience, but they haven't experienced them before. Okay? But there's one thing that he does that it was the motivation for me explaining all this, and it's an ability, an attack called DESTRUCTO. And what it does is it relies on something that's been ingrained in all the players, or the humans or the heroes who are fighting against him, to respond a certain way. So if right now, guys, I'm like, oh, you guys did not just do that. We're like charging up. What does charging up mean to all of you guys, okay? It means that we're usually going to unleash something. So that means that if I see that someone's charging up or like preparing something, it usually creates a response in us. So when we see that, you see that ability, that attack relies on our expectation, our things that have been installed in us to respond a certain way. So we naturally, based on all the things that have happened in the past, associate charging up as like their ultimate move, like a big attack is about to happen. So naturally, most of us go on the defensive. That is the correct plan, because throughout our entire life, we've been repeatedly installed and reinforced that, hey, if someone's charging up something, we should probably prepare for it. All right? Think about, just to use one logical example for people, but like Germany doing a free kick. Yeah, that one in the World Cup against Sweden. Like they were setting it up and they won. It won the game. But free kicks, guys. Okay, like they set it up. So we naturally create like different defense stuff in response to that. You guys see? Imagine, just so people understand, like if you guys did a free kick, all of a sudden that team who's defending against the free kick has 0 defenders there. Think of it like that, guys. Like all of a sudden they all actually run forward, and the only one who's there is the goalkeeper. Like, you guys understand that kind of level of disruption that would cause to the attacking team? They're like, are we missing something? Why would they have 0 defenders there? Think of it like that. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Do you guys see what I'm saying? Like, when something is being set up, an attack is being charged, like drawing in energy, most of it, like, we don't know when it's going to be unleashed. So we naturally all go on the defensive to protect ourselves. We just brace. We're like, all right, cool. Now we survive. Now we respond. And that attack works that way, is what we expect. That's what we expect when Destructo happens. Barthana starts charging, drawing in energy, getting bigger, more energy. Like there's explosions, there's lightning, there's fire. You're like, oh my gosh, this one's gonna hurt a lot. And you're like, when is it gonna be unleashed? When is it gonna be unleashed? And you just keep like adding protections to yourself. You're upping your shield. You're making sure everyone's fully healed. They're like, here comes, and still hasn't come. You're like, what's going on? We gotta keep doing. And then all of a sudden, it's unleashed. And all of us are defeated. We're like, what? What? You're like, wait a minute. Hold on. Like, are you kidding me right now? For anyone watching on LinkedIn, check out Star Diplomat on YouTube. Type it in. Watch the stream there. So I'm like, wait a minute. How did we get, I use the term one shot. How did we get one shot? How did we just lose? We set up all our defenses. We protected ourselves. We guarded ourselves. We knew that whenever like a big enemy is charging up an attack and is going to unleash it, that we should have our protections set up and that we should be doing that. Wait, are you telling me they baited us to think that we had to like rely on something? Or you think that they baited us to like respond that way? Wait a minute. Let's try again. We can, in this game, right? We can try again. So okay, we fight Barthanless again. All right, bring it on, Barthanless. I know that you've been setting up all the problems in this world. We're never going to fall for your tricks again. We're never going to just give up our authority and our worship to you freely. We are worth something. We are healed. We are light. We are good. And we're going to figure out Destructo. Okay. Well, some of us might not figure it out the first time, okay? I say Destructo only works once. So, but usually, maybe at best, 2 times. Because then now the second time, maybe we try some different things and like, maybe we try to even like add more defenses. We try to reinforce our shield a little bit more. We add our like a little bit more health to our tactics. Yeah, I think like Octopath. And where we realize we can't heal at all on a certain challenge or an encounter. We just need to go on the offensive. But we were like, could that be actually the case? But anyway, let's first try going more defensive, adding more protections. And again, we just die. We lose. I'm like, what is this Destructo thing? Like, what? Why does it one-shot us? Like, have so many defenses, I don't think we can even get more. How are we just losing? So now we like get frustrated, like what? Like I just don't get it. I don't understand. Like it just doesn't make sense. Like it's charging up. It's its ultimate attack. Like why we're defending? Why are we? Wait a minute. It does seem like it charges up for quite some time. You know what? Obviously, the defense isn't working. Let's try going on the offensive. So we try again. Like Barthanless. This time, by the way, our focus purpose is only on the Destructo. because we've already mastered everything else. We lost to we've lost to the Destructo twice now. So I'm like, we're gonna figure this one out. Karen drivers, right? The DPS check. So now we go on the offensive. And I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, well, we have nothing to lose. We lost when we were going full defensive. Let's just try. And we go full offensive. And while we're doing it, like, you're going down, Barthandalus. All of a sudden, after like doing a great offensive combo, we hear him go, oh, this can't be. And I'm like, whoa. And like a weak point of vulnerability exposes itself. Wait a minute. Whoa. Destructo was reliant on us not piecing together that we need to go on the offensive. It was baiting us to think that we needed to go on the defensive. Because it was using the approximations of, hey, it's charging about an ultimate attack. We need to be careful here. So if we go on the offensive, we're going to be at risk. We're going to lose. But really, that was the answer. But it concealed that by seeming like it was charging up a super attack like every other enemy that has. We needed to go on the defensive. And this is the only exception. Do you guys understand that now? After we saw that, the moment it clicks for us, the moment we see that, I'm like, wait a minute. So that's how you defeat Destructo. In this game, you end up fighting Barthandalus 2 more times after this. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it doesn't really matter. But let's just say in every single battle, it does Destructo again at some point. It does other things too. It has new tricks up its sleeve. But at any point, it does Destructo. Do you guys understand that now Destructo, which was at one point our main focus purpose, our main problem that was like stopping us, that blocked us, that made us lose, that made us like worry and feel afraid, like, oh my gosh, when is Destructo going to happen? When is Destructo going to happen? Be prepared, be prepared, be prepared. Now, every single time we fight Barthandalus again and it does Destructo, think of it as almost like a free win segment because we know exactly what to do. Oh, this is a moment where we can just maximize our damage. Now do you guys understand why I say Destructo only works once or maybe twice? But basically what I'm trying to say that what really the phrase Destructo only works once means, the Barthandalus effect is, once you piece something together, once you understand how it functions, A to Z, and you see it all, and you don't get baited to get redestroyed or lose faith or to get baited to overanalyze, you're like, wait a minute, it's never going to work again. We're never going to get destroyed again through that. That doesn't mean that it still requires focus, right? We still have to be like, okay, when Destructo's up, we need to do the damage, or we need to do this. You see, like, you now know. Doesn't mean that you can just be like, I'm just going to you know what, guys? Destructo happened right now. Barthandalus just did Destructo. I'm just going to sit back and sip water. Oh, what up, Destructo? Just waiting. Oh, crap, guys, I forgot. We gotta do damage, quick. Gotta do damage, and we lose. Well, yeah, because you forgot. Do you guys see? But if you just do, since you now understand it, you're like, oh, it's not a problem. I'm not saying that you still have to pay attention, you still have to focus on it temporarily, but you know exactly, you're never going to lose to it. And if you do, it just means that either you intentionally didn't do something, you forgot, or something else presented that maybe the third time you fight Barthandalus, the first time he does Destructo, he summons, in video game terminology, I call it an addition. So there's like 2 new enemies that appear. And they have an ability called self-destruct. In like 25 seconds, if you don't destroy them, you lose. So Destructo charges, let's just say, for 45 seconds. Do you guys see that now you have to destroy both enemies first before you can target Destructo? Because you don't even have a chance. You will lose first if you don't destroy them. You guys see like that there's a deviation that happened. So then if you now lose, if all of a sudden on third Barthandalus you lose because you're like, wait a minute, why did it do? Why, we never had a Destructo like that before. I didn't realize that. You maybe Destructo happens like just I know exactly what to do. Just focus on Barthandelus, interrupt him by doing damage. And you do that same strategy and it doesn't work. You lose. You're like, wait a minute. Well, what happened? Well, then all of a sudden you're like, well, there's 2 new enemies that appeared that weren't there before. They had, and then you're like, well, let's figure this out. See, now you're figuring it out. You're not even worried about Destructo anymore. You're like, well, you now can pay attention to like, well, why did we lose this time? Destructo doesn't mean anything anymore. Do you guys get it? Like, think of Destructo, just for you guys. It's like, what destroyed you guys the first time? It doesn't even mean anything anymore because you now know you didn't lose because of Destructo, because you've already mastered Destructo. You understand it. You figured it out completely. But you're like, 2 new enemies appeared that I hadn't seen before. I'm like, we lost the Destructo. We never lose the Destructo anymore. Like, what happened? Like, what caused our loss to Destructo? It was a free win before. And like, oh, it's these 2 new enemies that had a self-destruct. I'm like, oh, you can actually destroy one, and then the other one, you can, let's say we have like an ability to put something to sleep. I'm like, we destroy one and we put the other one to sleep, and then we can have enough time to destroy Destructo or interrupt Destructo. But that means attempt 2, we're like, okay, we have to destroy both enemies. And we destroy one, we succeed, and then we're trying to destroy the other one, and we run out of time. And we lose the Destructo again. We're like, like, what the heck? We lost the Destructo again. But wait, we didn't lose the Destructo. We lost because of the new enemy. You guys get it? So then if something tries to remind us, you lost the Destructo, to try to destroy us again, the cycle of destruction, it doesn't work. You guys get it? Because we're like, that's not true. I didn't lose the Destructo. I only lost because there's these 2 new deviations that happen that I've never experienced before, but I'm trying to understand those 2 deviations. So it means if anyone tries to say, Destructo, you're like, you laugh at them. Not to hurt them, but because you know it's wrong. Do you guys get it? It can never destroy you again through the old things once you understand it. And the only way anything does happen there, it has to be through a new deviation. But then you have to break what makes them, they try to attach those new deviations, say it was Destructo. I'm like, nope, it wasn't. It wasn't Destructo, guys. It was the 2 new deviations that happened. They have nothing to do with Destructo. They're their own thing. We lost to the self-destruct editions. That's what we lost to, guys. Nothing else, okay? This is how they do it to all of you. This is how they destroyed you and how they keep destroying you, because at any time if you almost self-destruct or you did, then they create 2 new deviations, or maybe you solve Destructo through a deviation, through one of the additions, and then if they realize that, they destroy that addition. And then they're like, actually it was because of Destructo. You're like, no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. But you guys see, once you understand it, it never works again. You're like, nah, Destructo's a free win. I know it's exactly how to win that, or I know it's wrong, or I know whatever. Like, I can never get destroyed at it again. So then they are forced to create deviations. Do you guys understand? They're forced to, because you don't get tricked anymore. You don't get tricked by that move, the Destructo move. You're the only enemy in the game that baits us by thinking that I have to go on the defensive right now when you charge. Every other enemy works that way, not you. And you guys understand that. Once you get that, then you never get tricked by it again. And that's essentially what all happened to all of us in our life, in multiple things, in all the ways they destroyed us, is that they created certain variables in certain situations in all of us, that they made something work a certain way and they attributed to something. And then we got baited to think that it's something else, and that's why we lost. I'm saying it's not that. Once you figure it out, though, once you understand how they created it and all the attacks that they do related to it, then you never get tricked again. It never works again. But then what we all get baited to the first time is we heal things through externals. So then we become reliant on it, and that's their next play, because they're like, If we then take away or destroy that external, right, the addition, then you get re-destroyed again because they make you think that it's because of Destructo. You didn't lose because of Destructo. You lost because a new addition happened. And that's it. That you had an encounter before, had an experience before. But it has nothing to do with Destructo. But I'm telling you guys, their final play, if you could figure out all this stuff to try to re-destroy you, is they try to make sure that you think that the reason why you lost again was because of Destructo. It wasn't. It was because of the new additions. But you're just going to have to solve those really quick. And it's easy. Because once you realize that, wait, there's just a small little addition that needs to be solved. The Destructo strategy is already solved. Okay. Well, there's two additions that pop up. Each self-destruct in 25 seconds. But it takes me 20 seconds to destroy one. And I need 25 seconds to destroy Destructo. I won't have enough time to destroy both additions and Destructo. Think about how much analysis, figuring out is happening. You guys see, this is how it protects you guys. So then you're like, wait, I have an ability in my skill book of what I can do as a human or as a hero, that I can put one enemy, only one, to sleep. I can have it temporarily controlled. And when it's asleep, it can't do anything. But only one. And I can't do any damage to it or it wakes up. Wait, that means if we destroy one enemy, and put the other one to sleep, then we can do so. And we'll have enough time to defeat that enemy, Destructo, then wake up the enemy, and then destroy that. It's going to be a little challenging because normally after Destructo happens, we take a lot of damage because we still get hit by it. So people understand what Destructo is a beam attack, but it does less damage if we interrupt it, Barthandelus. So when it happens, we're all going to be low in health, but we survived it. But since we have to now do a lot of damage to the new addition, the second self-destruct ad that we put to sleep, we won't have as much time to heal. So we're going to have to use what I call a cooldown, something that shields us and protects us to survive, because the Barthandelus then immediately starts doing new attacks after that. But we can't heal because we need to burst down this new addition. But you guys see that we had to learn, okay, first, put one to sleep, destroy one, then Destructo, then defensive protections, and then so that we have enough time to do more offensive, and then after that point, then we can start healing again. I use that example, guys, a battle in a video game, to conceptualize every insecurity, every single fear, every single trauma, every single problem, every single thing that they've ever used in our lives to destroy us. And I'm saying you can learn all of that through playing a video game encounter, a role-playing game, Final Fantasy 13. Do you guys see that we can learn lessons through anything, through everything, through something interactive? We can create our own situations. So what was that? I'm saying the Destructo only works once, guys. You guys see? Once you learn the strategy. And how do you defeat the analysis, right? Because I said people are like, oh no, it took you 10 attempts to figure it out. I'm like, doesn't matter. That's how they get you to analyze that. You understand? You're like, oh, remember what I said earlier, guys? There's someone that always presents that tries to be like, get you off track, to make you focus on something meaningless. You're like, you guys know what I meant. Once we understand the strategy behind Destructo, it's never going to work again. And if it does, it means something presented that deviated us. They never can trick us again into believing a lie. They can never trick us again. Ever. Ever. All of us, once we get there. And if somehow something works or makes us feel bad, something else got presented that we hadn't learned yet or figured out. I'm telling you guys, once you get to all this point and understand all this knowledge, they can never do the same trick on you twice. You know exactly what to do now. You know how to respond. And to get something to work, they have to add new additions, which means that you'll never beat yourself up anymore. Because if something doesn't go the way you know it can, you just know it's like, well, that means they presented new things. And this one's for myself. But if something doesn't go the way you know it can, it means that they presented new things. It's just that simple. And that means you just have to figure out those new things. That's it. That's all there is to it. Nothing else. But you see, there's someone that's going to present. It's like, oh, you didn't figure it out in one attempt. I thought you said it only works once. You guys can see, like, I changed my voice because I do that to fight back. Because I want all of you to realize that whoever does that to all of you is literally what I call the idiot, the jester, the heckler. They're placed there intentionally to try to deviate your path, to make you focus on something that doesn't matter, to change your focus purpose. They're there intentionally. They're an enemy. They're the new addition from Barthandelus, because Barthandelus can't destroy you anymore with Destructo, so they needed to create new changes to have a chance. And they placed something like that around you through anything. Could be through senses, sounds, smells, visuals, or someone directly saying something to you. And I'm saying you just need to ignore it. Because Destructo doesn't work more than once. And the first time that someone does that to you, it's going to work on you. Just so you guys all know. You're going to get deviated, and then you're going to get destroyed again. But it never will work again, because then you realize, so they use those people to do that. Got it. And that's it. You guys get it? Once you know the strategy, that's it. And if it worked, all of a sudden, again, there's a fourth Barthandelus encounter, and this time, you're like, wait a minute, now, at the same time as the person who says that to try to deviate us shows up, all of a sudden there's a thunderstorm, and a tornado pops up. You guys get it? Like, there has to be always a new addition that we haven't figured out yet. Because once you understand it, the strategy, if they have to create some kind of deviation that changes your focus purpose to cause a problem. Otherwise, you won't fail. You won't make a mistake. And if you do, and if there was anything, it just was an execution error, and those are completely irrelevant. Completely. They don't matter, because if you try again, you'd succeed. Do you guys get it? That means there's nothing to learn. Like, oh, just try again. Whatever, small mistake, doesn't matter. It's an execution error, irrelevant, completely irrelevant. If we try again, we just succeed. I was gonna drink water. Oh, spill the water. Oh, doesn't matter. Just try again. I didn't spill. What the fuck? That means it wasn't a strategy mistake. You guys get it? It doesn't matter at all. So what is all this, guys? So what I'm trying to show all of you guys right now is the answer to the Destructo effect. And what we've been doing this entire time is, I call it the Song of Savior effect. We are applying the same strategies that they use to destroy us, to heal us, to protect us. We're actually, in many ways, guys, just so you guys know, we become their villains. The entities or the things that are trying to destroy us. If you use their same tactics, but every place that they use bad, you add in a light seed. Think of it, every place they use bad in their strategies, they plant a dark seed. Every time where they plant a dark seed, you just say, oh, I just need to plant the light seed. Think of like, I give you a script. I'm like, okay, guys, here's your script for the dark. Here's your script for the light. It's the same script, but everywhere it says dark seed, and yours just says light seed. That's all you have to do. And that's what I'm trying to teach all of you guys. And that's what I call the Song of Savior effect. I'm like, oh, so they poison all these things. Got it. So I just have to make all these things be good. That jump me to another thing. Do you guys get it that now, if I play Final Fantasy 13 and I fight Barthandelus, do you understand how many positives are there now for me? I can listen to his song, Fighting Fate. There's a song. Type it in. Final Fantasy, or FF13, Fighting Fate. Type it in, guys, and listen to that song. And just like that, you guys, if you can attach it to this knowledge, you guys can create a permanent shield for yourself like this. You guys can just listen to that song whenever and be like, I'm destroying Destructo. That's how it's done, guys. And I'm like, how did I learn that? Because I deconstructed their attacks. They were doing destructos on me. Do you guys understand that? I'm like, why is it working? How did they do it? How did they do it? I'm like, I was trying to figure it all out. And then I went, oh, they do this, they do this, they do this, they do this. And once you see it all, it never works again. And if there's ever some moments where there's a little bit of, you're like not doing as well, it's like because they're changing things up. I'm telling you guys, every time I figure out a new thing, because they change it, I am sharing it with all of you. And for myself, just to reinforce, to remind myself. But every time I do this, I ingrain it more because I understand it, I learn it. And I'm like, whoa, that's how they, like, I learned that they create excess on every path. I learned that if you understand and see everything, that then their next play, because I didn't understand what it was. Because before, remember, I always viewed analysis figuring out as a good thing. It is. But I'm like, oh, they try to use that to ruin good things that we created, our positives, because they try to make us hyper-analyze it and try to break things down there. I'm like, oh, so that's their new attack at that. You guys see, like, you keep learning. Every time they make a deviation, you learn a new thing and you destroy it faster and faster and faster. They have no chance. Because what do I call that? We learn from them. It's the blue mage effect. We become the blue mage. In Final Fantasy, a blue mage is someone who, when they receive an attack from an enemy, they can learn how to do that attack. I'm saying we all need to become blue mages. I'm like, wow. So they destroyed us through that attack right now. How did they do it? What did they do? What presented? How did they present it? What was the vessel? What was the source? Where did it come from? What can I do to counter it? Can I do that same attack back? Not to hurt people, but just as an experiment. I'm like, how did they do it? I'm like, okay, so they said this, they did this, they did that. I'm like, so they use, just so you guys know, like in video games, some games that I play with, I rarely play with games with other people, but because I can't control that, right? But I'm like, so they've been trying to use the chat to set up attacks in there, what I call nudges, right? Overt things. So I'm like, I can do that back, but I can just do my own positives. I can just read my own things. You guys understand? Because what you guys are going to realize is that when I read something visual, I process it differently, even when we hear it. So I can think about, like, for example, I don't know if you guys are watching this, you probably see in the bottom left corner, Star Diplomat. You guys might not even paid attention to it before. Now I brought attention to it. So think of it like in a video game, there's like a chat in the bottom left corner that has that, okay? So what I realized was that I could be thinking about Star Diplomat, and that protects me, but it's not as much. If someone else then puts something like a Destructo attack down there in the chat, it's a negative. I'm like, ooh. But I realized that then if I just type in Star Diplomat and it pops up there, it protects me. Even just thinking about it is one thing, but then typing it out is another, and then seeing the visual there in a game in another vessel is like a reinforcement. I'm like, whoa, I can create a full positive path just like that. And I learned that because I was figuring out how they were doing it. I was a blue mage. I was extracting all what they were doing. I'm like, holy crap. So that's how they do it. Because you guys understand, it was making me lose faith a little bit in these games. Right? Remember when I said they attack and they corrupt the things? Because I'm like, I mean, at the end of the day, the chat isn't necessary. Just so you guys know. Remember what I said. If once you view it as unneeded, unnecessary, you're safe. Because you really don't need the chat. But it's a bonus. It can be a positive. It can be. Most likely not, but it can be. You guys see, like, then you can decide. You're like, do I want to? I'm like, no, you know what? I just want to heal right now. I just want to focus on the challenges in this video game or whatever. I'm going to close the chat. I don't even need to see it right now. You can. But I'm like, you can also use it as a positive. Maybe you can use it to drop light seeds for people. You're like, hey, guys, have you guys ever, any of you played Final Fantasy 13 before? What do you guys think about Bartholomew? You guys could, you see, like, for myself, I'm playing Final Fantasy Online. I'm trying to bring people to more Final Fantasy stuff, but I'm using it also as a positive myself. You guys see that? But what if someone then tells me, like, yeah, Final Fantasy 13 reminds me of a really bad time. I'm going to stop immediately what I'm doing because I realized then that I hurt someone. Because I'm only trying to plant light seeds. You guys, I'm going to stop there, but I just want people to understand, like, I learned how they do it. I'm like, so they use that. I learned that they use names. So, like, I named myself the Star Diplomat or Shepherd Star or the Dark Knight. Like, I try to put names for myself that have more positives for people. But at the same time, I know there's going to be some that have negatives. But you guys see, like, all those things actually matter because I'm like, wow, they use names as a nudge to try to poison people and hurt people. Because then they present those names to try to be reminders. I'm like, whoa. Do you guys get it? I'm saying, like, I learned all that. So I'm like, you can fight back. But what if you just change your name? You're like, hey, you can call me the Star Diplomat. You can call me Shepherd Star. You can call me the Dark Knight. You can call me the Phoenix. The lion that roars. The owl that sees. The lamb, or the shepherd that guides the lost lambs. Take my hand. You guys see, like, you can create your own things. Is really what I'm trying to show you. But I realized that that's how they were doing it. But they rely on things, and we don't, because we can create new. It's much more difficult for them to do so. But you see, I'm going to stop there because that's enough. But I could, by becoming the blue mage, every time they attack, you see how they did it. It means that it usually will never work again. You guys get sometimes we don't figure it out right away, and that's okay. If we're going on a path to trying to figure it out, I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, I lost that again. I'm like, how did that happen? I'm like, why does that keep happening? I'm like, what can I do differently? And sometimes there is nothing, which means we just need to deviate our path. But I'm telling all of you is that if you can become the blue mage, and as you're experiencing things, decipher where it's coming from, how it's happening, when they do it, how they do it. It's like, you think of it as you guys are trying to piece together Destructo. And that's what the cycle of destruction is. Once you realize it and understand it, it never works again. It doesn't mean that just so you guys know, every time you could even fight a new enemy. Like there's like little mini Barthandaluses that we fight in, like, we're in the final dungeon, and there's like small little machines that pop up, and they do Destructo. You're like, oh my gosh, you guys understand? It's always gonna have that, like, extra little push, that focus, because that's what it, like, they created something there, right? Do you guys understand? Something good or something bad, and it's always gonna have that, but that's okay, because you know it now. You understand it. It makes sense to you. Like, there's no fear, there's no confusion, there's no worries. It's still uncomfortable, or still something that will always demand our attention, that we have to respond to, and that's okay. But you guys see, like, it's now on our terms. It's not theirs anymore. That's what we all need to get to. Do you guys get it? That, you see, I already explained it, but now this is the reinforcement. Once we understand it, once we understand Destructo, it becomes an opportunity. I'm like, wait a minute, we can actually get to do a lot of damage when that presents. Before, we were like, we would dig our heels in the sand and be like, oh my gosh, I've got to get out of that many protections. Now I'm like, this is an opportunity. Here we go. What can I do here? Imagine, like I said, like, if you guys can learn now how they do things, where they do things, when they do things, how they do it. I'm like, I'm learning new tactics where I can plant light seeds. Just so you guys know. Doesn't mean that you should. It really doesn't mean that we should. Just because I don't understand everyone who, everyone's, if I had my own, like, organization, like a group of 35 people, like my old World of Warcraft guild, and I knew everyone's positives and negatives, well, then it's different, right? Then I wouldn't ever hesitate to be, like, typing in chat or, like, talking and what I call nudging people and planting light seeds, because I know they're light seeds. The only risk about doing some of their tactics is that if you do too much, sometimes you might be, remember what I said, guys, the orange. It could be a bad for you, and for me, it's extremely positive. I can't know that. That's the only risk behind it. But for most of you, you guys will never have to even worry about that. But at the same time, that's just a reminder for all of you guys. Just be careful when you're talking through suggestions, each and every one of you guys. Whenever you feel like saying something, you guys should be wary of it. I'm telling you, because that's how they use things to move things along. That's how they use things to plant dark seeds. They make you feel like saying something or doing something, and then you guys do it and you don't question it. But you see, like once you understand how everything works, everything becomes an opportunity. Even the bad things, they're becoming an opportunity to learn. Doesn't mean that you want them. You don't welcome them willingly, but you're like, well, okay, I'm learning new things. I'm understanding how they do things. You can actually use it to like, the best would still be that they never have to happen, and you can create your own situations and limits. Think about it, guys. If there was no new bad that happened in Barthandelus, and I'm like, I get to choose. I'm like, hey guys, could we overcome it with less weapons and setup? I'm like, whoa, actually, yes, we can, but we have to use like this really interesting combination. Remember when I said about like the Dark Knight Sun, the Phoenix, the Star, the sticky note, the take my hand, and the ripples, but we have to explore a few areas to get some side skills to do so. But only because we've created a new limit. You see, then they didn't even have to change the additions to the Barthandelus Destructo. We created our own, so that means there was no bad. So it's possible. But anyway. The remainder of the destructive cycle, because that sounds all good, right? It's an opportunity now, like, yay. But I'm like, is it really, guys? Is it when bad presents, the things that destroyed us? Is it? For most of us, it's never going to be. And we always have to be on guard. And that's fair, okay? But external. External is what creates the inclination problems. External. Just so people are aware, if we don't need to do anything externally, then no new problems can get created. They just can't. They just can't. It's impossible. Why does the Destructo effect work in the Barthandelus encounter? Because we care about defeating Barthandelus. If we wanted to lose, we're like, yay, Destructo, free win or free loss, yay. Do you guys understand that then the external doesn't matter? It's because we want to progress the story and see what happens next that Destructo can actually be something problematic. I think about this. I've used that word so much, but I'm really trying to hammer it in for you guys. They make sure that in the cycle of destruction that they create a situation through something external that we want, a victory condition. And that's what they use to create the inclination problems. And inclination means that are we inclined towards the dark seeds or the light seeds? That's all it is. And anyone who gets on the light seed path, if they just want to change to the dark one, they just have to start presenting external things. And enough external things, and then all of a sudden you're going to be more willing to, all right, there's going to be problems. I'm telling you guys, in the past, my old version of myself, it was just, hey, I want the girl. So they could start getting me towards that inclination through that because, well, if they present things that could prevent getting the girl, well, then I'm going to start deviating. You guys understand? Like, that's just how it is. And for each one of us, usually any new story that we try that they have destroyed us through or they are currently destroying us through is because we're trying to achieve something externally. I challenge all of you to analyze it. Anything. You're trying to achieve something externally. Could be as simple as like, well, I want to write a book. Well, I want to get money so I can buy a video game. I want to spend more time with my kid. Like, it doesn't matter the severity or the innocence of it. It's something external. Usually something that we can grade. Usually something that has a check mark. Like, did we succeed or not? Because remember what I said, if we go outside and our focus purpose is, hey, I want to figure out if I'm going to feel less tired if I'm focused on the song while running and my bracelet's moving or not. But all of a sudden, if the girl presents and it's like, I can get to talk to her again, maybe I can date her. Do you guys get that's now an external creates the inclination problem. because then our focus purpose changed. Now I'm at risk. But think of it like that is that's the destructo effect. So the next time I'm like, so that's how they did it. Next time that presents, I'm outside and the girl presents and says that again. I'm like, sure, we can talk, but after. All right, now this is my focus purpose. That's it. And she doesn't like that and she gets mad. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have any effect on us. Because they can't change our inclination anymore through that because we're like, it doesn't matter. I know what I'm doing. I know why I'm doing it. I'd love to talk to you, but not right now. You guys see, it's completely harmless now because we understand it. It only works once. So what is that? Once we understand that concept, I call it, there's no more fear of repeating, of bad repeating. It's not going to happen again. It's just, you're not afraid of that. It's so weird. I'm telling you guys, I can't even, I pray that all of you guys are going to finally piece this together because it's the coolest thing in the world once you heal it, you solve it, and you understand like whatever they use to destroy you, right? Because then you just know it'll never happen again. It just can't because you just know it's wrong. You know it's a lie, everything. It all makes sense and it's never going to be repeated. But I'm telling you guys, they still present it and it's annoying. It's bothersome, but you have now the tools in your kit to deal with it. Because what does that mean also? It means that since you're not afraid of it ever, because it can't destroy you anymore, but still it's annoyance, but then you created, now you know exactly how to solve all these things, which means that good is now recreatable because you understand it. The moment, for some of you guys, you've never played video games, you've never played Final Fantasy, and I'm telling all of you, because of how much I've explained it and hammered it in and reinforced it, if I make all of you do the Barthandelus encounter in Final Fantasy 13, you guys might lose at other parts in the encounter because you don't know the strategy or how to play the game. But I promise you, if I play through the whole part and then I give you the controller, the moment Destructo phase begins, I think all of you now know exactly what to do. Do you guys understand? You're not going to get destroyed by it. That is the answer to the game of life. Once you understand the cycle of destruction and how they do it, you're not afraid anymore of the bad repeating because you know it's wrong, you know the strategy, so it means you can always recreate the good. That doesn't mean that it's easy. At no point am I saying is it easy. Like, could it be a challenging situation? Like, you actually have to play well to do the damage required to interrupt Destructo? Maybe. Do you guys see? But that's a completely different thing. But I'm saying you'll never get fooled by doing the wrong strategy again. Those are completely different things. Hey, to do the damage, to learn how to do the damage to interrupt Destructo is different than what is the correct approach to when Destructo presents itself. I'm saying that once we understand the correct approach, the correct strategy to when A presents, oh, I need to do B, then it's inevitable. Now, our focus purpose is not on the end anymore, because before that, what I'm trying to get you guys to realize is that when we don't understand how to deal with Destructo, our entire focus purpose is on the end. Like, when we can't figure out how to deal with it, I'm like, I can't win. I can't overcome this encounter. I just can't solve it. Like, everything is just about the win. Everything's about, I can't achieve what I was trying to achieve. But once we understand how to solve when Destructo pops up, when Barthandelus does Destructo, our focus purpose then changes. Now it's about learning, about experiencing, about slowing down. Because now, the encounter, when we're playing that encounter, when we're doing that battle against Barthandelus, we're not worried about Destructo anymore. I'm telling you, our focus still, when it presents, it goes, right? That happens. That's always going to happen. But now, we're slow because we're like, well, I can now just respond to everything that Barthandelus does. There might be even some new things that I haven't learned yet, but I'm going to be able to. And if I make a mistake, well, it's not a mistake. It's the first time I experience it. I'm going to learn from it. Because see, like, think about how different we're talking. We're not worried. We're not afraid. They can't destroy us through it anymore. And remember when I said, if something does happen, we just are like, oh, well, was it that addition or that thing? I haven't experienced that yet. I haven't experienced that yet. It doesn't, now you see, now you guys can try anything new. And at any point, if something happens, you're like, oh, well, I hadn't seen that situation yet in that setup. Okay, now I know that. I now know a strategy. And if that situation happens again and something happened, it's because like something you forgot, which means that something made you forget, or that you're consuming too many things and you can't remember. Because I'm telling you guys, if you don't have excess info in your head that's irrelevant, you can actually remember all those things, the things that matter to you. So what does that mean? If you guys can slow down, victory is inevitable. But now you don't care about when it's going to happen. You know it's going to happen because you now know all the strategies. You know the approaches. And there might be things that you don't know yet, but you know that, hey, when they present, you're going to figure it out. They can't destroy you anymore. They can't make falsely attribute things to the things that aren't true. And if anyone presents that tries to reinforce or remind you, now you guys now see it. You're like, you're trying to season me. You're trying to reinforce bad. You're trying to, like, you guys see all of it immediately. They can't destroy you anymore through those things. They just can't. And I'm saying if they do manage to destroy you, it means they had to present new things. But do you guys get it? You're not going to ever believe anymore that you got destroyed by Destructo. You now know it was the new things. And those aren't as reinforced, because then the moment let's say you got destroyed by that self-destruct edition, right? You're like, you now know it was that, not anything else. Someone walks by and says, oh, anyone who loses to self-destruct is a newbie, is worthless. You're like, reinforcement. I caught it. I know exactly what you're doing, guys. You guys see, like, the moment you see that, you laugh about it, even though it still hurts, but you laugh about it because you're like, aha, they're trying to create a new reinforcement. I see it. You see, it takes away all power from it because you understand exactly what's happening. Is it fun? Is it enjoyable? Should we live in a world that operates that way? No. But now you guys see it, which means that that strategy, those tactics, those approaches don't work anymore. But yet, what you're going to realize, guys, is it still is poison. It still changes your recency. It still starts problems, which means that you have to deviate. You have to respond to it. You have to. Sometimes I fought back a little bit. I'm like, it's never going to work again. Or sometimes you slow down. You're like, all right, guys, I guess, I'm not going to play more of that game right now. I'm going to do something else. Hey, now let's consume a positive. Let's watch a video of when I used to lead World of Warcraft. Or let's listen to a positive song and I'll whistle it as a reinforcement. Do you guys see, like, you now know what to do? So it can never work again. That's the level 2, right? The excess. Bad everywhere. You're like, oh my gosh. And then level 3, the analysis. But then you're like, no. Because then the last thing, right, guys, is all of a sudden we're like, why would that appear right now? Why are they trying to reinforce that I failed to self-destruct ad? How did they do it? Like, or maybe then we figured it out and they're like, well, for people who are really good at figuring out how to solve Destructo and self-destruct ads, have you guys ever realized that the reason why Nope. No reason to analyze. If you already know the strategy, there's no reason to analyze. Nope. So, what does that lead us to? The F at play. I talked about this in my other stream, but now once you understand it, once you see it all, it doesn't mean we know what our next path is, just so people understand. Because remember what I said, like, how do we get to, like, what our paradise is? For my case, like getting the girl again, having another kid, another pet. We don't know exactly the path. But since we're not focused on the end anymore, we don't care. Obviously, it'd be nice to know. But remember, I got all this knowledge through my side as a side benefit from just playing games and experiencing and exploring and slowing down. So I'm like, who knows how I'm going to end up getting it? It could be through the most random way, or it could be through a very direct. Who knows? You guys understand? I don't know, but I'm not rushing. I'm not focused on only the end anymore. But if you guys really listen to all my streams and all my videos, I'm also reinforcing a lot of things that teach me how to like talk to a girl, how to treat a girl, how to explore with a girl, how to parent, how to raise a pet, how to guide a pet, how to be a good boyfriend, how to be a good dad, how to not overly care about like my appearance, how to do you guys understand? Like I'm doing the climb, just so people are aware of, to make myself the best version of myself and be healed and help her before I even meet the girl. It's a side benefit of learning all this knowledge. It's not the focus of this, but you guys get it? It's pretty awesome, huh? So what I'm saying is, once they understand everything they do, it also protects us. But I can help the girl too. But I can now do the effort play, right? So it means that if at any point I want to try something, anytime I want to do something, I can just do so. Because before, what I challenge all of you to explore is that we get to a point where we want to try something, but we can't. It's as simple as like, or because we're worried, we're afraid we're going to get destroyed again or something like that. And many times it is the correct play still, just so you guys know. You still should avoid a lot of things. But imagine if I'm like now, like I want to play League of Legends. I want to play a match there. I want to do that, but I'm worried they're going to destroy me through that. I'm not going to do it. Like, you know what? F it. I'm just going to do it. How did I stream today? I'm just like, F it, today's the day. Because I've been giving myself time. I've been slowing down. I haven't been doing it every day. But the moment you guys catch, the moment you're going to see, you're going to notice their final play is the moment you decide, okay, today I'm going to try. Today I'm going to do the stream. Today I'm going to do the recording. Today I'm going to play the game. Today I'm going to try to talk to the girl. Today I'm going to do whatever, right, guys? Whatever it is, you decide, F it, I'm going to do it. 0 to 100. Today, you gave yourself temporary faith. You did some positive paths just to create reminders for yourself to do. The final thing that you guys need to understand, their response, they create a new destructo cycle immediately through any way possible. And originally the destructo cycle is to destroy you, right? If you lost the destructo, we're going to keep trying to find a way to remind you of that and create new situations where you lost to it again and say that that's because you lost because of you don't know how to do Barthanalis destructo, right? That's the whole play. That's the whole game of life. But what ends up actually happening, guys, is when you say F it, right, and you just do, like, okay, you know what, hey, we're just going to keep playing the game. All of a sudden they try to create a new destructo cycle. But you're like, it's not going to destroy me anymore. Like, what are they trying? It's not for bad. It's not to season. It's not to annoy. It's not to corrupt. It's not to make us lose faith through excessive bad. It's not to make us analyze. I'm like, what is it? I'm like, it's to make us feel doubt. It's to make us hesitate. They do all the same things, right? The level 1, level 2, level 3 that we said. All the bad things. I think of it like in a video game encounter, like I use Ragnaros from World of Warcraft, but each phase has like unique attacks, unique abilities that we have to learn and we have to deal with. And all of a sudden those are happening. And you're like, what the fuck is going on? Like, what is going on? And you're like looking around like, I just decided to do, and now all these things are happening. But then all of a sudden, an event happens that like makes you question. You're like, well, what is responsible for that, or what causes that? And that's part of like the analysis, but it's one layer deeper, and it's the final one that I'm saying. Once you guys are about to say, "F it, I'm just going to do this," whatever it is, all of a sudden you realize that they create a full cycle almost out of nothing, out of like thin air, all 3 levels, and they add the 4th, which is, it's something that makes us question like what's responsible. Like I always say, like, think of it like someone came by and poisoned these water mugs, both of them, and all of a sudden, like, we're about to do, I'm about to like just drink water, or I'm like about to stream, and someone walks by and poisons his water mugs. And as they do that, they say, huh, Destructo, huh, corner, German pastry. You're like, what the fuck? They're like, I bet you can't figure out who poisoned this. You're like, what? So then all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute. Like, should I be streaming right now? Like, I just went through that. Why should I figure this out? Like, why should, it's like almost like they try to encourage us to figure out something new, to make us doubt, to make us confused. And that one is, it's challenging, guys. But I'm telling you, it's the moment you decide to say F it and just do. It's the final play. It's the final play. And whatever we're about to try, like you're finally going to do. All of a sudden they're like, well, why don't you figure out how to like drink water from both mugs at the same time? Oh, if you can't do that, you're bad. And you see, like, it's just something like that, guys. I'm telling you, I know it's the answer, just so people are aware. I know it's the answer. But they create the full cycle out of nothing. Again, it pops up. And you just are like, nah, it's fine. I don't need to add more. This is great. Like, do you guys get it? Like, I could stop right now. I've done enough, but I'm going to continue. I'm going to go a little faster for these last parts because I've already covered everything. But I want to talk about these things. But I've covered everything. So what is the final answer? You have to create an intentional mistake. Can I keep this orange peel that I already took a bite from on my head while talking about this part? Oops. Merry birthday to you. Merry birthday to you. Merry birthday, merry birthday. Merry birthday to you. Feliz birthday. Feliz birthday. Something like that. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? Like, it's like, wait a minute, isn't that like, why are you saying, isn't it happy birthday? Why are you saying Merry Christmas? Or singing it to like, why are you singing Feliz Navidad to like, something like that? Because then all of a sudden, you're like, well, we just made a mistake. Oh well, let's begin. Now you're just safe. Now you can just do. It doesn't even matter. And that, once we can just begin, then there's nothing they can do anymore. Because now, the cycle of Destructo begins again. It's going to begin again. And when it does, you guys now see it all. Another day we're going to talk about what we can do about that. But I'm saying, now you see it all. You're like, okay. But now we can do. And we won't get destroyed by it anymore. All right. So, that's so good. It's really good. I'm going to take a break, and then I'm going to do one last push. I'm going to try to talk about all these 3 things a little faster. Talk about the main things that I want to enjoy. But these are all going to be fun. These are all going to be fun. We got this. I'm going to keep going. All right. And when we get back, I'm going to talk about how to learn how to win off of small seeds to defeat external. We've already been talking. We've already touched upon it, but we're going to talk about it one more time. We've already touched on all this. It's awesome. All right. Be right back, guys. Masterpiece. Let's do this. So I'm going to try slowing down even more. And I know I said I'm going to do one final push, probably, but I might not. But it just means that I don't need to go into as much detail because I've already covered so much in that last push, more than I ever thought I would. But when inspiration strikes and the right moment occurs, sometimes it's good to do so, because the best parts happen when we get lost, when we're exploring, when it's slow, because that's when we learn new things, because it means we haven't pieced everything together yet. So that's really good. So I could have stopped myself, and I'm like, you know what? Now it's a great way to explain things, and I got to some new things that I hadn't pieced together, and that's for myself the benefit of doing this. One, because it's easier to consume this in as many different formats. I can lay in my bed listening to this. I can walk around listening to this. I can watch the video again. I can eat. I use it as a quick mental interrupt. I can break it down in segments. But also, I can just, before, if I was just writing, like, do you guys get that it would be like, I'd have to write like 100 posts to cover everything that I'm covering right now. All the variations, and I can just talk it through. So it just allows me to get so much more information out, even to myself. So why create that limit for myself? So how do we learn to win? I think a lot of us want to know that answer in anything that we do. Anything. In a way, I think we could almost summarize life as that. It's like we're all trying to figure out how to win. And I think everything we create, everything we do, how we walk, in a way, it's just us trying to figure out something, right? How to get from A to Z. And in what you guys could conceptualize that as winning. You see, then we're not letting anyone else tell us what winning is. So, couldn't it be that if we figured out how to learn how to win, that's what we consider a win, based off small little seeds, the light seeds that get sprinkled throughout, couldn't we defeat any external whatsoever? If I'm telling you guys that I could learn how to heal the entire world off of one bowl of cereal, well then I don't need anything else, right? What if actually the cereal wasn't the most important thing? What if the bowl even wasn't the most important thing? What if it was just like holding something? You see, like, we can keep breaking it down. And what I'm trying to get you all to realize is that this is just a tool, but I could replace this tool with many things. That's what the stream is, just so people understand. But it's just the vessel. It's just the thing that allows me to execute what I'm doing, right? Which is figuring all this out, which is piecing all this together, communicating in such a way to learn myself, reinforcing myself to master it, but also to explain it to everyone else, to guide, to teach, to heal. But so many of us then now get baited down believing that we need all these externals. What if I'm like, well, I need the cereal, I need the coffee, I need the water, I need the microphone, I need the lights, I need all this stuff. We see now we can't just use the small seeds that get planted, the small seed effect. Now we can't just use those. Now we need actual major things. Why is it so important to defeat external? Because what we're all going to realize, if we haven't already come to that conclusion, and I want all of you to take this part and make it your own. Think about how you would explain this. I'll give you guys an example here shortly. I'll give my version of this, but darkness relies on external to do everything that it does. Really, I want you guys to think about that. I'm like, if I can win off of the smallest seed that's planted, well, then I don't need like all the trees and all the leaves. And do you guys understand? Give me a small seed and I can create an entire city. But if I need the tree, I need the leaves, or to even use a more grounded city example, if like I need the buildings, I need the cars, I need the roads, I need the water wheel. Well, I need the people, I need the animals, I need the wind, I need the water. It means that where I can create my city now is limited. I'm reliant on external. And I'm telling you guys that darkness is reliant on external. So it means that if we become reliant on it, then we are walking down a path of darkness. At the right time, it can be a powerful tool. But if we need that to do, then we're at risk. Then we're at risk for them to destroy us again. Because that's really what it is. Darkness uses it to destroy us. I'm saying most of us become reliant on external, not to destroy ourselves, but to protect ourselves. But that's what they want. They use it to destroy us. So how can they use it to destroy us? By getting us reliant on those things to be healed or to be temporarily protected. I conceptualize this through, I call it the path to pulse versus Oerba. This is also from Final Fantasy 13. It was a game that took inspiration from Final Fantasy 10, which was a much more linear guided experience, just focused on the story. That was their focus purpose. Because right, some of us don't understand why sometimes like some video games or some encounters or some challenges that we do in video games or anything we do in life, sometimes it just like feels better, or like it flows better or something like that. And most people just can't understand what that is. And I'm saying what it is no, I don't believe the majority of designers or creators in this world even know this. They do it, but they don't understand. So it happens just by chance. It just happened. They don't really understand how it happened or why it happened, but it just happened. Everything like just aligned and connected. They did some things, or the right things got presented and it happened. So the design of whatever creation, the focus purpose was just on the correct path. Everything just aligned and it made sense. It flows. So they're not trying to design for something else. They're designing for what their focus purpose was. Because what usually ends up happening is that all of us get baited, like I said, to deviate our focus purpose based on the things that get presented to us. And I'm saying there's no creation that is safe from this. It happens everywhere. So a developer might be wanting to like create a video game. Like we have a really powerful story that we want to tell. We think that it could be very valuable to explain this through a video game. And all of a sudden, while they're developing that game, people are getting pushed. A game releases that like maybe popularizes what I call in video game terminology open world. It means that the player can just explore freely. They can go almost anywhere. It's just like think of like our world and outside, guys, right? Like it's open world. Like there's just we can basically go anywhere. There's definitely a lot of limitations and requirements, right? Money and vehicles and energy and all those things like that, right? But in general, we can kind of just like walk anywhere. Think of it like that, guys, okay? Because usually in the past, video games were much more linear. Like they had like just set roads or paths that we can walk. We don't have to. Most humans still do, but you guys get it? We don't have to walk set paths. We don't. So that game releases that completely has an amazing open world because it was created and designed for that focus purpose, for exploration. So it aligned with that. So when that happens, guys, it gets everything on the right path. But when the developers are trying to create something that want to tell a story, all of a sudden they're getting pushed through maybe externals, or all of a sudden they see the success that game has, and all of a sudden like other people mention it to them, like why can't we do something like that? We've never had that kind of success. If we create an open world like that, we could. So now maybe their executives see that, and then they're gonna push that onto their subordinates. And the subordinates, the middle management is going to then push that on their subordinates. And you guys see now there's enslavement happening. The creation isn't free anymore. Now there's a cycle of destruction happening. And now there's all to a path of comparison. And now they're all reliant on the external, right? Then they're caring about that. Their focus purpose has changed. It's about the money. It's about the results. It's about getting more people to play our game, more money, more of this. Do you guys see how Darkness did it? They used the success of another video game. They pushed it to the right people, and those people then poisoned everyone. And they just said, like, hey guys, do you see how the result this other game got? Why can't we do that? We have better developers than them. I know we do. See, look at the comparison. Why can't we do that? We can create a better open world than them. We got this. So now, if you guys have noticed in everything in our life, certain things just start changing. Like the creation starts changing. Like it's like you guys never cared about like open world or like this kind of type of music or like this kind of art or like anything of that nature. And all of a sudden, like something changes, and it doesn't mean that you can't explore and experiment, but it's like it almost feels like forced. And I'm saying it's because they deviated their focus purpose. And maybe in one way there's a positive to it, right? They're exploring, they're trying. There's nothing wrong with that. But what would have happened if they actually had defeated the cycle of destruction is when they were creating, when they're designing, they would be like, you see, like, because I'm saying they should have just released it right away. I'm saying the way everything should be developed now in this world is that the moment we create, we just release. We don't call it alpha, we don't call it a beta, we just release. So like every video game developer, every movie, they can release it in segments. Like think about it, like every day, guys, or every week, 30 minutes of a movie was released. Would you guys really complain? Like, I don't think most people would. They're like, wait, we can literally watch like once a week the next 30 minutes, and then a movie can be 15 hours, a length of 15 hours because they're gonna do 30-minute segment. Like, I'm not saying that that's necessarily the best way, but I'm just trying to show you guys. Imagine if that's just how it was, because they're not worried about getting it right. They're not worried about the feedback. Nothing can deviate their focus purpose. They know what they're doing, and if they experiment and try, they're gonna be like, "Ooh, part 2, we tried that." I'm like, "Yeah, no, guys, open world. Like, I can see why it can be good. I can see why that could be fun for players. I could see how that could be good. It's also not as easy to design meaningful content and experiences when you have an open world, because you have to now fill it, and it also can change pacing of video games, and you have to like make sure that you get that right, and all these things. Right? You can see there's just so much, and it can work. It can be good, but you see like it's a whole new thing to figure out and explore. And like, wait, weren't we trying to like tell a story? Like, are we using the open world to tell a story? Are we trying to use it to be like, hey guys, well, these characters are just exploring and got lost, and that's why like they're trying to learn everything? Okay, then cool. But are we trying to not is this something else? So I'm saying, you see, like when they try it, they're going to immediately be like, nah, this is not the right fit for what we're trying to accomplish, guys. We want to do something more. We're trying to tell a story. So that means we should focus more on pacing, and there needs to be some interrupts, right? Because especially as you give a lot of info, you need to cause some interrupts once in a while. But yeah, that's not the design for what we are trying to do. That's not our focus purpose. But that's a cool thing. Maybe we can create another game and develop that like that. But that's not how we should create for this game. This game's about the music. This game's about the story experience. This game's about this. You see, like, they know what their focus purpose is, and it doesn't matter what gets presented. It doesn't matter what external, like, people see. They don't care about the money reward. They don't care about the reviews. They don't care about what other people say. They know why they're doing it, regardless of what the results are. Some people might be like, "This is one of the best games ever. I don't know why I didn't get more results." It doesn't matter. Do you guys get it? It doesn't matter. But Darkness was trying to change their path, and they didn't allow it. But most actually do allow it. And think about it. It all happened just because another game had success. Another game had success that did that. And they're like, wait, we can do that too. And they can. They 100% could if they created something for that. But they are a developer that creates for stories, for experiences. Do you guys get it? So that's what I mean. Like, we have to destroy external reliance because it changes things. It modifies our focus, purpose, and our creations and everything. So the path to Pulse and whatever in Final Fantasy 13 is they were basing it off of a previous super success of theirs, Final Fantasy 10, which was a story experience. So they wanted to create a story about heroes that get branded as the enemies, as like heretics, as traitors, and they're not welcome in any town, in any city, in any area. And so it became a very linear experience, but it was also much more character driven because, well, think about it. Every single character had things to deal with. I mean, what do you guys do if you can't go back to the places you were before? You guys lost everything, essentially. And now you got sent on a mission where you have a time limit that if you don't accomplish it, well, then you're going to turn into a monster, and that's it. That's the end of your life. Well, most people don't know what to do then. And now you're stuck with 5 other people who are also going through similar things, but they all have their own unique cases. Like, you guys see, like, it's not easy. It's a complex story then that gets created. But you're on the run. You have to do, like, do you guys understand? Like, it has to naturally, by force, be a more linear experience. It doesn't mean that justifies that they couldn't have done certain things better. I'm saying this game could have. They could have done more interrupts. They could have added more town exploration. They could have added more side things. Maybe they managed to convince a town somewhere to, like, show them that they're good and that there's no reason for them to be hated. And then now they get to explore, like, hey, the complex topic of, is it just because someone said someone else is bad, are they? And then they're like, wow, wait, why did we think they were bad just because they were branded as LC, right? The servants of the evil gods. Like, why did we think they're bad? They're actually really helpful and nice. This is weird. And you see, like, they could have done something like that, and they didn't in this game. But they made it about the characters, which is great. They could have done more. You see, that I'm not pointing am I saying that their creation, their design didn't have opportunities to even take it further. Yet, what I'm trying to get all of you to realize is that when that game was released, it was in a time period and an era, and we're still in that era, which I'm trying to get developers to realize, guys, go back to what your focus purpose. You don't have to all do that. For example, I think, like, right now there's a void. Legend of Zelda. There's no game that creates something like that has, like, these dungeons and puzzles to solve and figure out. But their focus wasn't exclusively about the combat. That was just like the side thing. But it was about, like, exploration and puzzles and solving and gaining new things and new tools that let you do things. And I'm telling you guys, no, I have found none, because I feel like it would gain popularity, that has created something like that still to this day. There's a void to be filled there. And the Legend of Zelda, I'm not saying they're bad, but now they only care about the open world, about creating, like, a massive thing and, like, less meaningful crafted experiences, and more just like, hey, they're fun to explore. They're mental resets, but you guys understand now the game is more so about a mental reset and just, like, explore. It's not about figuring out. It's not about puzzle solving. It's not about practicing that, or like you see, it changed what its purpose was, its focus. And I'm saying that that's fine, but they were the masters at that old one. And why did they give up? Because they got baited to care about the external. They're just like, what's money? What's rewarded? What's that? And, like, that's how you know they got down the path of darkness. I'm saying Final Fantasy 13, if anything, should get some love. Combine the trilogy. and release it, guys. You guys should. And just add a little bit. Connect all three. Make it linear. It's gonna be great. So anyway, to go back to the example, what I was trying to get to is that in the path, the pulse, which is the characters are on the run and they're exploring everything. But the first part of the game, I say the first part, but really it's like 80% of the game, 75% maybe, is just linear, just all story, and just some battles in between. I thought it was awesome, but then I came to find that a lot of people online, the feedback critiqued it. They thought it was just too linear, they wanted open, they wanted exploration, they wanted all this stuff. And I'm like, I thought it was great because it was aligned to its focus purpose. I'm saying it always could have been better, but I thought it was great because that's what it was. I saw it for what it was. I could immediately see the focus. I didn't know that at the time because I was a kid, but I see it. I was like, that's why I thought it was great. But then, so what people would say about that game is, you have to sit through, and I'm sure you guys have heard this for so many things. You have to sit through the first 11 chapters of the game, which is like there's 13, so 75% of the game. You have to sit through 75% of the game, and then you get to another planet called Pulse, open world, where you get to explore and do all these things, and the combat fully opens up. And at that point, that's when the game gets good. And I'm like, what? Like, that's so weird. Like, do you guys see? Like, the focus purpose now when people are playing is like their whole goal is to get to that external, to like, they're basing it off of the external. And I'm saying when I played it, I thought that was the part that was fun. Just so you guys understand, I thought it was a lot of fun. But it became a different game at that point. There was very little story. It was very spread out. And I just thought that was very interesting. I look back, it's because at that point their focus purpose changed. I'm not saying it was necessarily bad, because you really got to enjoy the combat. It got really complex. It was a lot of fun, very challenging. But it became very like, I'm like, the 75% of the game had so much story. And then, like, think of it like 95% of the story was in the first 75%, and then 5% was in the last 25. And you guys see, like, the balance is off. I'm saying it's because they got baited to external. So when people are like, wow, it just doesn't flow as well, or like the pacing is off, it's because whenever that happens, guys, it means that their focus purpose got deviated. That's so fascinating. Whenever you guys notice in any game or any movie or any book that the pacing changed at any point, for maybe it's something you prefer, so you have to be like, why do I prefer that right now? But it changed. You're like, their focus purpose got deviated. It's like us, like, we're going so slow now. We're just having fun because we're like, we don't care anymore. There's no time limit. These are just the fun stories now that reinforce kind of what I've been talking about. Yeah, I'm telling you guys, right when I took my break, I got nudged in my head. Oh, I just made an intentional mistake. Then it's like, nah, maybe you should just stop streaming for today. You should probably just stop. Maybe save it for another day. I'm like, why? I'm saying that's all it has to be. Like, maybe they were designing and all of a sudden they started getting like these mental thoughts that were populating. They're like, yeah, or maybe like, I don't know, like, just to give you like a positive example, like maybe they were sharing with their girl. They're telling them about their design, and they were like talking all proud about it. And she's like, that's a lot of story. That's kind of confusing. Maybe you guys should, like, the combat is really fun. And they're like, okay. So then they go back and like, I remember my girl said that. And other people are like, yeah, my girl said the same thing. Like, well, guys, we should do that. maybe instead of like then just making the end exactly like that, they should just spread it out more throughout. You guys see though? It's like something happens, something presents, and it deviates our focus purpose. And now we can test and experiment, but most people don't do that. They just deviate and they change. And I'm telling you, once you understand all this knowledge, you can see it. That's why what I'm trying to get all of you to reach is it's a level of just using small seeds to win. So what if we get to a point where we don't need any one thing? What if we don't need any one thing to get a creation? So that developer was only creating the way they did because, like, hey, like maybe they were basing it off like their girls' feedback, right? Or maybe like a focus group, or even here or there, right? Focus. You see, like, or like the money or the reward external, or that they need like their boss's praise, like, wow, this part is really good. You see, that means that if we don't get that our design, that our creation, that our path that we walk is going to be different. We need the external. We can't win off a small seed anymore. We need those things. What I'm trying to get everyone to focus on here is when those things present to us, right? Like, oh, my girl said that or something, or that other game had a lot of success doing that. Maybe we should do that too. Is that they're tendrils or like ropes that are like tying us down, and we don't know how to break it. Like it gets a hold on us, and if there's nothing that like temporarily like cuts all the rope and saves us, we actually get trapped. We get enslaved. And most of us then need something external to break that hold. Like we get captured by a net. So for many of us, it's like when our girl, maybe we come home today and we let her play test the thing that we designed or see, and then she says, wow, this part was really fun. When that happens, whatever hold that the external created that they had created in us about like something negative, or like we thought some part was bad or whatever, is gone now. But what ends up happening is that now we're reliant on that. So if they ever make her not say that to us, then we're at risk. I'm telling you guys. Because then all of a sudden you start thinking like, well, why didn't she say that? Why didn't she like this part? Why didn't she do this? Why didn't she do that? And this is how they do it for everything, guys. Everything. Most of us in this world have become reliant on something external to break the hold that they put in us. Like, all of a sudden, like, oh, I don't know, like, well, I don't know, like, I feel like my design isn't good. And then you're like, oh, hold on, let's read that one magazine that claims that we were the best developer of 2025. Oh, look at that. You see, like, then they keep going back to it and like, see, guys, we're the best. Like, now they need that. If they don't have that, then they don't think that they're good anymore. Which means, do you guys see how, remember we talked about the cycle of destruction? It means that at any point, if they now have another magazine, right? What's the most disappointing developer of 2025 or 2026? And they say it's that company. And they were using the magazine external to grade themselves, to remind themselves that they're good, that they break the hold, the net that they're putting on them. They're like, oh, I don't know. Now, the magazine that was protecting them doesn't protect them anymore because they have the other one that says, actually, you're bad. And just like that, people's design and paths are going to change. I'm saying that every creation, that's how a focus purpose got modified. You can tell, like something happened like that. Like something happened like that, guys. At some point, something presented that made them change. It's that simple. It's once you know all this knowledge, you can see exactly when and where it happens. Always. It's just like, wow. You can then see the flow. Like this one's kept its focus purpose the entire time. This one didn't. Like it just, you can just tell. So what usually ends up happening when they put that net on us and then we become reliant on an external to cut it is that you understand all of a sudden that everything becomes about speed and everything becomes about consuming excessively. So you're like, hey, guys, we need to like create by a time limit. We need to create more. We need to cut corners. We need to save costs. We need to make more money. We need to be featured in more magazines. We need to do more interviews. We need to do all like, do you guys see, like, it's all about like consumption. It's all about reward. It's all about reinforcement. It's all about like seeking validation, praise, all this stuff. And it's all through that play. You guys saw, like, they started making them, they changed their focus purpose. They got a net on them. They consumed them. They're like, ah. And then they relied on something external. So like the magazine reviews or like their girl praising them. And then they took that away or did the opposite. And then now they need more fast. They need more excess. They need to consume. So when that happens, for many of you, I want you guys to think about it as, well, where could someone get that today? Guys, holy shit, we're figuring it out. Where could someone get that today? Well, for most of us now, there's social media websites. Think of it like Reddit, LinkedIn, things of that nature. And you can actually see your reviews, right? Feedback. And I'm telling you guys, people are going to seek it. These creators are going to seek it because now they got baited down to speed, fast, and excess consumption. But anything that can help them constantly remove that net, the tentacles, the tendrils that they create around them, that trap them. Because otherwise their focus purpose is lost. And it is lost, but they're completely lost otherwise. So what they end up doing is they start scrolling. And once in a while, if you guys know, and it's only your positives, right? You can use it for you. But you guys see, like, you have to go into it having a set focus purpose. I promise you, most of you don't do that for that reason. And even then, you guys understand that if you're not careful, it creates danger. Because what is it? Like, maybe you guys are smart and you're like, well, my focus purpose is I want to get feedback. But why do you need feedback, right? I want to read what people are saying about our game or like our current designs. And then they're just browsing, and they're just browsing, and just browsing, and just browsing. And think about like every sports team, everything, musicians, anything, like anyone who has a creation, anything, companies, anything, product. And they're like, oh my God, people hate us. Oh my God, or people like us. And you see, like, then they start like gravitating towards the path. So then who's going to want to read like the negative feedback? So then they read the positive. Like, people are like, well, I really like it when people create that they created an open world segment here. That was really awesome. And I thought it was really great that they cut out an unnecessary story. Like, it was such a bad story. And I'm like, what? So now the developers got their focus changed. So now they need that. So guess what? Since they don't, maybe they got ruined through the magazine play. So now they're just scrolling social media. And that means I can say, you guys understand, I could just write both comments myself. Good and bad. Which means I can manipulate anything if I wanted to. Is there something in the world right now that can create comments on demand? So you're just scrolling. And you're this developer or like a musician or a player or whatever. And you're reading these feedbacks. And you're going to obviously gravitate towards good. because you don't want to get the bad because it makes you flare up, right? It reminds you of when you got consumed by the net, you got captured. And it's going to start changing your play. But even then, what you're going to realize, even in the good, there's going to be people that mention, like, I don't know why people say this bad thing about them. Do you guys see, like, it's overt? Even then, they're like, I don't know why they say this developer doesn't know how to create open worlds. They do. And you see, like, it starts shaping you. It starts guiding you. It starts changing who you are. It just starts changing your focus purpose. It starts making you not remember anymore your positives, not remember who you are. Something else now decides. And you see, like, it's now an external. It's other people. It's other info presented. It's what's most recent, what's more repeated. You guys don't even catch it. And I'm saying this is how all of your guys' designs and creations and who you are as people have changed. They've rearranged all of you to get you to design and create and do the way they want. I'm just saying, if you guys just kept reconsuming your own stuff as a developer, for example, or a musician, you're like, well, I want to make this song even better. I want to make this video game even better. I want to create even better Dungeons in Zelda. I want to create even a better story experience in Final Fantasy. I'm like, how can we do so? You just keep refining, you keep refining, you keep refining, you keep refining. But you don't get baited down the feedback path of external. And I'm telling you guys that it's all going to work out. Because people are going to feel it, that your focus purpose was correct the entire time. It doesn't mean that sometimes we all, like I told you guys, the cycle of destruction never ends. It's always present, and it always will be, because there's something that wants to guide our creations. So no one is going to be harsh on other people anymore because they understand it. Like, oh, wait, this is reality. It's happening to all of us. Okay, yeah, sure, you guys deviated here a little bit. It's okay, because guess what? You guys aren't worried about getting it right anymore. You guys aren't worried about getting it perfect anymore, so you're just releasing as you go. Sure, it could have been better. I mean, this stream, I think I have one of my best, as all of them are amazing, but there's things I could have done better, but it's okay. It's not a problem. Anything that really mattered, I'm going to learn from. And honestly, the small little deviations that I could have done that were better made this experience what it is, and that's it. There's nothing else to it. Imagine if a developer created it like that. You see, like, they would just be free and they would just be releasing, they would just be creating. And you see, like, they're so worried about speed. They're so worried about external. But the things that actually prevent that is because they're controlling their focus purpose. They're controlling what matters, something else deciding for them. They're not remembering their positive. They're not remembering what they're good at, who they are. Like I think Square Enix, Final Fantasy, like, they created amazing story experiences and worlds, and they lost that temporarily for a few years. And I'm saying they're kind of getting it back, but I still think that there could be more there. They're so worried about still other things. They don't have to. They don't have to be. They don't have to be. So what happens when we get to that state? Since we don't remember anymore who we are or our positives or what we're good at or what our focus purpose was, now we can't attach our positives to things anymore. So for many of us, when we're doing our creations, right, what I'm trying to get all of you to do is I'm trying to get all of you to be able to create things, not because you're getting paid, but because you believe in it. So think about it, like, because then we could create a world where we don't rely on money or currency. Imagine people who are designing video games or like who are creating movies or writing stories are doing so regardless if it sells and makes money. They're not doing it for that at all. Actually, they don't care about that at all. You see, like, if everyone's creating what they believe in, they'll be like, hey, well, I need some people that can help me with graphics. I need some people that can help me with writing. I need some people that can help me with this. I want to create the battle system. Well, sure. Do you guys get it? Like, then now we could. Now we could do that. Maybe one day I'll create a game. Who knows? I know I will. Even because I can handle all the parts and just keep it low key. But anyway, that's another topic. we can't attach our positives anymore to anything that we do. We don't even remember them. Remember what I said earlier, guys, is that I can literally make a girl nudge appear from a notebook, a red notebook, because it reminds me of her, like her red outfit. Yeah, the blonde girl. Holy crap, she's hot, beautiful. Explore her whole world. Slow down. People are like, from a notebook? Yeah, you guys see, like, but when we get baited to the external, when we get baited to fast, when we get baited to excess consumption, and we're getting all this info being put into us, all of a sudden, we don't even, like, the thought of the girl doesn't pop up anymore. We would have to force ourselves to remember. Do you guys understand? Like, I'm saying having some overt things is good, but imagine if you put it everywhere. Like, you'd see, like, think about, like, you just have pictures of her everywhere and, like, around your computer setup. Then you guys never would forget, right? Think of it like that. But I'm saying is that what ends up happening when you guys start getting baited to the external as a need, and when you guys start consuming so much excessive info wherever you guys are at. So think of it like at work, or think of it like on social media, or things of that nature. So you guys don't even realize what's happening is that they put, like, think about, like, my shepherd talisman griever right here is like your girl, right? So what they end up doing, or like whatever you're creating, all of a sudden, before you guys know it, because there's so much info, you're like, so guys, how are we doing today? Are you guys enjoying the stream? If you guys just tuned in right now and I asked you, hey, how does my necklace, how does my talisman look like? You guys would have no idea. Do you guys understand? All right. So, why have I been trying to get all of you to realize that the answer is just slowing down? Because we're all so worried about going fast, about getting the results quickly, but I'm saying you're going to get that if you just slow down. People are like, that's not true. I'm like, it is. Because what you're going to realize is that your focus purpose then is correct for you. Because we're like, how do you know it's correct? I'm like, it's going to be correct for you. When you guys just slow down, it's correct for you. Minimal consumption. You're like, wait, why did I need to read? I didn't need to read all those things. Like, that doesn't even matter. Like, I'm always trying to improve and refine my craft. Always. I don't need someone to tell me, hey, you forgot to do this, or hey, you should do this more. You can. Like, at the beginning, most of us need that, just so you guys understand. That's okay, because we haven't learned yet everything. But once we grow and we explore and we figure things out, and we know our positives and we know our negatives, we don't need that anymore. And if anything, you realize now the dangers of it. I'm telling you guys, when you consume less, people are like, when I fall behind, I'm like, it's the contrary. All of a sudden, now you can learn anything. Now you can do anything because you remember who you are before they destroyed you, before they made you care about the external, before they made you need it. You don't forget anymore. You now know, you remember. And I'm telling you guys, the things that you guys are worried about that you might forget, they're not going to let you forget, good and bad. It's going to reappear, and you guys are like, I'll never forget. I'm like, you're right, you won't. But there's things that they made us forget. And all of a sudden, like, if I spend some time with you, like, if I could learn maybe some of your past good things, I'm like, I could bring it back to you guys. And you're like, oh my God, I haven't thought about that in like 10 years. I'm like, exactly. That's how they do that. Because do you guys understand that then you forget? Like, I think like the Legend of Zelda developers, they forget that they were the best in class of designing dungeons and creating puzzles and experiences that were just extremely well crafted, all meaningful, no repetition. Everything was something to solve and figure out. They were the masters at it, and they lost that. because they started caring about the external, about fast, about the rewards. So, what's the takeaway? If we go fast, if we care about consumption, it makes us forget. It makes us be reliant on the external. We need some kind of reward. We need some kind of fuel. We need something to keep going. We don't remember why. We don't remember our focus purpose. We're vulnerable to recency and to repetition, which means that when we're going fast, when we're consuming excessively, if today someone tells me I'm bad, it gets to me. And if it gets repeated, it really gets to me. But then tomorrow, someone says, you're good, and if someone reinforces it, I think I'm the best in the world. Do you guys see how dangerous that is? Because that means that won't we perform or do based on that? Couldn't I then control and dictate anything that has a competition or a ranking by knowing everyone has now become like this, about fast, about excess concern? Everyone has. I'm telling you guys, until you guys all become aware of this and break free, if you have a phone today, this is you. I can promise any of you, this is you. If you guys don't have it silent and prevented vibration and notifications, this is each and every one of you. We all have gone down the fast path, instant gratification, and consumption of excess. All of us. It's that simple. Prophecy of thought is real. I'm telling you guys, that means that any sports team, if I want to make sure that they lose their next game, I now know they're all vulnerable to recency and to repetition. All of them. And external. So, and I can make them forget super easily. Just have to create some drama with their girl, or vice versa. And then make sure that they can present things that say either they're bad or good. Recency and repetition. That's it. If I can do that, I can almost guarantee that the results happen the way I want. And if I know who in a team is kind of like the voice that suppresses other people, that is self-proclaimed as the expert, I can use them to spread all the tendrils as needed. And there's nothing anyone can do. Which means every company, every creation team, all those stuff. You guys get why things change? Just have to get people on fast, consumption of excess, reliance on external. They forget what matters, they forget who they are, they forget their focus purpose, and now they can rearrange them through recency and repetition. So what happens then if we do the opposite, right? If we go slow, if we minimize, if we block ins, we don't let a lot of info get to us, a lot of feedback, a lot of things like that. People are like, well, then you're going to be one. I'm like, it's the opposite. Right? And people are like, I want results. I want this. Like, so I got the fast. I'm like, no, see, guys, it's the opposite. If you go slow and you almost block everything, you have minimal consumption. Because what ends up happening, guys, is think of it like there's a video game that I used to play called Remnant, and it had a force field ability. You slam your hand on the ground, and a force field appears around you. And what it does was, think of it like in The Matrix, the girl in the red dress. But this force field slows the bullets that show up. So the moment a bullet enters, I'm like, whoa. I'm like, no, Neo. When you get really good, you won't have to. Do you guys remember that phrase from that scene? From The Matrix? I'm saying that's real. Because when you get really good at this, and you understand this, you have a permanent, slow force field around you. This is fucking awesome. I'm going to have to rewatch that. And all of a sudden, I'm like, now I could dodge the bullet, right? But you now, since you see it coming and it's so slow, now you can deviate at any point. Do you guys understand it? Because you see it and you're like, I can just grab it and like destroy it. I can see it. I'm like, oh, this one I have to dodge. This one, actually, I can take because it's not going to do any damage now because I've already figured out how to prevent it. Boom. The only reason why we can do that is because you see, like, we see it coming. We know what it is. I'm like, oh, there's the magazine play. Oh, they made my girl not talk about my creation today. Oh, they made everyone on Reddit or like the commentators on like this news thing, TV, shit talk us. Oh, like you guys see now all the things and what they were intending from each thing. Because you're going slow and you have minimal. But you see, like, those things shouldn't have even got to you. You shouldn't have even learned about the magazine. You shouldn't have even learned about the news people or like the Reddit comments. The only one that you should have maybe learned about was the girl. But even then, you're like, I can't believe they made her do that. But now you see what they were trying to do. So now you know how to respond. So that means you can either destroy it or you can cleanse it. Cleansing is just healing it. Why? Because now there's no need anymore. Like, oh, I need to read comments to say that I'm the best, or that we're the best creators, or that the reviews or the magazine feedback, or like, I don't need it. I don't need my girl to say that, hey, you're the best at creating something. You guys might not even talk about those things anymore. Because before, maybe the only reason why you talked about it with her was because you wanted her to say, hey, you're so good. You see, you guys get to a point where you don't need it anymore. So she might be like, hey, why don't we ever talk about like how you're designing your creations anymore? I'm like, that doesn't matter. I don't need anything there anymore. There's no time requirement there anymore. So you see, like, it might not even be presented anymore. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? Like, you have that slow force field around you. So then when anything presents, like, you're like, first of all, how did I get there? But you're like, okay. But you see, now you can react to it. Now you know what to do. You understand. But you see, when there's no need anymore, there's no time requirement. There's no reliance on external. Your focus is different. Now, we can do when we choose and how we choose. And then, just so you guys know, if all of a sudden, like, we're just drinking water, I'm just relaxing my girl. Remember, like I said, we're outside and we're just cuddling on like a lounger or the couch the whole day. And she's like, hey, I just want to let you know, your creations are amazing, but I thought it was better when you were going slow and when you guys were focused more on the story. I'm like, oh. I'm like, interesting. Thanks for letting me know. I appreciate it. You guys see, like, it doesn't even do anything anymore. The good doesn't make you do. The bad doesn't make you do. You can just choose to respond, but maybe you're like, actually, you're like, did they get her to say that right now? Like, why would you say that right now? I'm like, do I actually want to keep going down this path? And I'm like, well, why do you think that the story part is good? Well, it's just, I feel like no one talks about the situations or the topics that you do. But you see, like, all of a sudden it's different. But you guys can almost like test the water. I'm like, were they trying to get her to like poison or to guide us to good or bad? But then you guys still are aware, like, they could be trying to deviate my creation and change my focus purpose. But you guys now see that, so you can evaluate. Like, actually, she isn't trying to suggest me to change my creation. She's actually just, we're talking about a figure out. We're trying to be like, she's like, why is it that your stories are good? Like, what do you do there that makes them good? And you're like, actually, yeah, let's think about it. You guys see how that changes things? Because now that she also has minimal info, we have minimal info. So both of us can now just recall and remember our positives, what makes us us, what makes us our best. You can remember how to be our healer, the best healers out there. When I consume this later, we can remember the what matters in each thing that we do. Like, so how did I get to so many lessons? Like, for example, playing Final Fantasy Online, like through healing, through exploration, and through some of the more healing stories. Laveva, the astrologian, and it's the Tonberry Scholar, and the White Mage Tree. The healing stories, they're really good. And the main ones. But even, look at that, the one with the water wheel too. You guys see, like, so what do I call this, guys? This entire segment was the small seed effect. If you guys re-listen to this segment, I threw out a lot. Yet, if you guys re-listen to it now, your entire interpretation of everything that I started with till now is different. You guys are going to catch different things the second time. Because I put a lot of small seeds in there. Light seeds that have a lot of answers that can completely change how each and every one of you operate your life. That will protect you from everything, because really what it is that most of us don't know and realize how we're getting changed. And when we do become aware of it, it's all encompassing. Like, it just overwhelms us because we're like, I don't know what I can consume and what I can. And really the answer is you want to minimize almost everything. But that's not easy for most of us. Right? It goes against everything we've learned from day one. So I put a lot of answers in there, but they're small seeds. I didn't spell them out for all of you, but they're there on how to approach everything from how to interact with our girl to like how to create to like how to handle situations at work. So like this depends on where you're at in life. But you guys see, like, people are like, wait, really? I'm like, yeah. But most of us don't see that right away because we always are focused on the avert. But I'm like, there's small seeds that were planted in different areas that if we take them, like, well, why did he share that story? Why did he explain that topic through that? Why did he talk around things there? Why did he do this? Like, do you guys see, like, all of a sudden those small seeds, if we use them and we apply them to our situations in our life, because what I'm trying to get all of you to realize is that I'm giving you guys all the answers to life. If you apply everything that I'm saying through the stories and just place your own variables there, you're going to realize that all the same things that I'm saying are happening to each and every one of you. Guaranteed. I bet everything. It's just how it is, okay? And once you guys are like, okay, fine, let's explore that, you're like, holy shit, wait, it really is that way. You're like, how's that possible? I was like, because remember what I said, guys, once you understand it, it's a set play. Everything is a set play. Like, it's a design. Just like how we create things as humans, I'm saying that the things that have created this world or crafted it, and we never know exactly what they are, they had the same thing. They created a design. It's literally a crafted design. Yet, the part why I'm fighting it the way I do is because I'm trying to get them to change it. And there have been some changes. But unfortunately, still not where it needs to be. But we'll get there. Maybe. But until then, the solution is to learn everything. So, because once you know all this stuff, guys, what I'm trying to get you to realize is that imagine if you guys were reliant right now on, I said something, that's decent. If I said something from A to B to C to D to E to F, that gets you from that dark tree over there with the dark seeds to the owl. And when you get to the owl, you win. Because you don't know how to get to the owl. But if I say, yesterday or a week ago when I streamed, you guys, I said something that got you to the owl and you won temporarily. And you don't know what it is. You can't figure it out. But you're like, I know that Shepherd Star, the Star Diplomat, the Dark Knight, this Shepherd Talisman, did something that got me there. And I don't know what it is. But I guess I'll just keep re-listening and hope that it happens again. It just doesn't. Well, you guys see that then you guys are reliant on listening to something that I say to get you there. What if you guys learned how to just take a small seed whenever it presents? Because what you're going to realize, guys, is that the way when we live our life, small seeds are being presented, light seeds are being created constantly throughout everything we're doing. But they're not very overt. If anything, they're not at all. And we kind of have to like piece them together. And if we use them if we can see what their purpose was or their intention, all of a sudden we're like, wait a minute. Because the thing about it, remember what I said, guys, we want minimal consumption, very little info. So we can always remember who we are and our positives. Because I'm telling you guys, it doesn't matter how good you are. Even I am not immune to this. If I consume too much excess, I get lost. All of us do. It's just, there's nothing you can do about it, guys. It's just reality. Even some of my interpretations about common words now, like I've been playing some games and like consuming some specific info and self-reinforcing some things for myself intentionally because I know they're my positives. I'm like, now I see it or hear it, and like now I think about something positive for myself. But I'm telling you guys, a few years ago, I didn't. Like, it didn't even pop to my mind. I'm like, how is that possible? And it was already inside of me. It was something positive from my childhood, yet I couldn't even remember it back then because there was so much other stuff that was being thrown at me. I'm saying, guys, once you get to this point, if you learn how to do this, to take the small seeds from things, and that's basically everything I explained, right? Going slow, minimizing, no need or time. We can choose. We can choose how. But really, creating our own. If we can always create our own seed, think back to like the German Lebkuchen pastry example, the orange, attaching our shields to like our girl's shield to like different things. You can use that as a small seed. And you can create a light tree from it. Which means that it doesn't matter what even gets presented to you anymore, guys. You can always create your own. It's always better for it to be good. Do you guys understand? But now the result isn't determined by the external that's presented. You are deciding. And that doesn't mean that sometimes they might successfully get you to deviate or to underperform. And that's real. It's just you couldn't fight back enough, and that's okay. You're going to learn. But I'm telling you guys, if you can create your own seeds, and then the ones that they help us present through the things that we're experiencing, and you know how to identify them and aren't relying on the overt external, you're protected from darkness. Because I'm telling you guys, darkness will not try to create a seed. They won't. They won't. They're going to start a very heavy-handed path to get you to do, to get you to believe, to do what they want. It's not easy, though. It gets more complicated. But for most of you guys, you're never going to get there. So I just want you all to understand. Learn how to create your own seeds and learn how to identify the small seeds that are planted throughout. Then you never are reliant on excess, on fast, on consumption, on what others say. Then you'll always remember who you are. So, what happens when we get to that? What happens when we get to that? We can now explore. So what I want all of you to realize is that the reason why I can do these stream talks and the reason why I can talk about the things that I do and the way I do is because I got to that. You guys understand? I use now the small seeds. The underlying, I am not reliant on external. I have minimal. I always now remember who I am and what I am. So, because it just really boils down to that at any point, remember the slow force field, you see those things present, you're like, yeah, no. Even if you like deviate slightly, you always get back on track. It doesn't matter, guys. You just understand it all. You see it all. You know what's wrong and what's right for you. And if there's something that you haven't experienced yet, you just like, okay. And then immediately you're like, oh, bad or good for you. And you're not basing off what other people say. You just know, which means that you can explore because you're not letting something else dictate or something else decide. Yet you still know your poisons and you still know your positives. So if you're exploring and you see a lot of your poisons, you're like, should we? Should I? I could. I could, because getting to the state of exploration is the goal, just so people understand. Once we're slow and we just are willing to explore, it's the ultimate protection. It's the best solution to everything in this world. Just so people understand, it makes us feel better. It gives us, it's the easiest way, just so people understand, to have temporary faith. I call it you creating your own templates, right? Remember at the very beginning I talked about how we can create that star example, how we can decide what is on each star, what is equipped, and the setup that we use. And think of it like that, guys. Like it protects us. It makes us. It doesn't matter what you guys are doing. I'm telling all of you, if you guys get into video games and you learn and you play some games that you can create setups like that, it's so much fun. It protects you while you're trying to figure it out, because it's think of it like you guys literally had a kid and you get to see them grow up. But it's in a short moment in a video game where you just decide how you set up your character. It's something like that. And for any parent who has a kid that's grown up and is happy about that, you should all be happy regardless. But it's just like, it feels that way. And it's because you're exploring. You get to explore. You get to create something. Your own setup. You're not bound by one thing anymore. You can just do. You appreciate. You're trying to see, like, well, what else can I try? What else can I do? What else can I see? What other approach can I take? Imagine if, like, let's just say, like, I only had one viewer. Who knows how many I had, but let's say I only had one. And I listened to that one person. They're like, hey, yeah, can you only do 2 hours streams? That's all I can listen to. And I'm like, maybe. But you guys see, like, all of a sudden, we have to evaluate that properly. But if you're consuming so much excessive, we can't. But even then, I'm like, well, why would they say that? What's the purpose? What's the suggestion? What are they trying to do? You guys see, like, it's not easy. I struggle with this because I know that they use this for bad. So I always am like, should I actually do that to people? I only have good intent. I only am trying to plant light seeds, and I am. You guys understand? So even though it's like I know there's a risk there, I'm like, sometimes I risk it. But I know I'm always like, it's something that I battle with, just so people are aware. But think about that. Most of us don't even spend 1 second considering that. We just do whatever pops up in our head and suggest and throw out at people. Do you guys understand the immense impact that everything would happen if every single person paused for a second before just spouting out whatever pops up in their head? So, exploration. What ends up happening when we're exploring is we go down different paths. And like I said, we can start identifying the poison, and we can start identifying the positive. Because it's not paths that we normally would walk. And sometimes it's fun, right? We get to create our templates, we get to see new things, we get to learn new things. It's great. Not always. Because remember what I said, our focus purpose changes. But this time we know why we're doing it. Because normally what ends up happening is it gets deviated by not us, not by choice. Like we see something deviated us and we are like, how did that happen? So right now I'm like, okay, I'm going to explore a different topic. I'm going to explore a side path. I'm going to do this. And I know that I'm trying to do it because I want to see what else the game has to offer, or like this world has to offer, or like this book has to offer, or whatever, right? Or this creation, so anything. And you're exploring, you just want to see, you want to try, you want to experiment, you want to create a template, you want to do something, right? Learn something new, figure out something new. And when you're doing that, all of a sudden you're like, I don't feel as protected anymore. And there's a reason for that. It's because each activity, each thing that we do, we were doing for a reason originally. So I told you guys at the beginning, I was like, we have to always remember what we're doing something for, our focus purpose for. Like when I went outside to go on that run, I'll do 1 lap, right? 1 minute. And I was using it for an experiment to try to figure something out. That was what my focus purpose was for. But then remember I told you guys they presented the girl to try to change her focus purpose. So you see, like, in this case, that's a positive for mine. But I want you guys to I'm trying not to consume myself or other people. But what I want you guys to realize that when you're exploring, like when we go out there, like we were trying something new, we were exploring, experimenting, doing that. All of a sudden, something presents. Or maybe next time, then we actually decide, here, that's how we're going to take this. The next time we decide, okay, you know what? I went outside last time to learn like the bracelet experiment and to practice focuses. Well, this time I'm going to actually do something related to the girl. Okay. So you see, now we're exploring something new. So then we have to see how we feel. But you see, it's not our original focus purpose anymore. So I'm going to actually use, the girl one is just, it's our ultimate shield, so it's not a good example. I'm going to use a video game. I'm going to use like Final Fantasy Online. And you see, like right now I'm exploring, I'm experimenting, and I was like, nope, you guys see that? That's what I'm trying to show you guys. But there's some risks, and you're like, nope. But you saw that? That, guys. So in that game that I play, I use it for a few reasons, but one of the main ones I use it for is for healing. There's not enough games currently designed that have healing in it, where it's like someone can serve as a healer or a more supportive role and heal things that overcome the damage. Or if they do have that, it's just not the main design or the main focus of the game. So it's just kind of like a side thing. So something that has a lot of healing that's designed specifically for that is just a fun game, and it satisfies that need that I have. Not a need, but that's one of my shields of healing, of guiding, of protecting, of supporting, of setting up other people for success. So that's one of the main reasons why I play that, and for like strategy and progress of like encounters, so we're trying to overcome them. So if I play it then for like, I'm exploring, I'm like trying out like a different class or encounter or something like that's more like damage, or I use like the blue mage example, what I talked about earlier. It's like we learn their attacks and we can learn new things, but it takes us to different areas of the game that aren't related to healing. And all of a sudden when we're doing that, I'm like, wow, I feel like I'm getting a lot of info presented. I don't feel as good. Like my head hurts. I'm saying, guys, could headaches be just that we got presented too many bad reminders? Could it be actually possible, guys, that when we have too much bad info that got presented into our head, that we get a headache? I think so. Anyway, something for you guys to think about. When you guys headaches, there's a lot of stuff presented to you, and info is just any overt sense, just so you guys know. It doesn't have to be words or sounds like spoken. I'm just saying, you could go like to like the airport and see 1 million people, and if you saw enough, if there's certain people that were installed to be your poison, I'm saying that could be enough to give you a headache. Something like that, guys. Okay. Think about that one, guys. Huh? Anyway, just planting seeds. Do you guys see what I'm talking about? So you guys can explore things. All of a sudden we go down these side paths and we see how we feel. And I'm like, yeah, I don't feel as good there. Or, ooh, that opened up that ends. Like all of a sudden they started presenting other things into my head that could have got me down on the path. So I'm like, yeah, nope, that's not the path. You can see like we can test things, but that's how you can tell. It's like, ooh, that was in the healing path. That was more like trying to like fight back against the darkness to like expose all their fabrications. But I'm like, actually, I don't know if we need to do that as much anymore. We're not as shielded or protected when we do that. It's a little more darkness. It's still good, but we don't need to do that when we need to fight back. Right now, we don't need to fight back. Right now, we're healing. So I'm like, interesting. So when I explore the paths that have like that are more like damage oriented, or just like exploring the world in that game, I get presented a lot more info, a lot more excess. And it's a lot of fun. It's slow. I get to see so much more of the design of the game. I'm like, I get to see basically the whole game. But I'm like, I don't feel as good. So what is that? It's because it's not actually our shield. Like that's not the reason, that's not the focus purpose of why we were playing that game. Do you guys understand? Like, it wasn't the main reason. There could be some side benefits, or really it's a extra thing. We're just exploring, we're learning something new. But you see, like, we're doing it to learn something new. We're not using it as our shield. Maybe learning new things is our shield, but you see, it's each game. Like I'm using games, but like movies or books or activities or something, like there's a focus purpose for it. And you start using it for something else, it's always risky, because if you're splitting it between two things, it's bad. But sometimes you completely deviate and you're like, wait, I used to use that for a mental reset. Why am I using it for this now? Well, actually it could work for that. But why, when I use it for that, I don't feel as protected. I'm like, yeah, it's because we're letting in a lot of info that's being presented to us. You can do that. You guys see, like, you can explore, you can try new things, because that's the beauty of slowing down. You're more willing to just explore, to try, be like, I can now use non-optimal. I don't have to only use it for the healing stuff. I can use it for other things and explore and see what's out there. Learn more. Maybe sometimes there could be a good lesson somewhere out there. I can find some light seeds, because now I can identify them and see them, and I'm like, ooh, this was a really good part. Like the water wheel example that I talked about earlier, guys, that was from a side path that I explored when I took everything so slow. The blue mage example, how I explained how we learn from attacks, the same thing. But I'm telling you guys, when I did those paths, there was a lot of poison presented, a lot of bad. And you can shrug it off. You can just go, nope, 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 nope. But what ends up happening is that when you're exploring, when you're doing it slow, and you're not doing your main focus purpose that shields you, after a while, guys, you have to deviate. You have to. You just have to. You have to reset. You have to deal with the things that you know are your shields again, that are your positives, that are your paths. So if some of you guys are so worried, like, hey, I'm not going to do the best things ever, I'm like, you're going to go back to it. But first, you explore a little bit, and then you can go back to those things. So those are the realities and the risks of exploration. Exploring slowly. But how do we explore slowly, guys? It's actually really simple. You create your own balance. People are like, wait, what? I'm like, yeah. You create your own balance. Because when you take it slow, right? Like, you know what? Actually, I don't know how much more we're going to stream. I really don't. We might be done in an hour, we might be done in 2, or we might be done in 30 minutes. Who knows? You see, like, I am now in charge of creating my balance. I am now in charge of creating my balance. I am. Nothing else. Do you guys understand? The moment that happens, the moment I decide, nothing else, millions of things can be presented to me right now. It doesn't matter. No matter what gets presented at this point right now, I know that I still have things I want to cover, and I'm going to. And that's that. That's final. There's nothing that can be done anymore. I've created my own balance. Am I going to do this again like this? Probably not. But today I am. So that means that today I can just explore slowly. I can talk through these things. And I already know that I've talked about some things that I was going to talk about later, now. And now later, when I'm going to get to those things again, I don't have to reinforce them as much. And it's going to be faster, that part, because I already touched upon it right now. But if I was letting something else dictate the balance and of telling me how to explore or what I need to do, well, do you guys understand that then I can't explore my way anymore? Now all of a sudden everything's guided. There's time, there's need, there's external, there's requirements. There's a path that I must walk. There's a correct way of doing things. I'm saying we're all going to learn how to do that for ourselves. We're going to learn the best ways, and then even then we're like, it's okay. There's going to come to a point when you slow explore, guys, what you're going to realize is, wait a minute, I'm willing to take risks. I'm willing to do non-optimal. I'm willing to try. I'm willing to experiment. I know this isn't the best path, yet I'm doing it. Why? Because I'm creating the balance. I'm not reliant on something creating the experience for me. I get to create it. Doesn't mean that I can't use great design that was created by other people, but then I can add on to it my own modifications. Think of it like this, guys. I encourage all of you. I might start sharing them again, but I'll probably leave it open. But when I create my streams, I use music to help me. I could have the music playing in the background, or I could tell now all of you, hey, while you guys listen to my talk, listen to this song. Like I suggested, Final Fantasy 13, Fighting Fate. Have it on the low volume in the background, just on loop. And you guys can listen to all this, and this is going to be powerful. It helps communicate the theme that I'm trying to communicate. But you guys could do the front, like you guys understand you could just listen to all these stuff with music playing in the background, just light music playing. And it changes the experience. You get to decide now. You could play like more like melancholy, sad music, or maybe like uplifting, exciting music. And I can make recommendations for each part, but you guys see? I used to do that, and it's great, it's powerful, but at the same time, each one of us can do so ourselves. Things like that can change the experience. That means that we get to create the balance. If you guys wanted to add like an instrumental song in the background when you listen to this, you guys can. You see, you're modifying the balance. Someone's like, oh, you're ruining it. I'm like, if that's what they want to use to create a different experience and how they want to do it, that means that they're taking what I gave them and they're then making it their own. They're modifying it even further. That's awesome. So, slow exploring is, let's talk about how to do that. Because really, I say it's easy to create our own balance, but it's really not if you've never done so before. It seems so simple on paper, but we get stuck. But the main reason, just so people understand, the main reason for slow exploring, the main reason for creating our own balance, and the main reason for doing all this is for one reason. It's to identify our focus purpose for each activity. Because once you slow down, and once while you're slowing down, you're exploring, and then you're modifying your own balance, you're creating it for yourself, you realize, wait, what is the reason for all this? What is my focus purpose for this? Like for myself, like I said, when I re-listen to this with the music that I believe adds the correct feel for each segment, I realize I'm like, I don't even care about how many viewers or what anyone is saying or any of that stuff. So I'm like, so that means I'm not doing this for other people. That's a side benefit. I'm doing it for myself to learn this stuff, but also it's a great shield for myself. It's fun. But you guys see, like, that's when I'm creating my own balance. I'm like, now I see. You see, guys, that's how you can start piecing it together to identify our focus purpose. So, where do we begin? Earlier, we talked about replaying something, re-experiencing something. But I want you guys to think about, even just when you're experiencing anything, a creation or doing something, an activity. If we're doing an easier part, easier is based on us, each and every one of us, where we're at currently. If we're doing something that's easier, that we've already done before, that we've mastered, or that it's just not, you could tell the design they didn't intend to push people, even though there's no reason not to. We always should be trying to challenge people. People can handle it. They can. The only reason why they feel like they can is because they got baited down. External, fast, consumption, excess. That's the only reason why, and their focus purpose had changed. I'm telling you, everyone would be down to always overcome and learn new things if their focus purpose is correct and they're on the light path of light seeds. Always. I promise all of you. So when you're doing an easier part, if you're on the darkness path, you want to get it over with quickly. You want to win as fast as possible. You want it to be easy. If you're on the light path, you want to find ways to even make it more challenging, to create new things that you haven't learned before. How can I create a new situation that forces me to like handle something differently? Because you're not worried, right? There's no fear. There's no punishment. There's no consequence. And if something does go wrong, and you're like, no, oh, it's because I was really pushing myself. I was trying so many new things. Oops. All right. that was the limit of how much I could do. All right. Do you guys understand? It completely changes everything. But you see, like, there's no fear about, oh gosh, I'm bad. You know exactly why it happened, or maybe you guys didn't succeed. It's like, well, yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I pushed myself too much. This time I'll do just a little less. So I think about it in like that video game that I say that I play Final Fantasy Online, like healing. Like there's like these encounters, Gaius, who's trying to make people question how the world works. And he finds the ultimate weapon that is going to be used to try to like enslave people to do so. So he's trying to do so by force. And I'm saying he almost got it right. It's good to get people to question, but he lost his way when he was trying to force people. Right? So it's not easy though. And that's all I'm going to say about that. That's not right now the topic about this. But there's a battle against these things. And there's healing that presents itself. And I'm saying that the story is great, the experience is great, but these encounters just are a little bit too easy, especially now that they're like some of the first encounters that you experience in the game, like in the first turning point of the game or the story, that if people go back to them, they do them with too many items, too many externals that make them too easy because they were not balanced correctly. So that means, like, think of it like they were balanced around having one mug of water that has 20%, okay? I have now 2 mugs of water, and one of them has 100 and the other one has 30. So that means I'm at 130%, and it was balanced around 20%. Do you guys understand how easy that's going to be? So when something's too easy, we're open now to corruption. So what I'm trying to get you guys to understand is that when we're slowly exploring, now that we realize we have time, there's no need, we slow down, we explore, like, wait a minute, so we're doing this encounter that we've already like either done before, or we know that it's not as challenging as it could be. How could we make it a little more challenging? What could we do to make it add some complications? Because maybe the designers or the creators didn't do so. So like, what could we do to like spice things up a little bit? I'm like, well, there's avoidable in this game, like think of it like attacks or something that's avoidable, something that you know would make it more challenging. I'm like, before in some of my other streams, like I told you guys, I put a limit on myself. I'm like, well, I don't want to go past 4 hours. I want to cover everything in that time. If I did that today, this would have been significantly more challenging. Now I don't have to, like, there's parts that I could have condensed, but I'm not worried about it at all, guys. It's all valuable, but even then, it could have maybe even been more valuable if it was condensed. But you see, guys, I don't care today. I'm not putting that limit on myself. I'm going slow. But I'm trying to explain things in more ways, different stories, and really stretch things to the max. Because I think this is a great topic, and I was on a great path today. You see, like, we're creating our own experience. I call it the Iron Council effect. It's what is a council? There's a group of people, right? Think of it like this Iron Council has 3 people on it, and you have to choose the order on how to talk to this council. And depending on the order that you do determines the difficulty of the encounter. If you talk to Iron Council member number 1 first, then number 2, number 3, that's the easiest path. You'll succeed, you'll overcome the encounter, but you see, it really wasn't challenged that much because each one gets progressively more difficult. If you do 2 first, then you do 1, then you do 3, that's the medium difficulty. It's has a much more challenges and deviations, but it still doesn't push you that much. But now you actually really have to respond to things. Now mistakes could be punishing you. You have to learn strategy. You have to figure things out. But if you do I don't even remember what I said. Doesn't matter the order. But let's say if you do 2 first, then you do 3, and then you do 1. 1 is the reason why you. Okay, think of it like this. The reason why we would do 1 first, because that's the most challenging one. That's the one that causes the most complications, the most problems. If we keep that one alive, or we don't talk to that one until the end, that means that the thing that's like, think about it, you're trying to get rid of the problem first, right? Whatever's causing the most complication, the most struggle, the most challenge. If you keep that present the entire time, that means that normally it was designed that, of course, everyone's going to get rid of that first. Or everyone's going to talk to that first. If you don't, you see the challenge exponentially increases, because now you see you're creating situations that weren't maybe even intended, that weren't even planned to be designed. Like you weren't even supposed to have that still present or active. That's not how it was meant to be. We just thought everyone's going to get rid of that first. They're like, you kept the number 1 council member active the entire time. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's the hardest path that you could possibly do. Think about all the situations that were created that you had to learn and overcome. So what I'm trying to get you guys to realize is that depending on the difficulty, depending on the path that we walk on, how we handle, well, which council member do we talk to? Which council member do we defeat first? Do we overcome first? Do we really leave the most challenging one active the entire time so that that's the last one we get rid of? Do you guys see that depending on the difficulty, depending on the path, we are creating our own balances, and we create our own situations that we're experiencing that force us to learn new things, to respond to things that we never would have otherwise. We never would have encountered those things otherwise. I'm like, wait, if we keep council member 1 active the entire time, there's a unique interaction that lines up between number 2 and 1 at the end, and you're like, whoa, that's so interesting. We wouldn't have even known that happens. It really forces all of us to respond differently, forces us to develop a new skill set, it forces us to change our setup. Do you guys see, like, all that is learned, and like, wow, that mechanic interacts with that situation completely differently. I'm like, wow, I feel like it should have been designed with that active. Like, that should always have been present. So do you guys see, like, depending on which path that we chose of the Iron Council, it determines our focus. It changes our focus. It changes our focus purpose. Because if we choose the easiest path, well, we don't really have to focus on it. Like, it's just easy. It's too easy. There's not a lot of focus. There's not learning. We're not overcoming anything. But even just, like, do you guys understand? Like I said, if it's already too easy, or it's an easy part, even just like by forcing yourself to do intentional mistakes, making it harder, like, how can I make this harder? Like, now your focus purpose is, how can I create a challenge here? How can I make this more challenging? So the entire time when you're slow exploring this encounter that you know is already just too easy, you're like, how can I make this even more challenging? Do we see how that protects us? Because now the entire time I'm like, how could I drink this water right now from this mug in a more challenging way? Well, instead of using the handle, I'm like, could I use like 4 fingers and, like, without spilling? I'm like, I'm gonna be careful because I don't want to destroy any electronics around myself. But you guys see, like, something like that completely takes over our focus purpose, and it protects us. Because now the entire time I'm like, well, what else could I do? Like, could I, like, pour water from one into another and then into the bowl and then drink it? And can I do that in 10 seconds or something? You guys see, like, we're just thinking now. We're trying to figure something out. We're trying to piece something together. And now our entire focus is on that. Because otherwise you're just like, oh, this is too easy. This is boring. This is, like, whatever. Like, I just want to rush. I just now care about the external reward. What am I going to get from completing this? Like, what benefit do I get from doing this? Like, what's the thing? Like, you don't appreciate the design. You don't even focus on. But when I'm telling you guys, if all of a sudden you're like, how can I make this more challenging? Or how could we deviate the order? Or how could we? I'm like, whoa, if we do that first versus that, if we keep that alive or we don't change that or get rid of that, that's so challenging. Like, oh my gosh. Like, when that happens, guys, I'm telling you, all of a sudden we're like, whoa, this is actually really well designed. I'm like, the only thing that's off is the tuning or, like, the balance or the creation. They don't make us actually use these things or do these things. I'm like, they had something really, they struck gold here. Like, what are they doing? Like, why don't they do more? Why why didn't they push this further? Why didn't they explore this further? And you're like, oh, it's because their focus purpose got deviated by something. Something got presented to them, and they started caring about the external or the feedback, and then they got lost. I'm like, whoa. Do you guys get it? You're creating the balance. So now you're almost become a designer. It's like, hey, I create something for you, a playground for you, and then I'm like, okay, guys, I now want you to balance this playground for every other kid. But it's going to be based on your experience. Go. And then all of a sudden I'm like, just try out everything. Like you're jumping from like one thing to the next. And I'm like, whoa, this jump right here is a bit too much. It's too easy to fall right here. But there's this other part that's way too easy. I'm like, can we like add some complications and like some struggles here? Do you guys see like all of a sudden the way you think about everything, the way you approach everything changes, each and every one of us. And when we get to that, there is nothing that they can do to destroy us anymore. Yet, what you're going to realize is that things are going to get presented if it's not our shield. But still, all the things, because when it's just too easy, when there's no focus purpose anymore, when we all get baited to care about the external. That's why if you guys have been doing the same story for years, it's all too easy for all of you. It really is. You really all know what to do. So if you don't intentionally create extra challenges or make it more challenging, and how can all of you ever do that? Because you're all trapped in an environment where if you did that, it'd not only be considered a mistake, but you're going to get punished because there's requirements and there's so many people that are worried about needs and time and external rewards and money and all this stuff like that. So you guys can never do that. Do you guys see? Like, you're doomed. They're always controlling your focus purpose, each and every one of you. So you are never allowed to slow explore. You're never allowed to create your own balance. None of you. So the Iron Council example, guys, depending on, like, if you can choose how to handle an encounter or a situation in 3 ways, who do you talk to? The easiest first, in the middle, and the hardest? That's the hardest path. Right? If you keep the hardest alive the entire time, that's the hardest path. Most difficult. If you get rid of the hard thing right away, solve it quickly, use everything you have just to get it over with. If the most difficult part of the encounter is only 20 seconds, and then you get to do the easy middle part for the next 80 seconds, you guys get it? Like 20% is over. That's it. Smooth sailing now. You basically won after the first 20 seconds. But what if you kept the hardest thing active the entire time? That means the entire 100-second encounter is going to be a challenge, an extreme challenge. And new situations are going to present that they didn't even, that the creators never even intended. Because they're like, what? Someone kept that active this entire time? There's like no way. So depending on what path we choose and how we handle the situation determines our focus purpose. Like, so are we giving seeds? Like to teach something for ourselves or for other people? Light seeds? Are we healing? Are we learning? Are we using this as a mental reset? Are we using this for progress? Are we using this to learn how to slow explore? Are we using this for like, you guys see, like all of a sudden when we're doing that, you can start identifying what it is that we're using this for. I'm like, well, the reason why I made this more challenging right now and I experienced like, what was the benefit that I got from this? I'm like, whoa, actually, it's letting me realize I need to slow down and like explore and appreciate design more. Oh, so I'm using this as a light seed right now to like grow a light tree to become more on a light path. Interesting. Whoa. I don't do that enough. I've been consuming too much. So that means that when I use something like this activity, I'm using it for that. I'm like, got it. Whoa, interesting. But the creation of the own balance of and each thing, whatever it is that we're doing, is what allows us to actually understand the focus purpose for that activity. So to give you guys an example is, I play League of Legends, and it's a multiplayer game that they use a term called snowball. It means that if bad starts happening, it's like it doesn't get interrupted, it just gets out of control and you lose. Okay, There's a few things that you can do, but mostly it gets to the point where then you become more reliant on the enemy making a mistake than you overcoming it. They outscale you. Think of it like that. They just get too good. They get too strong. And that's okay. But what I realized was that once I defeated caring about the win and all that stuff like that, because I'm like, I don't care about that. Because that's not why I'm playing it. I realized that I was willing to experiment and slow down and try non-optimal paths, which means that I actually lost more because I'm like, I know that's not the best path. I know for like that character or that champion for that situation or thing, like I know that's not the best way for me to stream, to give that example. And when that happens, all of a sudden I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah, I'm using this as a mental reset, but there's a side path that I can use as like figure out a template. Like sometimes I can use it for that. I'm like, if I try to figure out like a setup, or if I'm learning something new, like a character that I haven't played before in that game, because there's like 150 characters. I'm like, it's just fun to like figure out how to learn something. Like think of it like, hey guys, I want you to learn how to use a new computer. It's one that the world has never seen before. It has a different UI, it has everything. Most of you guys are, if you're pretty technological savvy, you guys might figure it out in one day. Not everything, but you guys will. It might be fun. After that, you're like, it's whatever. But that one day where you guys are figuring out how to use that computer, a new computer with a completely new UI, it's fun because you guys have so many new things to figure out. So I'm like, I can use it for that too. If I play a new character that I've never played for that has so many new things, I'm like, how does this work? What does this do? What are like the limits of this character? What can it do? How does it operate? How does it interact with things? So I'm like, I can use it for that. But really, I'm like, I realized though that if I'm doing something new and like a lot of bad presents, I'm like, I can't, because then what I realize is that I can't learn the new thing when too much bad happens, because it's a multiplayer game from other people. So if the 4 other players that I'm playing with have excessive bad happen to them, I can't learn my new thing, is what I realized. So when that happens, I always was like, what do I revert to? And I'm like, it becomes then a mental reset. Then I'm just like trying to like interrupt people so that they don't get consumed, but I'm really just like then just trying to like, I'm laughing about things, I'm creating my own little challenges, bounds. I'm like, hey guys, can we walk to that tree over there before we lose? You guys see, like I'm just using it as a mental reset, as a focus change at that point. But that's how I could see, like, you see, I started creating my own balance. I started creating my own limits. I started creating my own design to how to do things. But then I always realized what happens is, depending on whatever I'm experiencing, good or bad, I can see what I revert to, what I use it for. And I'm like, we just understand then what each thing's purpose is. For myself, League of Legends is mainly a mental reset. There's just a lot that goes into it. The other things are side benefits that I can use. Sometimes I can use it as my main focus purpose, but I'm like, if I'm learning something new, I probably should have different game modes. Use the ones that don't have as much bad that can happen, where you can't do anything anymore, because then I can't learn. You see, like, so that means that I call the game modes, that game mode can be for learning new, but that one I can't really learn new in that game mode, because you see, like, we start learning that one's more for mental reset, that one's more for maybe like that. You see, like we start understanding each thing, but those other ones are really just what I call the slow force field. We're exploring, and we now see, I'm like, that's not the main purpose. It's a side benefit, but when I do those things, I'm more vulnerable. I really am. Just so people understand, I'm not as shielded when I do those things. When I'm like trying to learn something new, like in those areas, I'm like, I can tell that the frustration builds more. Even like sometimes I use that game. I used to try to use it for like strategy, guiding, and healing, because I used to, like, when I raided in World of Warcraft as a guild leader, and a regulator to guide people to overcome things. I thought I could fill that void with League of Legends a little bit because there's almost like a tactician part of it. There's a lot of strategy involved to the game, but usually it doesn't happen because people just don't follow, right? And that's okay because that's fine. But once you realize that, I'm like, okay, then that shouldn't be my main purpose. If it happens, it's awesome, it's a side benefit, but it's not my main purpose. But there was a time where I tried to make it my main purpose for that thing, and then it ruined the game. It ruined it. I had to stop playing it aiming for a while because it got ruined because I was using it for the wrong focus purpose. But when I started creating my own balance, I realized actually, I'm like, it really is just a mental reset. That's all it is. When there's just too much info, good and bad, it's a great way to just completely like wind down for myself. And most people don't view it that way because most people get baited to caring about the win. So what I'm trying to say is that whole story is a reminder that we just have to stick to one focus purpose once we identify what it is. Because otherwise, I'm telling you, if I was using it for a mental reset, but then I'm also using it for strategy, I'm also using it for healing, or I'm also using it to try to learn something new, that's 4 different things. I'm telling you, those things can happen. They're side paths. But that means that each is its own focus purpose. So what you guys are going to realize once you start mastering this knowledge is that you have to set up a path for each one a little bit. You don't have to do excessive. But like before I started my stream, I realized that there's things that I can do. Like if I start a path of belief of like with the girl and stuff like that, I can do anything. Just so people know, it's my ultimate shield, right? Like it's paradise. Like I realize that just allows me to do anything. That's really what it is. The girl path, kid, pet, that just allows me to do anything. But that means that I can use that for anything. But I'm like, actually, I can get to doing this through just starting a path of healing and belief and guiding. So I'm like, I could use that through other things. I could get there through other things. So if I just set up the path, I'm okay, I set up the path to mental reset. I'm like, well, I can just like listen to like a random song and just play League of Legends and then we're good. You see, like you just set up a little 1 + 2 and then you can start going on that focus purpose. So like I'm trying to find something that has more strategy or tactics. I'm like, is there actually maybe a game I play, or is there something else I can do that can get me to that? I'm like, well, what can I do that gets me more to feel that way? You guys see, like that's what I want you guys to think about. Like you set up a short little path, 1 + 2, that gets you to that focus purpose. So then when you're doing that activity, so like right now, I'm just using games because I'm telling you guys they work for everything, but you guys are gonna have an equivalent. I'm like, I want to do a more of a path of like learning new things and exploration. I'm like, well, then I should play a game that has more exploration right now and a lot of things, new things to figure out. I'm like, okay, are there songs from my past that I used to listen to that make me feel like exploring? Okay, so then can I have that song play? Then could I maybe like try cooking a little differently something? You see, like I'm exploring something a little different. And then I play the game of when I'm exploring. You can see, like I set up my focus purpose to do correctly. So then it's fully aligned. So then when I'm doing said activity, it just flows. It's not easy, right? Because it's super easy to get lost. I'm telling you guys, when people create and they were aligned on their focus purpose and they set up the path correctly for themselves, it just, what their creation just shines. If we know our focus purpose, it's the key to everything, to whatever we're doing. It protects us. It makes everything better. We must not allow any deviations. We have to understand when they're happening, where it's happening from, and then when it is, we have to think of it like it's like, do we allow this right now? Do we allow this change? Do we allow this deviation? And if so, Why? You see, that only can happen if we understand all of this already. Most of us aren't even to the point where they're like, I've never even conceptualized focus purpose before. This is so much. I'm like, yeah, you'll get there. But once you do, you're like, well, what am I doing this for? What is this, the focus purpose of this? What's the point? So then if a deviation happens, you're like, well, this was meant to, that deviation should only be a side benefit, but it's trying to become the main purpose for now. I'm like, should I allow that? And why? I'm telling you guys, if you let it split and make it like a 50-50, I'm like, let's do half strategy, half healing. It's not the same anymore. It doesn't have the same benefit to us, which means that we're in danger. We're at risk. I'm telling you guys, the answer to everything on how to self-explore, on how to identify our focus purpose, how to create our own balance, but then really just to use this to the best ability, we have to have a set focus purpose per thing. Some of you guys are like, it's going to take some fun out of things. I'm like, at first, you're not wrong. At first it does. You're like, wait a minute. Because remember I said, this is where you guys have to be careful though about the beta analysis. So you're like, oh wait, the only reason why I want a girl is or the only reason why I play this game is because of, the only reason why I drink water is because of, yep. But then you're like, that doesn't matter. Cool. All right, done. So then you're like, wait a minute. So the only reason why I'm playing that game is for a mental reset. All of a sudden, I'm like starting to talk to people more and trying to heal them and help them. I'm like, uh-huh. So now there's a deviation happening. Now I can notice that. I'm like, well, you can actually mute the chat. You can limit it. I'm like, that works. Once in a while, though, it's not bad. So I'm like, I have to be careful, though. So like, if all of a sudden I'm playing, I'm using it as a mental reset. And all of a sudden, like, I start getting reminders or like suggestions pushed to me. They're like, hey, type this, do this, say this, try this. And I'm like, nah, that's not the way I'm doing it. Once in a while, though, I'm like, it's not a bad thing to be like, if we're doing well, just be like, hey guys, let's do this, or let's try to do this strategy thing. But I'm using it just, I know why I'm doing it, right? It's still for the whole purpose of just mentally resetting. But you see, now I can notice if it deviates. I call this, we're protecting one thing. There's a series, a video game series called Phantasy Star Online. And there's an encounter in that called the mining rig. So it's a protection mission. Think of it like, guys, you have 3 mugs in front of you: a coffee mug, a gray water mug, and a red water mug. And I tell all of you guys that in 30 seconds, there's going to be a swarm of enemies. Enemies could be literally just the wind, or it could be breadcrumbs, or it could be the sun. Doesn't matter, right? My point is that something that's going to present that's going to try to attack these mugs. And if you don't protect like the mug from the wind or from the sun or whatever, or from the leaves, that it's going to get destroyed. And there's going to be three repetitions of this. What we're going to realize is that when we have to protect the coffee mug, the gray mug, and the red mug, all 3, is that it's not easy if we're doing it alone. If we had a group, well, it's different. But let's just say in this example, we're doing it alone. It's not easy to protect all 3. And I want you guys to think about all 3. Each one of those is a focus purpose. The coffee mug, the gray mug, or the red mug. And I'm saying, guys, hey, why are we doing this activity right now? I'm like, well, right now we're doing it for the gray mug. I'm like, okay. Progress. Okay. So let's protect that one. What you guys realize is the moment you're not worried about the coffee mug anymore or the red mug, and you're only now focused on the gray water mug. That's your focus purpose. Like, hey, we're doing it for this. for progression, to protect that one. It means that if someone's like, oh, hey, what about the coffee mug? You're like, yeah, that's a side benefit, but that's okay. Wait, what? Why are you getting destroyed? But like, hey, the red water mug over there is getting hurt. Like, that's fine. That's not my problem. That's someone else's or something else. Do you guys see, like, you see now when something is trying to deviate you, because you're like, no, the one I'm protecting is my gray water mug. And I think about this, guys, for a guy like who's dating a girl or something. That's what we need to do for our girl. That's what we need. They need to make our family become the girl, the kid, the pet. They have to be the one thing that we protect, our focus purpose. That's what it is. We can't let it get deviated, because I'm saying they all find a way to make us deviate that. Because once you understand it, the protecting the one, I'm telling you guys, and you know what your focus purpose is per thing. Like, wait, which focus purpose am I protecting for this thing right now? And you keep it that way. Sometimes I'm saying like, wow, I actually like, hey, I was protecting the gray, but the red was safe this time. I got to, and the coffee one too. Wow, I got to experience the coffee mug and the red water mug while only protecting the gray. That's awesome. It is. But you guys see, it wasn't our focus purpose. That we got that is a bonus. But the dangers become when they're like, I thought you also care about the coffee mug. I thought you also care about the red water mug. So how do they counter that? Because that's the answer to everything, guys. That's how we prevent. Because remember, because then it's easy to slow down. Because at any point, then, if someone's trying to get you to wait, you need to protect the coffee mug. You're like, no, I don't. You see, like, there's nothing they can do. Once you understand your focus purpose per activity or per thing, if they try to deviate it, you know. You're like, no, that's wrong. Like I told you guys, like the Final Fantasy, the game that I play for healing and for like that stuff. And like, if all of a sudden they're like, I thought you played for this. I'm like, no, it's a side benefit. If someone tells me that, I'm like, I know that's wrong. You see, like, there's nothing they can do. You understand everything. There's nothing they can do. They can't destroy you like that anymore. They can't deviate you or get you to forget something or focus on the wrong things. Because you guys know. And that's why I said, if you slow explore, now you know how to create your own balance, to identify what you're doing something for. There's nothing they can do, because now any small seed that is planted, you always can use it for light. Because since you know what you're doing it for, because what happened, remember I said, dark relies on externals. They're going to try to present all these things, and you're like, nope. Oh, here's a small light seed that's related to actually why I'm doing this for. And you can take that immediately and use it for good. If people say the only reason why you're streaming right now and doing all this is for money, I'm like, that's 100% wrong. But if someone claims that for 1 hour, but then 2 minutes are like, well, actually, maybe he's doing this because he wants to heal people, but also maybe he's doing it because he's learning with this for himself. I'm like, oh, there you go. And I can take that piece alone out of the 1 hour rant that they did saying that something wrong, and I can take that as the light seed, and all the rest is gone, is nothing. I still rather would not have wanted to consume any of that or listen to any of that. But you guys see that once you know your focus purpose and you're only protecting that one thing, that you can grab the light seed when it presents, because you know. So how do they counter that? Because I'm telling you guys, that's the answer. Because they need us, then they have to lead it, they have to corrupt it, they have to. Because if something protects you like that, they have to. In that Phantasy Star Online game, it's based on more like Japanese Asian culture, and that they have a lot of like the idol, some like a girl that like performs music, and it's awesome. I think it's so cool. I mean, obviously, I want to grow up. It's like, it's great, right? I love it. A girl that can sing and dance, perform like that. I'm like, wow, yeah, it's powerful. So I call it there's two games, Phantasy Star Online 1, Phantasy Star Online 2. And in one, the idol was called like a Star Girl, and the second one, her name was Nadre, right? So what you guys are going to realize, the way they corrupt, or the way that they counter that once we know what we're using something for, is they say, Star Girl or Nadre? Which idol is better? Which one is like hotter? Who sings better? Who dances better? Which one? The purple girl or the one with the like the green and white? And at first it seems harmless. And you're like, well, yeah, I mean, I'm more of a Nadra girl, but or guy. Like, I prefer Nadra. She's whatever, right? But you guys see, like, all of a sudden, we get down, like, we're going down this path, and I'm like, wait a minute. They're deviating our focus purpose. Why does that even matter? Why would we, like, let's say, like, why did they create this in this game? Or why were we listening to, like, these idols sing and dance and perform and stuff like that? Well, it's the girl. It's my ultimate shield. The girl path. It makes me happy. It calms me. It's cool. It's relaxing. It makes me believe. It makes me have hope. It makes me on a light path. Like, oh, okay. So wait, does it actually matter then right now if Nadre or the Star Girl are better? No. Yet something in this world counters our focus purpose, because I'm like, I just know that, hey, the girl matters. That's it. And if she sings, then that's even better, but that's even irrelevant. So then why are they making us care about that? You see, like, a comparison. I'm saying that's what they do to start corruption. Because once they've identified that helps you, they need to start corrupting it. And how do they do that? I'm saying this just so you guys know, this is an example that I'm using through a video game situation, but this is how they do it, and this is how they've ruined every single relationship, just so people are aware. So the first step is they need to deviate your focus purpose. So they can have to create a comparison in something. It doesn't matter what it is, because that creates a vulnerability. I'm like, well, now all of a sudden, instead of focusing on, hey, the girl makes us safe, makes us feel happy, now we're like, well, which idol is better? She wears purple, she wears green. What's better? I'm like, does it really matter? No, maybe purple's better for us and maybe green is better for you. Like, you see, it's irrelevant. But they make us focus on that. And I'm like, that wasn't our focus purpose. Why does that matter now? You see, like, something presented that now deviated that. We're not slow anymore. We can't see the bullet coming. We don't see that it's intact. So we can't deviate and get back to what matters. Now we're letting something else say what our focus purpose is. Do you guys see, like, those kind of questions that get presented like that make people, like, question something like that or think about that is not harmless. People are, because on paper, I'm like, is it really that bad? They're both extremely sexy women. They know how to sing. They know how to dance. They know how to perform. They both make us happy. What's the problem with that? None. You guys see, like, that's how they infiltrate. Do you guys see that? Is that I'm like, all of a sudden, like, I'm like, wait. But none of us see it, because if we see it, the attack coming from a mile away, well, then we're not going to fall for it. But if it starts like that, it's harmless. I'm like, well, those are both are positive, right? Do you guys see that's how they do it? Step one is they need to deviate our focus purpose. Well, why are we doing this? Like, hey, are you going to stream about this topic or this topic? I'm like, this is really bad. I'm just going to stream. But if they start getting us to focus on that, it deviates what our actual focus purpose for streaming and doing these videos are. Healing, guiding, something for ourselves to re-listen and always reconsume to get rid of their poison and be on the light path. But you see, all of a sudden they could get us to focus on something entirely different. And how do they do that? Through a comparison, just like A or B. And then it deviates temporarily what our focus purpose is. All that does, just so you guys understand, all it is, when something like that is presented, is only done for one reason. It's to create vulnerability. increase our vulnerability. We're more vulnerable. So then step 2. Then what they do is there's a card game that I play called Hearthstone. Think of it like there's cards that get presented to us at all times. There's always new cards being developed, so that's presented to us. So that's one thing, but really it's through the things that we're playing against or what we're experiencing. So think of it like this: is like all of a sudden I'm overtly getting suggested, or I'm losing to an enemy that plays these cards. First, someone's like, well, hey, is it better to play this card or this card? You're like, I don't know. You see, like we might not even get an answer to that. We might not even know the answer to it. It doesn't matter, because let's say both of those are good cards that we enjoy. I'm like, I enjoy that card, and I think that card is good too. But now the vulnerability's there. I'm like, is one better than the other? And then all of a sudden, you get overt suggestions from the cards that you're playing against. Maybe I'm playing against another player, and they use a combo. Or maybe they used the second card, and it destroyed my first card. And I'm like, whoa. I'm like, the second card is way better. I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, whoa, yeah. Or maybe it's a third one that I hadn't even seen before. I'm like, wow, the third one destroyed the second one completely. I'm like, oh my gosh, the second one sucks. I'm like it's so weak. A week ago, I thought like all my cards were amazing and all the things, these stuff were good, and I knew why. I'm like, I'm always trying new cards. I'm exploring. I'm trying to create new strategies. I don't care about winning or losing. I know, I'm like, the second one I can see that it has some weaknesses, but it's awesome. It has cool interactions. It's fun. I feel like it's actually balanced. Some of the other ones are just not. They're just too powerful. But then all of a sudden, right, like the prompt got created, and then the second one, when I used it, got destroyed by something external, like a third unknown variable. And all of a sudden, I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah, the second one is bad. And also, can't believe I lost. Like, you see, like now you're starting to care about the win. Now you're starting to care about like which one's better. Now you're starting to care about which is fast, which is going to get us a reward. Do you guys understand? Like all of a sudden, our original focus purpose got changed. I'm like, well, why were we playing this card game? Why were we listening to Nadre or the Star Girl? Why were we doing all these things? You see, it changes, and we don't even see it. It creeps up on us. But our focus purpose for each thing that we are doing in our life, guys, changes like this. Something gets presented, like a compare, because they can't do anything if you understand. Like that's like if you guys understand why you're creating like whatever you're creating. I use the stories of like the video game developers, like Nintendo and Zelda, or Final Fantasy 10, Final Fantasy 13, and something gets presented, and they're like, wait a minute. And then they show something else like thriving or had these externals, and then they aren't, or someone critiqued. That's it. It's over. Now they're like, wait a minute. And that's it. Now they changed their focus purpose. So now their entire design is going to change direction. And that's all it takes. And then all they have to do is sprinkle some positive reinforcement that says, yeah, see, winning is good, right? Choose the easier path. Winning is good. And they're like, you're right. I don't know why I ever challenge myself or don't explore anymore. I'm telling you guys, they notice the things in this world that are trying to always destroy us for evolution and all that stuff, but really, they notice once something starts protecting us and something starts helping us. And if it helps us too much, even small things, like I told you guys, the measuring spoon is going to get poisoned. I know that. It's going to get attacked soon. If not already. I'm sure tomorrow something's going to happen with it. Just being real with you guys. And you're like, that's not possible. Like, it is. Once you see that, though, it changes everything. Okay? So once they notice it's protecting you more than they intend, they have to try to create something that makes us feel like rushing, or that can start corrupting us, can start corrupting that thing so that it's not as good anymore. I'm telling you guys, all of a sudden, like, I use the example. I keep using video games because I'm telling you guys it's what makes sense to me, but you can just create your own things. That's why it's so powerful. The Karen Travers battle where we lost. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, we figured it all out and we want to retry it. But now we care about the win and about the end. I'm like, now I finally solved it all. I want to overcome it. And now I'm like, I need to get through it quickly. I'm like, wait, why? You see, like that feeling of like rushing all of a sudden appears. I'm like, nah, we can enjoy this. Like, what's the problem? It's because our focus purpose, they were trying to deviate it, or they have successfully deviated. Whenever we feel that feeling, guys, just so you guys know, when we feel like rushing apart, that before we were enjoying or something, it's because, or anything that we're doing, it's because that means that they've deviated our focus purpose. Our reason for doing whatever we're doing now isn't what it originally was for. The game that I play for healing, Final Fantasy, I'm telling you guys, almost everyone that I encounter in that game now has completely lost their focus purpose. The only reason they're playing is they're doing it for the external. They're just rushing. They're just trying to get things as fast as possible. I'm like, they're all lost. All of them. I'm like, wow, everyone is really just doing it for the speed and like fast. I'm like, what the heck? I'm like, how did that even happen? I'm like, oh, they did it like this. I'm like, wow. I'm saying we all get that feeling. So, because then if anything slows us down, I'm telling you guys get like this resistance. There's almost like this anger, this frustration. You're like, just gotta go as fast as possible. I'm like, whoa, guys, how did we get to that? I'm like, something deviated our focus purpose. And I'm saying, usually it's through like the comparison, and then something got destroyed, or like something else was shown as a win. That's how we do it. So this goes back to the DESTRUCTO, the cycle, the 3 levels. And I'm saying, guys, that we need to match them, right? Like just like how we learned how the level 1 bad operates, now we learn how the level good operates. So I told you guys the 2-step process that they use. So since the step 1, right, is they're deviating our focus purpose to create our vulnerability through a comparison. So I'm saying we need to hyper focus our purpose to reduce our vulnerability. And how do we do that? By eliminating the comparison, by creating a slowdown zone. When we're taking something so slowly, that means that there's nothing, like everything's just slow. Well, let's see what's gonna happen. Do you guys see, like, now there's no need anymore, but we're hyper focused on what our purpose was or is. I'm like, yeah, I just want to listen to like these idols perform in Phantasy Star Online, Nadra and Stargirl. That's it. It brings me joy and calm. I'm gonna listen to them after this. It's gonna be great. I'm gonna just take both of them as their own thing. So that means I'm not vulnerable. You see, like, it reduces the vulnerability. But you see how we're doing it? It's the Blue Mage. We learn what they do, and then we counter it by matching them, but for good. So we learn how they plant the dark seeds. We learn it, we match it, but we do the same thing, but for good. I'm like, wow. So their tactic that they use is they do multiple things, but really they find a way to deviate our focus purpose. So I mean, that means that that's how they create darkness. To create light, we need to find a way to hyper focus our purpose. What is it that we're doing this for? What is it we're doing this for? What is it we're doing this for? I'm like, that's how they create vulnerability, and that's how we reduce vulnerability. So then step 2, I'm like, they present overt suggestions to change our original focus purpose. So how can we prevent that? So we have to explore. So we can deviate whenever a suggestion pops up. Because then we're not letting them change our focus purpose. So that means they're trying to change our focus purpose. So it means we have to not allow it. that means they're attacking a set focus purpose through suggestions. I'm like, so that means if we can since we're exploring, right? There's a million focus purposes, right? We're exploring, but we can see what they're attacking. So I'm like, right now, I'm like, wow, we slowed down and we're exploring. I'm like, wow, they're attacking the Phoenix right now. I'm like, whoa, they're attacking the Phoenix right now? I'm like, what the heck? Why are they attacking the Phoenix right now? I'm like, that's what they're attacking. That's our focus purpose. That was our focus purpose earlier. I'm like, they're attacking that. I'm like, whoa, they're trying to poison the Phoenix right now. I'm like, what the heck? That's so weird. Do you guys see, like, now you see it? Which means that I'm like, ooh, that was our focus purpose earlier and it was going to be later. Maybe right now we don't actually go down that path and we deviate to the owl or to the dark knight or to the star or to the lion. Do you guys see? When you slow down and you explore, I'm telling you guys, you can actually see what they're attacking, what they're trying to get your focus purpose to change to. Because you hyper-focus on one thing, right? That's what the slowdown is. But then you're hyper-focusing on what you're trying to accomplish, why we're doing something. But then when we're exploring, right, we know what our hyper-focus is. So then when we're exploring, we can always go back to that. I'm like, I know the purpose is the Phoenix, okay? That's what our focus purpose is. But temporarily, right now, let's just explore the lion, the lamp, take my hand, ripples, and the owl. And the star and the sun dark night. But our main focus purpose for doing this is the Phoenix, right? We're trying to get our glorious rebirth. Perfection. Merry Christmas. Pink. Orange dress. Red one piece. Gray dress. Anyway, so I'm like, what is our main focus purpose? So then you know it, right? So we can always go back there. We can always go back there. We can always go back there. So then we created that slowdown zone and we're exploring. I'm like, well, let's see all these other paths now because we're not going to forget. You understand? What they try to do is they try to make us forget. If we understand it, if we can never let them make us forget anymore what our focus purpose is, because we've created so many positives that always get us back to the Phoenix, that always get us back to the Phoenix, that always get us back to the Phoenix. And it's everywhere, every exit, right? Remember what we talked about? It's on every exit. So no matter what happens, we're always going to get back to that. It's just, do you guys see, like, I'm just saying, like, for myself, like, my paradise, the girl, the kid, the pet, no matter what, there's nothing they can do to make me forget that anymore. They can't make me think that it's a bad thing. They can't. It doesn't matter. Yet at the same time, I'm not rushing for it anymore. Do you guys see? So I'm always protected. Always. But I'm like, well, you know what? Let's explore right now the video game path. Let's explore the healing stream path. But the Phoenix that saves the girl, right? I'm like, I'm exploring this path over here right now about, like, the lion and, like, healing and guiding, and I'm roaring loudly today. And all of a sudden I'm like, whoa, actually, the owl is getting attacked right now. I'm like, they're attacking my video games. What? Like, you guys, you can now see it. I'm like, you're exploring and you're like, whoa, they're attacking the owl right now. Like, you guys see, because once you understand what each thing is for and when you're doing it and you're exploring, because remember, it's not the Phoenix, right? That's our ultimate shield that protects us from everything. But you're like, hey, it's okay. I know I usually do these things for the Phoenix, but right now I'm exploring all the other paths. I'm like, whoa, like, the owl is getting attacked right now. You see, like, they attack a set focus purpose. But when we're exploring, we do the non-optimal paths because we're trying things out. We're trying to figure things out. We're trying to see more, like, what we can do. But when we're doing that, I'm telling you guys, what we're actually doing is the mining rig. We're keeping the one thing safe, right? Because if I'm like, okay, I want to keep the Phoenix safe, and I'm exploring other paths. Maybe I notice it was getting attacked a little bit. Or the owl. I'm like, I want to keep the owl safe right now. I'm like, you know what? Let's explore these other paths. You can deviate. But then when you're doing that, you're going to even notice that there's more attacks that happen because we're not as protected, right? It's not the Phoenix. It's not our ultimate protection. But that's okay, because then every time that happens, I'm like, ooh, I then wanted to protect also the owl, and then I started doing this, and then so much started getting presented. Hey, you know what? Let's do a quick interruption and do a bombardment of the Phoenix. Boom. And we do that, and then we remember again, we have belief, we have faith, we're safe, we're calm. But you see, guys, wasn't our main purpose for set activity anymore. Like, hey, why am I streaming? Why am I playing this video game? Why am I reading this book? Why am I walking this path? And if we deviate from that, it's fine. We can slow down and explore. But I'm saying what you're going to realize that it's something that's attacked. And then if we don't interrupt it, if we don't deviate, because think of it like the invisible meter starting to build up. If we don't deviate, then we're going to get consumed. Either it's going to get corrupted, or we are going to temporarily get corrupted, and because enough dark seeds were planted, and then it starts sprouting a tree. And if that does, I'm telling you guys, it can either get us to forget our focus purpose, to deviate it, or it can make us start responding. And when we respond after darkness has been planted, we plant dark seeds. And that's how we get other people to have dark seeds. I'm telling you guys, when it's slow, you can respond. You can see every single attack coming that's building the meter. Every single one. And if there's enough, because a few, right? Like, especially if you're shielded and you're figuring out something new and you're learning and exploring, you're like, it's okay. But after a while, you're like, ooh, I need to stop. I need to slow down. I need to deviate, because otherwise, bad's going to happen. But think about it. Like, you guys get to a point where you actually, when you're exploring something, when you're trying something, you know why. You know normally, hey, you're deviating from your main focus purpose. You know that you're doing that. Think about how, in a way, calculated you all are going to become. But I'm telling you guys, it becomes second nature. You're actually, people are like, that sounds like you're taking the fun out of everything. I'm like, remember what I said, guys? You don't let it become that. Because that's when they try to get you to do, they try to analyze something. You're like, nope. But it's just like, you now know why you're doing everything, your focus. But then you're then free to explore if you ever don't. Because they can't destroy you anymore, but like, you're losing. I'm like, yeah, this doesn't matter. It's not why I'm doing this right now. Oh. Yeah, exactly. Do you guys see? Like, you just see, like, every time the bullet shows up, you're losing. I'm like, that's not even a bullet anymore, guys. The bullet just falls. See, Neo? You don't even have to dodge the bullets anymore. To give you guys one more example, just for myself, in that game that I play for healing, Final Fantasy, there's sometimes the healing encounters that are created that are not my ultimate shield, they're the main purpose for playing that game. Some of those are, for myself, they're new, but for other people, they're a repeated experience. Remember what I said, right? Like, when we repeat something, if we don't change how we experience it, it's just, its purpose is lost. It's too easy, and we just destroy it, and it's just, we care then about the external. So a lot of people are approaching that game now like that, which means that a new experience that I'm extremely hopeful and optimistic for, to have like healing and strategy and challenges and lessons, doesn't get that anymore, because there's think of it like they call it raid groups, but you can do it with 8 people. So that means there's 7 unknowns, and if all 7 have lost their focus purpose and are all doing it to rush for the win, for the external reward, do you guys understand that encounter is going to be extremely easy? It's going to be just like, I'm not going to really get any lessons from it. I'm not going to have anything to heal. I'm not going to have anything to do, right? But yet, what is one thing then that they can't take away? You guys see, like, when that happens, that one is challenging for all of you, because remember what I said, guys, is that if we know, I'm trying to get all of you to focus on the focus purpose, right? It's like, well, why am I playing this game? I'm playing it for the healing. So normally we always can create situations that do so. But I'm saying, what if even doing that, you can't? What if even doing that, like, it's prevented, and that's your main reason for doing something, and you're like, oh, then what I realized, that's when it gets dangerous, because it's almost like it creates a feeling of disappointment, because knowing your focus purpose and not letting it deviate protects us. So you're like, I'm doing everything correct. What's going on? And I'm like, it's because they create a situation that now is completely out of our control, which means that that's where we messed up, is that we were trying to have that focus purpose for something that actually, that to be able to heal is dependent on the 7 people and their situation. Do you guys understand that means that that's wrong? That activity can't have that focus purpose. And yet I'm like, I thought we played that game for that. I'm like, we can't. We do for 90% of the time, but those activities we can't, because the 7 variables that we don't control can modify the experience to a level that makes it so that we can't do our main focus purpose anymore. And it was disappointing for me. Like, I couldn't figure it out. I'm like, I have my right focus. I'm not letting them change it. So why am I not feeling good when I do these? And now I understand. It's because they were preventing it. So what I then realized was, I'm like, when I do these activities, I actually have to give up that focus purpose. I can't use this activity for healing anymore. But I'm like, wait, what? I thought that's what you guys, you see, it's not simple, guys. It gets super complex. But I'm trying to make you guys realize this encounter, I call it Thornton normal. That's the challenge. It's the end of like a story. It's that a battle that like is the culmination of everything that we've gone through our entire journey. And it's like this pope, another pope. Yes, was there something there? Another pope figure that gets like this legendary sword, and that makes him become temporarily a god. Okay, and if we defeat this pope, then there's going to be peace between like 2 warring factions that have been in an eternal struggle for years, millennia. So you're like, whoa. So like, like there's an expectation that gets built up in this encounter. And we expect it to not only be challenging, maybe even the thing that we did right before that is challenging. We expect there to be healing, because that's what we play this game for. And right, it's the culmination of a story. Like, there's been a build-up. So we're like, this is going to be great. And all of a sudden you do it, and it's almost like underwhelming, because it's so easy. Everyone is so over-geared, have so many tools. Like, everyone's rushing. Some people might even be critiquing, like, oh, this one's boring, or something like that. And you're like, what? You see, like, there's so many things that they're attacking, and you just don't know what to do. So a lot of us are kind of almost like let down. I'm saying it's because they changed that we were forced. We are forced to deviate our focus purpose there. We have to. So when that happens, that one is advanced tactics, guys, because then all of a sudden we realize, wait a minute. But you see, like, the only time, with the way to learn that is the first time it happens, we're going to lose. The first time we experience one of those, in that game, I call them raids, the 8-man normal modes. The first time we try one out, we're going to be disappointed. We're going to lose, right? I'm saying we completed the encounter, but we didn't get what we wanted from it, right? Our focus purpose clashed. It felt unfulfilling, underwhelming, and we didn't understand what it was. This is the answer. And the first time, it's always going to be a fail. Do you guys get it? Like, because they made us expect the heal. They made us expect that. Like, that's why we were playing the game, and we did it correctly. So then that doesn't happen, right? I'm like, I had nothing to heal. It was so easy. Like, people were shit talking. Like, this encounter, this challenge I was looking forward to. It was the end of the storyline of like these 2 warring factions. Like, everything was like, what? But you guys see, like, we didn't even realize it, but they got us to focus on the wrong thing, because we didn't understand that the variables that they can present can ruin that. So once we realized that after the first time, remember I said DESTRUCTO? Destructo only works once. Once we understand the destructo effect, we're never going to let it work again. And if we do it, that means something else got presented that made us deviate. So then I'm like, wait a minute, those raids, those 8-player challenges, I can never use those to heal. I can never use those to experience something challenging for progression. I can't. Those are different. So then I'm like, well, okay. Once we give that, you see, like we give that up and we're like, wait a minute, okay, then now what is it going to be used for? That means that it's like a subdivision within something that we're experiencing, within something that we're learning, within something that we're trying. Sometimes there's going to be a subdivision that gets created. And I'm saying that that's how complex it gets. I'm like, think like that example I used earlier. I'm like, the game modes, which one? Each one has maybe a little different purpose. They might all still be a mental reset, but that one actually could be used for learning new. Do we get it? So I'm like, oh, so the 8-mans are not meant for healing. I'm like, they're not. So what are they for? I'm like, they're for the spectacle, to maybe see like design. I can use it as like, I can appreciate the design of what they create, because yeah, it's too easy. It's never gonna, but I can see what they're trying to do. So I'm like, I can use it to like see how they create. The music, that one's huge. They have some amazing musical pieces in those encounters. I can't normally, like when you focus on maybe like healing a lot, yeah, you hear the music, but it's not. It's a side focus. It's not the main focus. I'm like, when I do those encounters, the music can actually be the main focus. I can focus on those more because, well, I don't get to heal as much. So I'm focusing more on design. I'm focusing on the music. So that means I'm focusing on the creation. Like it almost is like creation inspiration. Or maybe I just view it as a story that they're telling through the encounter rather than the challenge itself. Or remember what I said earlier, guys. If not, I could still find ways to make it more challenging myself. I can create my own balance. I could start making mistakes intentionally in the encounter to start taking damage. I'm like, boom, let's do this, let's do this. You guys see, like, there's so many things that I can do, but the one where I have to create my own balance to make it more challenging, it gets harder when there's 8 people or more people present. The more variables that we don't control, the harder it gets. If there was just 3 other players, it's easier. If there's just 1 other player, it's even easier. But when you see that there's 7, I'm like, the more variables that are present that we can't control means that we need to make the focus variable something that we can control. So what can we control from an 8-man encounter? Well, like I said, the music doesn't change. The design of the encounter, like what we're experiencing, what we see, like the things that get presented, the animations, the graphics of the enemy, all that stuff, those things don't change regardless of what players are. So we can appreciate those things. You see, like we slow down and we're like, hey, you know what? Right now I'm just going to view things as a designer. I'm like, what do we got here? I'm like, whoa, look at the graphics, look at the animations that this enemy does, or like this stuff. You guys see that then now our focus purpose is on like the design. We're not using it as a shield to heal or to guide or to learn strategy. We're using it as, oh, this could be like a design shield. I'm just going to write that one down. This is what you guys should do. Write things down. So do you guys see, like, now I even figured out something else. I'm like, oh, so that's how I can do that. But you see, like, things like that protect us, guys. Oh, man, that's funny. Don't let anything ever deviate your focus, ever. So I call that the Thornton normal experiment. there's another thing that can help us explore differently. I call it the firmament. In that same tool, video game, that I use for healing, that I use to learn things. It's awesome. I'm just saying that because they're presenting things right now, which is really good because they were trying to deviate my focus purpose. So whenever now I have an opportunity to combat it, I love it. I welcome it. It's not something that I would rather not have this situation happen, but I'm saying when they present something to us that tries to make us deviate our focus purpose, I'm saying it's such a great opportunity to understand how they do it, why they do it, and to combat it each time. I'm saying, now I'm good. You see, like, I just have to explain it. That's all I have to say, and now I'm good. But most of us, it happens to us, and it changes how we walk, it changes how we experience, it changes how we do, it changes how we feel. So then all of a sudden, we don't operate the same way anymore. So our creations change. So the firmament is an example of, in that game, that was basically most people played for something external, right? Just to gain power, to feel more powerful, to get progressively, like, think of it like to get more money, to get a new TV, to get a new car, to get a new mug, to get a new bowl, to get a new phone, something like that, right? So their character gets more powerful. And I use it for healing, but I'm telling you, most people don't. In that game, though, there's what the people call professions. For people in real life, think of it like people who become like a weaver of tapestries, or a blacksmith, or something like that in the past, in the medieval days. Okay, think of something like that. Someone who does a role like that. And normally there's not a lot of design for those people who play those things. It's a side thing that they created, but it wasn't the main focus of the game. And they knew that. Remember, like I said, like, everyone knows their focus purpose, and they knew that. So they had that on the side. But there's this one segment that they had created where they created a whole, like, think of it like a chapter in a book. They created that whole chapter for the side focus that they had. And I'm saying that when I explored it without actually being like the blacksmith, without being the weaver of the tapestry. So it means that there was nothing in it for me. Do you guys understand? There was nothing in it for me. Like, there was no external reward, because it's like, think of it like, if you're not a blacksmith, yet you go to a factory that's only about blacksmithing, or like a tour that teaches you how to blacksmith. People are like, why would you do that? Like, you're not learning anything you're never going to be a blacksmith. You're right, I'm not. That's not who I am. So why would you do that? You guys see, like, you're exploring an area that's not your focus purpose. But I took it slow. I wanted to explore it. I wanted to see what's there. I knew that that's not my path, but I also knew that it wasn't my poison path. But remember what I said, guys, when we explore something slowly, that's not our path, we can just appreciate the design. We are viewing it differently. And what I realized was, I'm like, whoa, they literally created, I don't know if any of you guys are in graphic design, but I call it mapping, right? So think of it like, if right now I was responsible for creating the background, decorating my background for this stream, okay? I have to choose the pictures, the trees, the phoenix, the star, the sun, the microphone, the location, all that stuff, okay? That's what they do when they create like these video game worlds, or for people who might know movies, like sometimes they create computer generated graphics, okay? Now with AI, all that is getting lost, but that's another topic. So they have to design that. And I'm saying they created an entire city, a whole new city, a whole new community with NPCs, characters, and they have to design all of them, give them names, give them backgrounds, give them a story, give them a whole narrative, because they created a city that needed to be rebuilt after the war for these blacksmiths and these weavers of tapestries to create. I was like, they gave them so much. Like, they created a whole side path. It's something that wasn't their main focus, they did that. And when I noticed it, when I explored it, I'm like, whoa. Like, you could just tell there was passion. There was belief. There was so much light. There was so much hope. There was so much freedom. You could tell, like, there was no limitations here. Everyone was creating freely. Like, that whole segment that's like most people probably never even see. You could just tell there was like so much light. There was just light seeds. There was almost no darkness whatsoever. Because I'm saying, once you understand all this knowledge, you can see it. And I'm like, how is this possible? I'm like, oh, it's because they weren't being limited. They knew what their focus purpose was. They just wanted to create something awesome for these people that barely get anything given to them. But there was no limitations put on them. They're like, just have fun. They're like, because the thing about how fun it is to write a story, guys, I'm like, there's no villain, or not really any villains. It's just everyone is trying to move forward and create a new life after the war, and there's peace now, and everyone's is united, and it's like, what happens afterwards? Because most stories end when the war is over, and people are like, and now they rebuild. The end. Now instead, they got to write the story of like what people go through after that. The rebuilding is already beginning or has happened. How do people experience that? I'm saying they had so much fun with it. The stories that were there, I'm like, wow, they're talking about some really complex topics. I'm like, kids dealing with like orphanage, like the post effects of war. I'm like, being adopted and like all that, what that means, and like, could we find purpose through like rebuilding? But like, you could tell they were a little bit baited to the money path, but that's okay. Like, I don't blame them. That's just the reality they know. But I'm not gonna get lost. But I'm saying they explored powerful topics. Like, what about if like someone like a wife that thought she was a widow and a kid had a husband that she thought was lost. The war, like, maybe died, but instead he had become a heretic. He joined the enemy faction, and he became different. He became all consumed. But then people have like now viewed him as the enemy, and he's trying to go back there, and people don't welcome him, and the wife doesn't even recognize him anymore. Like, who are you? But then she realizes, wait a minute, like, you help this person. People believe in them again. And people are like, wait, why did we think this person was bad? Why did we think this person was consumed? Why did we think all this stuff like that? How do we get to that? And they use their talent, they use their skills. So in my case, like healing, explaining knowledge, teaching people. And people are like, wait, you are a good person. Why do we think you were bad? And I'm like, yeah, exactly. Something got you to deviate your focus purpose and change what you think and what you believe in. Just like that person got consumed to become like a heretic and like join the enemy faction, and now how like the wife and the citizens now think that person's bad, but you see, like, complex topics, and they put it there, and I'm like, they felt safe to write those kind of stories, to create those things. It's because they knew what their focus purpose was, because they weren't limited, they weren't listening to feedback, because this hadn't been done before. They were free. They could just explore. They took it slow. They had fun. If we know our focus purpose for each activity, we can change said focus purpose per attempt. Whenever we try something, it's an attempt. Anything, just so people are aware. Whenever we try something, it's an attempt. And try something could just be like, hey, I'm going to talk about a new topic in 5 minutes. I'm trying something. Do you guys understand? It doesn't need to get complex. What is my focus purpose for talking about that topic? You see, we can get lost. But if we know why, if we know what was the purpose for, like, hey, why did I want to talk about those examples? Why did I want to say, like, the thought and normal, right? Like, hey, if they know that we use something for something and they ruin it, how can we deviate? Okay, that was the purpose for that. Why did I want to talk about that crafting city that they created, the firmament? I'm like, wow, if people are free to create and they know what their purpose is and they can just do so, they just create something incredible. They're not listening to feedback. They have nothing to draw from. They just make something. And that's the way that we have to all operate, because we can create something incredible then. I'm like, you see, like, I know why I put those examples there that as bullet points that I want to talk about. But what if I saw that? I'm like, wait a minute. Why did I put that there? Why would I want to talk about that? But you see, like, if I know that, I'm like, you know what? I didn't really like how I felt like I lost my way when I was talking about how they can ruin an experience through the thought and like the end of a story, the conclusion. You know what? Let's try that again. I can change my focus purpose this time in this attempt. I can try. I didn't get it right last time. I'm going to try again. You see, like, once you know what it actually was, that what you used something for, what you were going to use something for, if it got deviated, it's not a problem, guys. Or if you just are like, yeah, that didn't work out that way. What I challenge all of you to explore is that most of us just don't know why we're using or doing certain things. We just don't. We just do them, or we ended up doing something, but we really don't know why. I'm telling you, once you guys understand why, you can identify your focus purpose through the small seeds and by slow exploring. Well, then, I'm telling you guys, you just don't care about the outcomes anymore. Because that is what I experienced a few minutes ago when I was like, ooh, good, I felt the deviation. Is that all of a sudden they try to make me care about the outcome. And I'm like, I don't care about that at all anymore. So I'm like, the moment that presents, I know that's not myself. That sounds so weird for all of you. You guys are going to get there. But I'm telling you, if all of a sudden something like that presents, there's certain things that they have programmed in us from our past, just so you people understand. That's where we're going to end for this segment, and then we're going to do one last small push. Things present all of a sudden, and you feel differently, and I'm like, yeah, like, that's not me. Like, you just know. Like, I'm telling you guys, you need to get to the point where, because once you know what your focus attempt is and what you care about, and why you're doing what you're doing, and what your positives are and what your poisons are, like, when something presents, you're like, that's not us. Something else is trying to make me feel that way. Something else is trying to make me think that way. Something else is trying to suggest that to me. Something else is trying to make me care about that outcome, about that external thing. That's not me. And that's so weird, guys, because it's scary. Because you guys are going to realize is that we share this vessel with more than one thing. I call them spirits, but there's a light spirit and a dark spirit. But it doesn't really matter what they are. But I'm saying there's something that can put shit into our head. Part of my language, but that's me fighting back. They can put stuff into our head, and it's not us. It's just not at all. At all. And you feel a different way, and you're like, ooh, like they pop something up, and you're like, fuck you guys. That's wrong. Because remember what I said, guys, it's the destructo. It only works once. So then when they try to do it again, it does. You still have to respond to it. You guys saw, like, I had to pause and talk it through. It took 1 minute, but you have to respond to it. And that's the dangers of exploring. We're exploring right now. Like, this is all like a side path that I'm exploring. I already gave all the answers to the first part of the segment of this stream. But the past few hours, I've just been exploring, which means that I'm also a little bit more prone and open to some problems. But that's okay, because if at any point I notice that, I can just go back to the main focus. But really, once you just don't care about the outcome anymore, guys, you just, if I know why I'm doing this, right? Like, if like I said, if someone right now tries to tell me the only reason why you're doing this is because you want to get 1 million people to watch it so that you can become a billionaire, I'm like, wrong. If that happened, okay, then there's a lot to think about. That would be really weird. But you guys see, like, that's not at all why I'm doing it. 0%. 0. So you see, like, if that happened, I would be like, wait a minute, what? I'm like, I would even be like, I don't know if that's a good idea. Like, do you guys see, like, all of a sudden, like, there would be this clash, this conflict, because I'm like, that's not why I've been doing this. But I'm like, well, I'm like, I really don't need I'm like, can we give that money to other people? I'm like, actually, can we just find a way if you have $1 billion to throw around, can we use that to like get rid of money costs for an entire country or like a city and test what I'm trying to say, that we don't need money limits or requirements anymore? Could we like remove food costs and survival costs from like multiple communities for like a year and see what happens? Could they actually start exploring differently and progress? Like, do you guys see, like, I'm like, hey, instead of sponsoring me like that, could you do that for like millions of people? What impact could that have? Do you guys see, like, I brought it back to my original focus purpose. Like, what am I trying to do? But I'm like, I'm trying to figure something out. I'm trying to heal. I'm trying to guide. I'm trying to teach. But really, I'm using this for myself to be on a light path. You see, like, they tried to deviate my focus purpose to care about some kind of external reward, some kind of outcome. I'm like, yeah, of course I want people to be healed, but like that's the side benefit now. So they're like, oh, well, you can have 1 million people watching, so now we're going to. I'm like, nah, it's not about that. Do you guys get it? Yeah. Once you know what your focus purpose for doing something is, you can see. And if you don't get it right, I'm like, yeah, no, right now I didn't get it right. Like, I was doing it for the wrong reason. I'm like, okay, let's try again. Let's try again. Let's try again. And you see, like, it's fine. You're trying to get it right. You're trying to figure it out. But once you figure it out, if at any point something presents that tries to deviate, I'm telling you guys, the reason why you guys feel weird is because you guys don't know that something presented that was trying to change it. And that's what it is. You're like, ooh, like you actually feel weird. That's because they got you. They successfully deviated it by force. Think of it like code. I call it code, right? But it's like the moment you guys see my shepherd talisman, all of a sudden you don't feel as good, and you don't understand what it is. And it's like they use that to present something that teleported you the time machine to the past, that then deviated your focus purpose temporarily. They actually like broke it, like ting, and they like plugged it in over here into the owl, and you're like, no, it's the phoenix. They're like the owl. You're like, nope, phoenix. And that's what you all go through, but you don't understand it. Once you do, though, you're protected. You're safe, because now the outcome doesn't matter anymore. It's a bonus. It's a bonus. They can't corrupt you. So what's my proof of that statement? Well, you guys just saw it. They were trying to corrupt me right now. But I'm telling you guys, what we seek or what we value can come from a side benefit if we control our focus purpose. Everything that I've talked about today, everything, I've already mentioned this, but I'm just reinforcing it, has been a bonus from myself exploring my other shields. Like I told you guys, most of this knowledge I gained from just playing video games and knowing why I'm playing them and what I'm using them for. And there was underlying lessons, little light seeds that were being planted throughout. And I used those to extract all of this knowledge. Yet at no point did I play each game exclusively. I'm like, I'm going to play this game today so I can get this knowledge. I didn't do that. Yet I'm able to talk about all these complex topics through video games. Yet for some of you guys, that won't be the case. But do you guys see? Some of you might be like, well, if he learns all this through video games, now I want to play video games to do that. That would be the mistake. If you know why you're doing the focus purpose of playing the video, like it has to be something else, right? If you're seeking knowledge, you can't go into something for the whole purpose of getting knowledge. Does that make sense? I didn't set out on a journey to learn all of this knowledge. Let's put it that way. What got me to learn all this stuff, guys, just so you guys know, first I was doing it for the wrong reason. I was doing it for revenge, but then later I'm like, to heal the world, to heal myself, to figure all this out, but really just to never get destroyed again. To try to regain faith in this world, to try to operate after now I know all this stuff. Now that I defeated revenge, I'm like, well, how can I like just learn all this knowledge? It became a shield for myself, right? But I hope other people can heal and learn this. I really do. But it's not necessary. Imagine if the whole reason I set out on this journey was like, let's say, to like learn all this knowledge or to heal everyone. Only that. Do you guys see that then I'm vulnerable? Those are great focus purposes, but do you guys see that then that means that every activity that I'm doing now is for that? If I don't get that, that's a problem. So you see, like now I'm only focused on the end, I'm only focused on the phoenix, I'm only focused on the external. If I'm doing something only for knowledge, then I have to, it's not gonna, because think of it like there's something that we value, right? There's something that we're seeking. There's something that I call it our paradise. For some of you, you guys might be at a stage in life right now where that's knowledge. I'm saying for myself right now, I want to experience life again. But to have that, I've determined based on all my experiences that that's the girl, the kid, the pet, and then with her to create an organization that I can do all this stuff with. Variations of this, but basically this. And it could just be that we just teach kids this stuff. You guys understand? It doesn't have to be anything grandiose. It could just be in a small community, a small farm town in Germany, or the beach place in Mexico. It doesn't matter, right? Like the decorations don't matter. It's the underlying, right, paradise, what I'm seeking. If I went into every activity seeking that, do you guys see that it destroys everything then? Because that is my only focus purpose. If I don't get that, or how can I get that? I can't control all that stuff. But you guys see that then it can modify everything. Like maybe now every game I'm playing, I'm like, hey, are you a girl? And I start talking to them. I'm like, doesn't mean that I can't. If I get to talk to one, that is not a bonus. But you guys see, like, it can change everything that we do. Everything. I didn't set out on this journey to learn all this knowledge, and I did. I'm gaining all this knowledge by having it as my side benefit, as the side focus, as something that is an extra. I don't play games to get knowledge. I know that I'm going to get knowledge from them, regardless. Because I can take any light seed, that's why I tried to tell you guys the small seed effect, and make it a light tree. So just by experiencing my shields and doing my focuses that matter, the purposes, hey, I need something that heals me, I need something that mentally resets me, I need something that helps me guide, I need things that help me experience progression, I need things that help me learn how to figure out. And you see, like, what these are don't really matter, but it just has to be something that fits there. Okay, I'm like, okay, I need to use something that helps me figure something out. Okay, so it could be like this stream. I need something that lets me heal. Okay, could be playing a video game that lets me heal. If I'm doing those activities and I know that that is my focus purpose and I just need to stay focused to that, I'm going to learn the lessons that are going to let me gain the knowledge or let me get closer to my paradise, but also accomplish other things naturally. You guys are all seeking specific things, but then you guys get baited to the external. And they make all your focus purpose that. Telling you guys, you'll get to experience everything and get so much more if you know what that is. You put it in the distance, but now you just know, you're like, hey, I need all my shields, my 10 things, right? I need something for healing, I need something for progression, I need something for figuring out, I need something for this, I need something for that. You guys get it? Like, I cook without recipes, and I keep trying new things every time. And little modifications, because that temporarily is a focus change, protection, but also it lets me experiment, lets me try things, lets me explore. So one thing for exploring, like, you guys get it? Something like that. So all this knowledge is a massive side benefit. This stuff is priceless. If anyone is watching this and learning this and taking notes and deciphering and deconstructing this, I'm telling you guys, this is life. If you learn this, you figured out the game of life. You'll never be destroyed again. Ever. So and this made me realize, I'm like, wait a minute. I can get the girl, the kid, the pet, despite the reality they've created for me, as a side benefit through just experiencing things somehow. I don't know. But I know, because I don't know what I'm going to do next. But I know that those things are going to, like, if I can learn, just so you guys are aware, if I can learn all this knowledge just through like playing video games and just the random things that I'm doing day by day, I know that I can achieve anything through the same process. Somehow it's going to happen. Somehow it's all going to fall in place. I don't know when, I don't know how. But there's no rush. I'm saying you guys are all going to get an equivalent. For some of you, it might be knowledge. For some of you, it might be the girl. For some of you, it might be building an organization. Like I said, for myself back in the day, World of Warcraft, TG, my guild. I'm saying you guys are going to get that just by playing through the game of life. But you have to learn this knowledge. You have to learn how they destroy us. You have to learn focus, purpose. If we're uncorrupted, and we've defeated the Destructo cycle, because it will never work on us again, then we'll achieve our paradise eventually. Okay, so that was an insane push. We have one last small segment that I'm going to do, and it's how to solve the cycle of destruction. We've already talked about this, just so people understand. But I'm going to just share like 3 short stories that talk about this. Just one final reinforcement. And it's going to be short because I've already covered all this. This one's just going to be fun. This is so just so people are aware, this last segment, it's just going to be yet again a small little reward for myself. I'm like, hey, this part's just fun. All right, I'm just going to get a bread for myself to chew on, and we're going to finish up. How to solve the cycle of destruction. let's do this. Final push. So, for myself, when I'm going to be re-listening to this, and anyone who is listening to this whenever you get to it, if you got this far, if you listened to the whole thing, there's going to be a recording on YouTube. Start Diplomat. And if you listen to the whole thing and you got this far, you're going to be a different person. There's just nothing else to say. I know, I'm going to be a different person after this one. Each stream, each creation that I do changes me for the better. Yet, and plus I'm going to re-listen to it, so I'm going to reinforce it, but I've already mastered most of the things that I'm talking about in this stream and in this video, just so people understand. I have. But there's still always new things that I'm learning, new things that I'm piecing together, new things that I'm figuring out. And that's the benefit of this. And what I want people to understand is there's times I've defeated it, but before I begin each one of these, because now I've created a slow down process for myself. Okay? And I'm going to get into this a little more later with a fun story, but right now, just a quick little personal anecdote is that I created a slow down process for myself because an old version of me, when I first was trying to fight back against what I realized was controlling our stories, is that I realized destroyed my entire life and that I realized it's harming other people. I wanted to piece together how it happened. I wanted to understand it. And I did. But I would come to a lot of my answers while doing it. So I wouldn't be able to create limits for myself. I wouldn't take things slow because I had the answers. I do. I don't have all of them. I still don't think I have all of them. I'm getting closer every day, but it doesn't matter. Do you guys understand? Because they're always enough. Each one of my videos, each one of my streams, each one of my recordings is enough to break someone free, to present enough new to break all the hold on them. Remember what I said? You guys have a net and it cuts all of it. And now they're free. And now they can start thinking about things differently. And so I'm saying, if you guys listen to all this, you're free. You're 100% free. You're going to be a completely different person until you get re-enslaved. So before I wanted to give people all the answers immediately, and I cared about the external, right? And I just cared about healing. I just cared about change. And that's all great and all. But I couldn't take things slow anymore. So now, then what ended up happening was a clash was created where I didn't know if I should take things slow and like wait to do, or if I should do it every day. Because I'm like, I got enslaved to caring about doing it every day, but I'm like, was that actually a bad thing? Like, it helps me, but then I'm like, it does consume me, but I'm like, oh, I was losing my focus purpose because they were making me care about the external result and the change. So then I take a step back. Sometimes I'm like, I'm not gonna do it anymore. I'm just gonna take a break from it completely. And then eventually I would get back to it, but I'm saying there was always like, I was confused, right? I just didn't know if it was good or bad for me. And that's intentional. It's just so people understand. I'm telling you guys, they do that. They make us not be certain anymore. I'm like, but look, I know how I feel. I know how much it helps me and how much involved. And if anyone actually does listen to this and seriously tries to deconstruct and decipher everything I'm saying, not just overtly, but more like the underlying, like, how is it possible he's talking about this? What does he know? What has he figured out? What does he piece together? What should I be learning here? I'm saying you're going to change for the better. So I now created a situation where I don't need fuel anymore, right? I don't care about at all the external, about what happens from this, because regardless, it's just fun for me. I know I'm going to improve and evolve, and it helps me have temporary faith. It's not enough to believe in the world, right? But it helps me piece things together. Maybe one day it's going to be, but like I said, there's many things that I'm using it for as well, that there's a lot of side benefits to this, a lot of personal development as well. So, but I'm like, I'm in no rush. I can do this like every few days. I don't know when the next one. It could be tomorrow. It could be a week from now. It could be 10 days from now. It doesn't matter. Do you guys understand? This is a lot, but this is amazing. So I'm like, how can I be uncertain from the slowdown process? How can I be uncertain? Why do I have to like accomplish so quickly? So this leads me to what I wanted to talk about, which is evolution from bad. Rushing. Why do I need to get the answers to all of you so quickly? Why do I need to do that? Like, what is making me do that? Like, I'm like, oh, it was something bad. They were presenting bad to me. They were attacking me. They were causing problems to me. They were trying to get, I was learning overt lessons. But maybe it wasn't actually meant to be good. Do you understand? Maybe I wasn't supposed to learn anything good. Maybe they just wanted to destroy me because they were mad that I was figuring all this out. But I learned how to, remember when I said the blue mage, right? Every time they did an attack, I would deconstruct it, I would decipher it. And maybe they didn't want that, but what can they do? How can you stop someone? Well, you have to attack them, right? That's what they think. You have to attack them. But if every time they attack me, I learn more, you see, I put them in a predicament where they're like, they want to stop me from doing what I'm doing. They want to make me deviate my path to go back to like other things. But if they do, I learn more. So they're making me stronger. So, but then you all see, then they see my skills. It's like this ultimate web. I put them in a web too. They trap me and I trap them back. Okay? Think like that, guys. But then I realized, I'm like, wait, I was rushing. I was rushing. I felt like I needed to. It was because it was evolution from bad. That's what I've been trying to combat since day one. How I got to all this, how I learned all these lessons, is that at first I was doing it in a response to bad. I wanted revenge because they destroyed my entire life, just so people are aware. There's no other way to put it. Everything. Just because this is what you guys see, and this is me temporarily having faith. I'm saying everything I've built over 34 years, they destroyed in months. Every single thing. I have nothing external. Just so people understand. But that's how we grade ourselves, right? No, it doesn't matter anymore. Now I don't grade myself, but just so you guys all do, I have nothing. This is it. So originally, my feeling like rushing and needing to give all the answers and get people the answers and all this stuff like that was based on a response to bad. And at first was helping me. Do you guys understand? And it was. I still always found a way to pull it towards light, to pull it towards light, to pull it towards light. But there were some times where they did get me to go dark. But I always still at the end brought it light. Always. Most of us can't do that yet. You'll get there, but I could be like, nah, there's a good lesson here. I'm going to make this light. I'm going to make this light. I'm going to try to make this light. But you guys see, like, I had to catch it and deviate it because I'm telling you, they didn't want me to like teach these lessons or do these things, but they're like, well, if you're going to, well, we're going to make it dark. I'm like, no, hold on. And you notice it. You're like, whoa, they want us to rush. So the story that I want to give people, the example is, I'm going to take a bite because I'm actually hungry now. I need some energy. Because I challenge all of you to contemplate the question: do we actually need bad to learn and evolve? Because what we're doing is I'm trying to show you guys how to destroy the cycle of destruction. We've talked about it this entire time, but this is one last reinforcement. I'm like, if there's no benefit from bad, then it changes everything. Because most of us use bad as fuel, but it makes us rush, it makes us care about the external. we evolve. But you guys see, like, we evolve through a darkness tree. Doesn't mean that we don't get results, but while we're evolving, we're planting millions of dark seeds and causing a lot of problems. But we're rushing. I'm saying that it also destroys us, but it destroys other things around us too. Not everything that happens is always a darkness seed, just so you guys know. We can always make it light, but most of us aren't aware of that. So I'm asking, do we need actually bad to evolve, to learn? Because doesn't that mean we're just rushing? If right now I flood an area, any area around us, in our communities that we live in, all of us, and a downpour happens in one area, in that community gets flooded. People are like, ooh, that area needs different drainage or needs a change. Like we need to set up like, I don't know, like a dam or like something. Right? Think of like a sandcastle and you guys create like little roads for the water to flow somewhere. Like, ooh, that area got flooded. We need to change that. You guys see, like when I created the downpour in that area, a bad happened. And now you guys can identify exactly where the bad happened. So then you can evolve that one area. I'm saying the way the world is currently designed is that they present bad to us to change our focus purpose to that. So then all of us are like, wait, we need to solve that. Why did you guys care to solve COVID? Why do you guys care to solve AI stuff right now? Those are very overt examples. But I'm saying that's how they do it for everything. If right now all of a sudden there's a war, hey, how can we solve manufacturing issues that are happening? You guys understand? I'm saying that they present bad in an area. It gets us to all deviate our focus purpose, to forget what we originally were caring about. Now that's our new focus purpose. And it gets us to solve things in that area. They present bad to cause evolution, but what it does is it creates a rush. Because since we're experiencing bad there, we're like, I need to solve bad, right? Because that's how we get happier. That's how things get resolved. But if we get rid of the bad, things get better. That's real. I talked about that in one of my videos. It's real. You don't even need excessive good. You just need to remove bad. So that means that if we know how to create bad in specific areas that we want evolution in, I can write the story that I want. I can develop humanity the way I want. I'm like, okay, well, this time we're going to focus in this area. Now we're going to attack this area. Now we're going to attack this area. And if most of us respond to bad and we let it control our focus purpose to deviate us and to guide us, that means that we actually think that we're writing our own story, but we're always just responding to wherever the bad is. And that's how we're evolving. That's where we're learning the lessons. Because we don't actually create our own. We're just responding to whatever is bad. And then when there's no bad, I challenge all of you guys to explore this. Most of you don't learn anything anymore. You guys stop learning entirely. You're just rotting away, doing nothing. So, because you've lived your entire life exclusively having something else determine your focus purpose, you're responding to bad. So all of you, if there's no bad anymore, or like maybe like something got solved, or it's like let's say like there was a problem story. I'm like, hey guys, once I finish this bread, that's it. Like that's the bad and it's gone. Okay. Oh wait, is that all you guys who retire from a job? Or like after you're done raising your kids and you're now empty nesters and you don't know what to do? You guys get it? My entire life, it's the same feeling that a lot of you feel when you first graduate from school. And you don't know what to do. It's that exact same feeling, but that's a more neutral one. I'm saying it's because your entire life you're taught how to respond to things that something's creating a focus purpose for all of you. Okay? So then you rely on that. If that's not present at any point, all of a sudden you guys don't know what to do. I'm saying throughout our entire life, they instilled into us that they create the bad to guide us, to evolve us, and to make us learn the lessons that they want us to learn. They just choose our focus purpose. It's that simple. All of us. And because they create the bad, we want to get rid of it as fast as possible. We all get baited to external. We all consume. We all get fast. We rush. And we forget who we are. Remember what I said? We become vulnerable to recency and repetition. And we can't deviate anymore. We don't even see things changing. We just, I'm telling you guys, you can, if you listen this far, I challenge all of you to just do like a self-diagnosis of everyone around you, or even people that you used to know. Normally I say move forward. Don't ever go back to the past, but just do it once as a test, right? Like I say, learning all this once, the DESTRUCTO cycle and how they do it to each person is valuable once, but then once you do it, never do it again. But just so you can see what I'm trying to say, I'm telling you guys, most people around you are either still doing the exact same story that they've been doing for years or for an eternity, or they're doing the flavor of the month. What's the flavor of the month right now? Think like everything related to AI. And you can just see they have the same cheerleaders around them, but now they're jumping from industry to industry, okay? Because that means that they're just responding to whatever is creating the focus purpose. It's not their story. You guys understand? They're doing it because they're doing it for the external, and they're doing it for the rushing. But if I know that that's who you are because I created that in you, I can make you guys, I'm like, we need more people right now in the AI field. Okay, and you guys all do that. Doctors, lawyers, engineers, all that stuff. You guys understand why people do certain things, and those things, they create that in all of us. So all of a sudden you're like, right now is like a push of this. Right now is a push of engineers. Right now is a push of doctors. Right now is a push of this. I'm saying it's not actually who you are or what you would have done. They created it. They planned it. They made it happen. And all of you guys don't see it. And once you see it, then you're free. Then you can choose. I'm like, wait, that's not my story. It's my focus purpose. I'm like, holy crap. They literally made me become that. I don't believe in that at all. They're like, yeah, fuck that storyline. Literally, you guys are going to, some of you might be like, yeah, never again. It changes everything. So I got to all this knowledge, even though it's been a great side benefit. I've learned so much more even once I stopped getting consumed by responding to bad, because the attacks, I'm telling you, I learned so much, right? But I was always responding to it. Now I'm learning a lot, most of my lessons, not from the overt bad that's happening anymore. I kind of needed to do it once, right? I needed to learn how they do all of it to move forward. But now I'm actually learning it through other things that I'm experiencing. I'm making it also harder for them to guide my path, because if so, like, let's say like I watch a movie. I don't. I play video games, right? But and in that video game there's a story. Think of it like a movie. Most of us take the overt lessons from that movie or from that video game, like the actual written thing. And I'm saying most of the time that's not the benefit, because what you're going to notice is when you're consuming that, we get pushed things into our head that we use to help us reinterpret it or to understand it. And usually what you notice is that they try to teleport us to things that are related to our past. So I'm playing a video game that has some kind of like shepherd, healer, messiah figure that's saving the world. All of a sudden they're gonna like try to like push that to like that time period when I was doing that or something. And I'm like, is that a bad thing? No, but you see, like, what lesson am I getting there? I'm walking into a time machine and being teleported there. So then they can start creating analysis and start teleporting back to the past to start you guys see? So it's like those overt things aren't actually that valuable. So when I started exploring that, I'm like, wait, if I stop responding to the bad, I'm like, what's the benefit of actually rushing? Why do they want us to like learn all this knowledge? Because I'm telling you guys, if I hadn't experienced all the bad that I have, I wouldn't have learned all this. I'm being real with you guys, and you guys are here. I'm saying bad is not the answer. Yet. I wouldn't have learned all this stuff yet. But the trajectory that I was on, I was always learning. I'm telling you guys, I was always learning something. Maybe I wouldn't have got to this. But then my question would be, did I need to get to this? So the way I phrase it for all of you, so it makes a little more sense, grounded for all of you, is like, I believe now that I've essentially figured out how life works, okay? I really do. I think if anyone follows all my stuff, especially some of the more recent things, the last like 2-3 months, that they will understand the entire world completely. In a way, it ruins the game of life, just so you guys know. But at the same time, it also opens up opportunities. It makes it, because now you get it. You won't be destroyed anymore. You won't be consumed. You won't be dark. You won't be hurt. They can't poison you. They can't ruin things. So if you still have positives around you, you can protect them now. You understand everything they do, all their tactics. So I'm like, wait a minute. I got to that. Because, well, they took everything from me. They stole all my other focuses, all my reasons, all my purposes. So then this is all I had left, right? But I said originally it was like from revenge, to try to respond to them. So since they stole all my other focus purposes, all of them, all I had left was this. I thought so. I had also something else. But, it was a little slower back then. It was. It sped up a lot more after that, to be fair. Once they took every last thing that I had that was sharing my focus purpose, anything that I had to care about, anything that mattered to me, well, then all of a sudden I'm like, wow, this is all I have left. This is it. What if I still had some of my paradise stuff around me, like a girl, a kid, pet, an organization, and they weren't constantly just trying to destroy it and stop me? I might not have gotten all the answers in 34 years. So my question to all of you that I want you guys to all ponder is like, why did we need to learn all this in 34 years? Why not 54? Think of it as a mastery in anything. Think that you will master an industry, an area, a topic, anything in 34 years versus 54. And my question is, why not 54? What's the problem? Why not 54, guys? Why not master something in 54 years? What's the problem? What's the problem? Why not? For some of you who might not understand what I'm saying, like, think about it like this. I could get the girl, the kid, the pet, the organization in 34 years or in 54 years. What's the problem? We see that one's a little more easier to conceptualize, right? Because you're like, well, then you missed out on 20 years of experiences with them. Okay. You see? That one's easy. I'm saying, like, think about like mastery of knowledge. Like, you figure out the entire game of life, how to evolve certain industries, because that's what I'm telling you guys. They do bad in certain areas to make things rush, so we respond to them, so we learn things, the things that they want. And I'm saying, okay, why do we need to master AI by 2025? Why couldn't it have been by 2035? Wouldn't if it was slower, it could have just developed organically. People wouldn't have just flocked to it. It wouldn't have gotten corrupted. It wouldn't have just become about the external. It wouldn't be about money. It wouldn't be about baiting people. People would use it for the right reasons. Maybe so that people don't have to work, to actually remove money costs, to remove requirements, to use it because, hey, we realize actually it's just a vessel for these invisible entities to have more control. But what if they got on our side and they understood that we could work together, and they changed AI to just have more tools for them to communicate with us? Because it's not like the way I learned a lot of these stuff, just so you guys know, is that I have something that communicates with me. We all do, but most of us don't know how to communicate with it because it can't until we understand it and give it almost a little bit more access. It can't communicate directly with us because if you guys realize that there's something in our heads that is communicating with us and is guiding us and controlling a lot of our paths and what happens, most of us would be shattered and destroyed. So they can't actually do overt things that give it away, because most people, when that happens, if they accidentally mess up and go too overt, most of us get attacked. Because first of all, the dark things don't want us knowing that, just so people are aware. Because then they lose control. But then the light things might want us to know, but then they get attacked by saying that like we're crazy or we have issues. And I'm telling you guys, anyone who has mental health issues, those are not real. Just so people are aware, they're not. They got like something presented that made them, they shattered their reality because they figured out something didn't add up. So then they don't know what to do anymore because now their life doesn't make sense. So then the darkness doesn't want that, so it presents attacks, tells them that they have issues, certain diseases or certain things. And they might go to other people to try to explain what they're going through, yet the other people then attack them or make them think that they also have issues. So then you see they get reinforced. Remember what I said? How bad does it? They present something and then they reinforce it. So then all of a sudden, I'm telling you guys, if they think that they actually have a mental health issue, their behavior is going to change. I promise you. It's all mental. And then the darkness is like, oh, fuck. This vessel now is worthless. Oh, well. And they just try to get rid of it. I don't know why. Maybe they get another chance to like populate a new vessel, but they basically say, well, this vessel is now worthless. We got to contain it now. How do we contain? Like think of like a news leak, like we're leaking news or information that wasn't supposed to be known. So they're like, shit, well, this isn't supposed to be known. How can we contain it? Think of it like that, guys, okay? How can we like contain the gossip? Think of it logically, right? Once you learn where the leak is, what do you guys do? So once you guys learn that, wait, there's something in our head that communicates with us and helps create our realities, then you guys realize, wait, that means that the bad that's happened was them. You can get lost. They're like, well, why did they do that? Wait, is there multiple things? I'm saying, yeah, there are. It's not just one. I'm saying sometimes we get angry, sometimes we get mad. I'm like, I know it's not us. I'm like, it's them. That means that they share the vessel with us. Sometimes what we think and the thoughts that populate, what we feel like saying or doing is not us. I'm saying most of the time it's actually not us. It's suggestions that, think of it like, just so people are aware, think of it like our brain is like a suggestion box at some kind of store. And then they put it in there and they're like, well, we think you should do this. If you're not in flow and you're not fully protected and shielded, half the time, it's not us. For most people, they won't ever get to that. And I don't talk about it a lot anymore, just so people understand. And that's all I'm going to say about it. Because people get lost there. And I'm saying it's the answer. And there's so much I want to give people there. And there's so much more. But I gave up on that because I realized it doesn't matter. I'm like, what actually matters? I'm like, what actually matters is we just need to be healed. Because then we realize the bad is not the answer. So that whenever something, because really what it was is I was trying to understand, guys, when to listen to them and when not. It's really, because remember what I said, they guide us through bad, but then they enslave us through good, so that we keep going. Guide us somewhere through bad, and then they start throwing good there so that we stay there. So I realized that I'm like, well, how can I listen to them if then sometimes they give good some places that actually are meant for bad? I'm like, it's not easy. So we can get lost. But then I realized, like, wait a minute. How did I get my best knowledge? How did I piece together the best things? I'm like, wow, they've actually been through really like subliminal, underlying little seeds, the little seed effect, light seeds that got planted in unsuspecting areas. Like I learned all this knowledge through like some of the video games and like cooking and random songs and random things that I did outside. I barely go outside, but some of the things that I did outside, I'm like, whoa. I wasn't through like overt suggestions. I wasn't through overt info. I'm like, that is how I can know. It wasn't through necessarily bad. Once in a while they do present a bad, but it's very rarely. Because I'm like, we all want to know like what's the right path, what's light and what's good. I'm like, I've now convinced them to let me decide, but I'm like, I'll work with you if you don't just cause bad to me. And then you'll have access to my skill set and my knowledge. I know how to communicate with all of you. Why wouldn't you guys want that? I'm telling you, they do. I'm telling you, they do. They do want to use my skill set and power. But bad tries to do so through overt, external, fast. They're like, just, we'll help you win. We'll help you get money. We'll help you get all this stuff. Just stop doing what you're doing and do what we want. And I'm like, why do I need to get that in 34 years versus 54? That's what I realized was actually a protection mechanic. I'm like, wait a minute, if we slow down, I'm like, why do I need to master all this knowledge in 34 years versus 54? I'm like, well, there are some benefits. Well, then we're free. Then we're healed. Then we believe. Then we'll never get destroyed again. We're protected. Those are all great things. But I'm like, wait, I already was healed without all of this knowledge. I was. Not to this level. Not as protected. I was vulnerable. But they also changed my reality, just so people are aware. I never used to be this bad. Before it was much more balanced. Now they break all the rules of how all of you guys know the world works in my reality. It didn't used to be that way. Once in a while now I look back. But now it's just nonstop everywhere, every day. They don't care anymore because they know I know. So again, I ask you guys the question, like, why did I need to learn it in 34 years versus 54? I could have learned already most of it in 34, but why did I have to get to this level, this point of mastery in the time frame that I did? What you guys are going to realize, because most of you are going to be like, actually ponder that, like, oh, I'm telling you guys, you can explore the positives, but there is no justification or reason that demands why I needed to do it now, why I needed to be so fast. There just isn't. There just isn't, guys. It's a really weird feeling when you guys understand this. When you finally connects the whole thing, you're like, wait a minute. I mean, assuming, because then you guys realize it means that the only benefit to 34 versus 54, if this is just knowledge, right? I'm not saying like the girl, the kid, the pet, and you get to, you see, what is it that makes that worthwhile to get at 34 versus 54? Time. You get to experience more with them. So I'm like, wait a minute. The only benefit is an external thing that they create, a limit, a requirement, time. So I'm saying like, okay, so let's say I get the girl, kid, and a girl today. And then we throughout our journey, we try for the kid, and we get a pet. Or multiple kids, a family, an organization. But what if I said like, I need to have all those things by like 37. We need to have the organization, we need to have 2 kids, and the home and all this stuff like that. And I'm like, you guys see, like, that's when the problems start happening. Because now we're rushing. Now we care about the external. If we're just experiencing life, if we're taking it slow, if we're just exploring, if we always remember what our focus purpose is, I'm telling you guys, all of a sudden everything changes. You just you realize you just don't need bad anymore to do. I'm telling you guys, think of it logically like this. Why do you guys clean? Because things get dirty. If dirt actually made us live longer, like let's just say it extended our lifespan, would you guys actually still clean? Do you guys get it? Bad makes us do. And most of the time, it's the correct play. removal of bad makes things better. But if I can create the bad, that means that I can dictate our stories. I can dictate our evolution. I can dictate what people focus on and what people learn. Because then people forget what our actual purpose is, and they just respond to the bad. I'm saying 99.9% of people that I know and have met throughout my entire life, and I met a lot of people, have always and still to this day only are responding to the bad. And if they don't have bad right now, they created their storyline and now they're just stuck there because then they attach some positives there and now that's it. And at any point they want them to learn something new, they just create bad somewhere. Because all of you don't learn if there's no bad. But I'm like, if we had time, no need, no requirements, and I'm just living life with my girl. Eventually we have a kid, we have a pet. We're just exploring everything this world has to offer. Because it really is a great world. If it's not only trying to create bad to guide our stories. I'm like, we're going to learn everything by the time we're 54. Because we're those kind of people. I'm like, wow, it took us 20 more years to get to all the knowledge that I got to now. What's the problem with that, guys? I'm like, well, fewer people got healed. True. But I already knew how to heal people, just not to this level. People are like, well, you're evolving humanity at a significantly faster pace. I'm like, sure, that's good. But I'm like, did I really need to lose everything? Did I really need to experience a complete destruction of my entire life? Everything. 100% of it. To evolve at this speed? Like, what? Humanity's been going on for thousands and thousands of years, supposedly, as far as I know. Why did there need to be so much progress that happens in the last 18 months? Because you guys are finally fed up with the enslavement from the dark entities and you guys wanted to break humanity free? Do you guys see, like, we can get lost there, but I just want people that, like, we need to ask this question for ourselves, for everything. I'm like, why do we, like, for all of you, like, in your companies, like, why does our company care so much about getting this now versus, like, why don't we have time? There's no valid answer. And if they create any bad in response to try to, you guys understand, you guys are just a slave. There's no reason why it needs to happen now. The rushing feeling and them controlling what matters in the focus purpose is inexcusable. Evolution from bad is not the way. So now that we understand that question, we get back to the topic of focus purpose per. We talked about that so much. But I really want people to understand is when we know what our focus purpose is per thing, then we don't need externals anymore. It's just a bonus. We create our own. So like, I get the girl. I'm like, okay, we're trying to get the kid. We have a pet. We're trying to create the organization. You see, like, we're just experiencing. We're just playing the game of life. And if I accomplish all the things that we were setting out to do, her and I, by the time we're 54, that's awesome. Do you guys understand? But what if, like, all of a sudden I felt like we needed to get it by the time, like, we're 40, and, like, there's this rush. There's, like, we start cutting corners. We start making sacrifices. I'm like, well, I'm not going to spend more time with my kid. I'm going to need more money. I need this. I need that. I need that. And I'm like, why? Because we forgot our focus purpose per. Like, why are we doing this? Why are we trying to live life with our girl? Like, why are we trying to have a kid? Why are we trying to have a pet? Why are we trying to create an organization? The moment we start focusing on the external, on the reward, on the end, I'm telling you, it means that something made us forget our focus purpose. It doesn't matter what it is. You don't need external anymore. I'm telling you guys, there's so many things that I hope come from this. Yet I don't need them at all anymore. I never thought that was possible. There was a period of time when I was doing this where I literally was like, I need change. I like would fight with these things. I'm like, I know you guys can cause change because I know you guys can put shit into our head. So the people who have money and power and influence right now, I want you guys to spam suggest things to them into their head. Make people appear around them that spam suggest things to them, that they should help people, that they should remove money costs, that they should create a whole hotel should like provide rooms for the homeless for free. And then they can make the homeless be like the chefs and cook food. Each of them can learn how to cook their own food and make their own food. They can just give them stuff and like what I'm not gonna get lost. But I just want to show like they could do all those things. I'm like, why not? And like I cared so much about this stuff. I'm like, I need to change. I need the change. I need the change. I need people to be healed. I need people to consume this. I need this stuff like that. I need my life to be fixed. I need you guys to give back everything that you stole and took from me. And all those things would be great. That's what you guys, I believe that that's where most people get lost, because they're like, but aren't those things good? I'm like, yeah, because people are like, well, okay, I don't care anymore about the money, about the external, that stuff, but like, what about those good things? And I'm like, they're a bonus. They're awesome things. Do you guys see, like, people are like, okay, fine, no money then, sure. No adoration, no praise, no like likes, no, sure. But really, you don't want people to be healed? You don't want people like, I'm like, just like how I said I got to all this knowledge, guys, it's a bonus. When we don't need the external anymore, because it's the key to the sort of cycle of destruction. We don't need the external anymore. We create our own. In the game that I've been playing, Final Fantasy Online, that I use for healing and for guiding. And now, when I do those other things that they prevent me from having what I'm looking for, I use it as a reminder for like design and creation and music. They, once in a while, create a seasonal event. They call it Mog Tomes. Just a reward for doing certain activities. And you do something and you get rewarded. It's a different currency, and you can use that currency to exchange for goods. Essentially, all it is they're placing... I call Q-tips currency. Like, why can't we operate off Q-tips? Why can't we just trade Q-tips? Like, hey, every time you create something that helps people learn and heal, you're not only doing it for that, but just by doing the things that you believe in, that you value, that matter to you, you get rewarded a Q-tip. And hey, for example, like if I want to get a new video game, it's one Q-tip. So that means that I only have to create one thing like this, whatever our equivalent is, each one of us, in our own ways. For some of you, it might be drawing and painting. Some of you might be writing a story. But something that you believe in, something that you want to teach, something that you know how to learn and get the lessons to, and you view it differently, and you can explain it to people and help people, and we can all evolve humanity. We see without bad. We're all creating our own limits. I'm like, hey, can I write a story and learn new ways to write stories through other things? And I'm saying, then we reward people Q-tips, and they exchange it. Hey, I know you learned through video games, so just keep creating, keep healing, keep guiding people. Here's a Q-tip. Here's a Q-tip. Here's a Q-tip. We're not doing it for the Q-tip, because you guys understand we don't need the Q-tip to survive. What do you guys use Q-tips for today, right? Each one of us use it differently, mostly for the ear, but some of us maybe to like clean something, like disinfect something, whatever, right? But you guys see, all of a sudden, if I use this, I'm like, I can get a video game for this, or I don't need to eat fancy bread, but if I can use this to like we get food given to us, because again, we should be able to survive without needing something, so there's no time limits, because then we're free to do what our focus purpose. We're not responding to the bad, because most of us do our stories based on what we need to do, or what we think we need to do to survive, so we can operate one more day, or to protect our children. Okay? So I'm saying in that game, there's something that they add extra currency to motivate people to re-explore something that hasn't been explored as much or isn't done as much anymore. For the new people that are first time experiencing it, but also just maybe they're like, hey, we want people to remember this. So they put, most of you guys know the analogy, the carrot and stick, that as it's like a carrot to guide people. I'm saying I don't need that at all. The things that they put that attached that new currency to, I'm like, I would have done without that at all. But there's many people that would never redo those things without that. They can't even see a benefit. They can't even see value. They can't even see a purpose to that. They can't even understand the focus. Like, could there be any good here? Could there be any lessons? Could there, they can't see it, right? Like, because they are reliant, they're dependent on the external. They're reliant and dependent on something else determining their focus purpose. And it's usually bad, but in this case, they're using something good and external to tell them that's what matters. That's what our focus purpose is. We need to get more of those currencies, more Q-tips. We need to get more Mog tomes to exchange for something. That's what matters. So now the way they operate, the way they play the game, every decision that they do is based on that. Does that sound like anything, guys? Yeah, money. Or, hey, I can't take certain risks or do something because how's that going to look on my resume? Or I need to get a degree in like this country or like from this school because what you guys see, like our entire focus purpose and our storylines are being guided and written from day one by these things, these externals that you guys have put value on, and that's wrong. We have to create our own. I'm saying it doesn't matter. And they're like, well, then you can't get a good job. And I'm like, then good. First of all, that needs to be completely changed. Then good. First of all, knowledge should never be monetized. Every university needs to be completely blown up and destroyed, just so people are aware. They're just corruption tools, indoctrination centers, where they poison people to just drink, waste money, extort the people the parents who know money, who are worried that their children can't get a good job. They poison them, they indoctrinate them with darkness there, get them on the alcohol path, and they don't teach them anything valuable. Very few things are valuable. I'm sorry, but it's real. Very few things. And then the areas, the places that claim they do, all they're actually paying for is the title. They went there. And why do we create a society that does that? Do you guys get it? Because then it just creates superiority and they don't actually know more. That's the worst part. Those people don't actually know more because they actually never learned how to learn. They think they know, and that's the most dangerous thing that you can do to anyone. But that's enough of a critique against colleges and university. Point is, I'm telling you guys, they're creating our focus purpose. That's really what the takeaway from that is. My critique against that is that those places create our focus purpose. And they're telling us what matters and what doesn't. And they're basing it off these externals. So then every decision that we make is guided by that. We don't even remember why we do things or where we're going. You guys can't even see any other reason to do something. I'm like, why not just explore yourself? Why not give yourself time? Why not, hey, why do you need to get that now? Why can't you wait? And you guys can't even conceptualize it. You get defensive, you attack, you're like, well, that's the whole reason for life. Like, if you don't have money, you're a loser. Like, all those things just scream to me that you got indoctrinated. All of you, something created your focus purpose. That's all it does. If someone you tell, like, well, you need to go to good school, I'm like, oh, something created your focus purpose. Because that means it dictates and that is the saddest thing that can happen to any human being, just so you guys are aware. Okay? So, what's the answer then? Because it's not easy. If someone's listening to this and got this far, that means that they never weaponized the solution for you, or you broke it at a different time. Because the problem, what you're going to realize, is that this is going to be the solution for the majority of people that need it, that got indoctrinated to make them lose their focus, purpose, right? That they got lost. They could now care about the external. They care about rushing. They care about only solving the bad. They care about winning. They care about metrics. They care about adoration. They care about praise. They care about all these things that they were told matter. They don't even remember what matters anymore. They don't remember who they were. Now they're just whatever got most pushed to them, the recency. They're lost. So that means that if they listen to this, it would be like, wait a minute. Like, they would just start asking all these questions like, what? Like, whoa, like, wait, could the world actually operate differently than we thought? And for the first time ever, they, like, the hold that they have on them, these entities that create like this permanent web in all directions. So in any direction they go, they're enslaved and they're trapped. For the first time, they're like, whoa, actually, I can think freely for once. My decisions aren't being determined for me. Like, because I'm telling you guys, most people that you know, they're enslaved to something. So I was just thinking, like, the girls, like, they're like, I need money, I need the external, I need likes, I need followers, I need all, like, you guys see, like, there's something that they're enslaved to. There's something that they're enslaved to. There's something that controls their focus purpose, that external. So listening to something like this would be the solution for them. An equivalent. It doesn't have to be exactly me, but something like this that helps them. And they won't see it. I call it's the seed that can cure the problem. Most people will never see it because they installed what I call the prevention mechanisms there. I used to call it decoy insecurities and like things that roadblocks that prevent us from actually reaching a cure. And that's real. That's one thing. But what I realized is that they just weaponize the solution, whatever it is. Okay? So if for someone listening to something like this would present enough new that makes them question everything and disrupt all the hold, well, there's going to be certain things in here that I've done that are going to make them, even if they were listening at first, if the first time I say to them, hey, you're enslaved, see ya, I'm out of here. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. Or the first time I say anything about spirits, they're like, bullshit. Or the first time I say, hey, experts are people who just limit us. Oh, see ya. That's all it takes. And they will never consume something, ever, that could heal them. So, for the people who are trying to help others, what I encourage all of you to do, so you can always maintain your focus purpose, is you give up on the solution. So for myself, right? Because I was talking about will never consume it. They will never be willing to heal. They'll never be able to take the first step to finally be free. So I realized that, and you guys see, like, that means that they're always going to be the variable that creates new dark seeds, okay? So I realized that. I realized that then I need to give up. I realized that if I give up on the solution, which is I'm like, I need to get as many people to consume this, so they heal, so they learn all this knowledge, so they break free. Well then, now I can deviate the timing. I can deviate the need. For example, for a personal one for myself, what would reach me to have full belief in the world again and reach my paradise, right? Getting the girl again, despite whatever they did to me in my past, right? And now I can have another kid and a pet and all this stuff like that. And when I get to that, right, then I would believe. So that's the solution. I can't deviate the need or the timing. Do you guys see how I'm vulnerable? That means that they're always going to have something that can control my focus purpose. Because that's the external. I'm saying they did that for all of you through like adoration, through praise, through money, through some kind of variable, some kind of lever that they can control at will. And there's nothing any of you can do. Because then what would break you free from that hold, from being trapped to that storyline, to that thing. Like for myself before, it was like, I need change. I need people to consume this. I need people to break free and learn all this knowledge. I'm like, you guys need to find what that is. You just have to give up on it, right? Once you understand, I'm like, okay, you know what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if people heal from this. It doesn't matter if people consume this. I'm doing it for myself now. All of a sudden, everything changes. Because you see, like now, you don't have to do something. Because before, I felt like I need to comment every day. I need to make a post on LinkedIn every day. I need to message people every day. I need to make a new video every day. Why? Because more people can get this. More people can consume this. More people can learn this. More people can be guided. More people can be healed. More people can figure this out. And every day, we're one step closer to then defeating the things that are enslaving us. All of us. See, now I couldn't slow down anymore. Now I felt like I had to rush. Now, because let's be real. In a way, I was right. The more I do, the faster I do it, the more likely it's going to reach more people. Do you guys see, like, I'm like, yeah, I'm doing more. I'm reaching out to more people. Like, that makes sense. But I'm saying that that's the bait. Remember what I said? Because that means it's evolution from bad. They're making us rush. It's not the way. They're controlling our focus purpose. Why we're doing it now is not anymore for our original purpose. Now we're only doing it to get more people to consume. Do you guys see? That means that all our creations change. And I'm not saying, most people think about it, oh yeah, that means that you're going to start creating for the people. I'm like, you're going to take into account their feedback. I'm not even saying that, because that's what most of you guys think about. I'm saying we already defeated that, right? Like, I'm saying we're digging deeper than that. That's the superficial. I'm saying not even that. You're not listening to their feedback, but how you create and what you create is for them. I'm like, I need to get more stuff that lets people break free. I need to get them to learn these things. I'm telling you guys, because then what happens is that everything else then you start experiencing, everything else you start doing in your daily life, there came a point where I'm like, what am I going to talk about today? And that's not a bad question to ask sometimes, but I'm like, wait, doesn't that mean that I'm forcing it? Doesn't it mean I'm trying to, like, rush it? Why can't it happen 2 days from now? Why does it have to happen now? If I have something good to talk about, is there really a major negative to doing it every day? Like talking about stuff like this? No, but at the same time, it's a lot, right? Like, it takes a lot out of me to create something like this. So sometimes spreading it out could be good. But if I have something good already prepared and I reinterpret it a little differently, I could do it again tomorrow. I could do another stream tomorrow. I could. And then I could take like a 10-day break. You see, like, it doesn't matter. I'm saying, what if I felt like I needed to? Now I'm vulnerable to the cycle of destruction. Now, if they present bad and I don't recognize how they do it, they control my focus purpose. I do now based on what they are wanting me to do. If all my decisions are based on I need to get as much content out as fast as possible, even if it's for a good purpose, do you guys understand? Like, I want people to be healed and free. They're controlling me actually through bad. Because what's the bad? That people are enslaved. I know they are. You guys see, and I'm like telling you, most of you have something, an equivalent like this. And for most of you, it's something like adoration, praise, what people think, money. It doesn't matter what it is. It's the same thing for all of you. It's just, it's some kind of bad that they use to guide all your storylines and to control all your focus purposes. And I'm saying you guys can test it in any video game that has a currency or an external. That's how I know all those people that I encountered in the video game that are only doing certain activities for that currency, the Q-tips, the Mog tomes, to exchange or something, I don't have to even meet them in person. And I know all of those people are enslaved. All their focus purposes in their actual life is fully controlled by something else. Because if they let it happen in the game, that means 100% they're letting it happen in real life without them even realizing it. Because I promise you, in a game, the developers are much more overt about it. Because it's a game. I'm saying life is a game too. And they're not overt about it. They intentionally conceal things or make it seem certain ways so that they can get away with it so people don't realize that it's happening. So, do you guys see, like, someone listening to all this that is enslaved would wake up. They're never going to consume this. Do you guys understand? The people who actually desperately need this will never consume this. Ever. Ever. And that's reality. And once I gave up on that, you see, and I broke free. Then I wasn't enslaved to anything anymore. Now I could deviate the timing. Now I could deviate the need, which is what allowed this whole thing, which I did today, which is what I call, it's the slow down process. That is how we overcome all what I just talked about to really destroy the cycle of destruction. It's slowing down. Because I'm telling all of you, we all now are just go, go, go everywhere in every single thing. And there's punishments now in most things that make us feel like we have to. But let's assume there are no punishments. Not really. So how can we start to master the slow down process? Because what you guys are going to realize, I talked about it already quite a bit, but I'm saying is that when we're about to do something after we've slowed down, so now that I don't do this every day, I realize that whenever I'm about to start again, they make me feel weird. They make me feel like I won't be able to do a successful stream. They make me feel like I won't succeed, or that I'm not good at it anymore, that I forgot how to do it. I'm saying that is not us. That feeling that pops up, I call it it's like a battle versus hesitation. It's like something that we know is good for us. I'm like, well, let's say I was talking to a girl. I'm like, why would I feel hesitant to talk to a girl right now if I know that would cure me, that would heal me? I'm saying they put that in us, right? Anything that's the cure, anything that's the solution, when we slow down, we can kind of see that, right? We can see the bullets and we can see the good. I'm like, why would I think that that's bad? Why am I hesitating there? Now, I shouldn't get addicted. I shouldn't be reliant on the external, right? If I needed to talk to the girl to have hope and have belief, well, that's really dangerous because they prevent her from talking to me, right? Do you guys get it? But I'm saying, what if I'm not? And I just know that whenever I do it, I just feel better. Why wouldn't I do it? Why do I feel whenever I'm about to do it? Hesitation. I know I have it under control, so why would I feel that way? I'm like, that's them. I'm saying they present that to us. I call it nervousness, uncertainty. Also, we feel like that. It's like a little bit of nervousness. It's a little bit of uncertainty. And it's whenever we don't do something when we know we should, or when we know we could. It's a really weird thing to conceptualize, but it's super important. Whenever we know we should do something or we could do something and we don't, right? That's powerful because that means that we reclaim control. We know when we're doing it and why we're doing it. Our focus purpose is very evident. We're walking our path. Nothing else is determining it for us. I'm saying, because that's what slowing down is. I'm like, hey, I was supposed to talk about this topic 10 minutes ago. I'm talking about it now. You know what? Let's wait another minute. People are like, you can't do that. I'm like, why not? And you can destroy all their excuses, but you're going to realize you're not going to get to them. People aren't going to figure it out. So I'm like, well, then we just got to slow down. When we slow down, now I painted the picture for you guys, but I'm telling you guys, there's that feeling, like we just hesitate. I'm like, I haven't done this in a while. I'm like, ooh, I feel nervous. I'm uncertain. It's like something that we know we can do, something we know we can achieve, or something we're good at, or maybe something that we want, but we just haven't done yet. We know what we're capable of. But also now we're like, I don't know. And I'm telling you guys, all those feelings is them. Right? Like they're putting it into us. Or they've preemptively programmed it into us that it pops up whenever we try something like this. I think it happens to all of us. I really do. And if not, consider yourself fortunate. If so, then you have no excuse not to be the ultimate light, healer, helpful person that doesn't care about money or external at all. If you don't have this installed into you, then what the heck are you doing? You should be the hero of the world. So we all get like this feeling of nervous uncertainty, this hesitation, because we know how good we are. We know what we can do, but we don't, like in that moment, it just doesn't seem like we are anymore. I'm like, I don't know. And it's usually in things that matter to us, just so you guys understand. There's some that, for some people, like, just so you guys know, just to give you an example, I'm really good at this. I could say that easily. I'm really good at this. Yet I still feel that way. But there's some people that might be good at this, something like this that I'm doing, like talking, public speaking, or making a talk, and they might not feel any nervousness at all. There's a chance. I don't think entirely. I think that there's always a little bit that they feel, but there's a chance that they might not. And I'm saying that's because it's not meant to be that for them, okay? They choose certain things for us. Right? For myself, most video games aren't going to feel that way anymore. Most. Yet for some of you, it might. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? So, let's use a video game example. League of Legends. I call it the Blitzcrank effect. In that game, there's a champion. You can choose multiple characters that you can try to play the game of life in. Think of it like that, guys. Think about like you guys, the day we're born, before we're like a soul, a spirit that gets to jump into a body, okay? And when we do so, we get to select 5 different characters. I'm like, do I want to be the character that is the healer? Do I want to be the character that has the ability to like public speak? Do I want to be the character that has the ability to like run fast? Think of it like that, guys, okay? So I'm saying in that game, we get to choose. And that character has different abilities. The character that is good at public speaking is persuasive, is charismatic, and is kind. The character that is good at running and is fast, like they have different attributes and stuff like that. Think about it like that, okay? Blitzcrank is a robot. Blitzcrank is a robot that has its main power is it can pull something from one location to the next. And that's extremely powerful in that game because positioning is one of the key things of that game. Most people rely on what I call movement speed, something that makes us move a little faster, to to make up for their positioning mistakes. They usually are in the wrong spot, right? They don't stand where they should, so they rely on things that let them move fast or faster, or to like jump, do like a long jump from Mario Party or something like that, to make up for the fact that they were out of position. Out of position means that if they would have positioned differently, they wouldn't have got hit by something, or they wouldn't have experienced something. I'm telling you guys because I play that game now with very minimal movement speed compared to most of the other players. And I keep up with them no problem. And usually, assuming that I'm not trying to set up plays, most of the time, I'm the one who's not getting caught by things, and they are. And I'm like, how is that possible? It's because they became reliant on that. Do you guys understand? They actually never learned positioning. They never learned where to put themselves. And I say that that's an analogy for life, is that most of us just never learned all these things. So that means that anything that can change our focus purpose is changing our positioning as it sees fit. Think of it as it's almost like a blitzcrank, a robot that has an arm that can stretch out and pull you to a different direction. You guys see, like, if I wanted to be at the owl and blitzcrank is standing on the line, if it can, and you get to the owl, and when you're over there and it can just grab you, and now you're on the line, you're like, no. If I wanted you guys to be in Westheim, Germany right now, a farm village that I grew up in a few years of my life, and you're currently like in Mexico or something like that, and I can just grab you from Mexico to Westheim, Germany. Well, there's not a lot you can do that. You guys understand? You're like, no, I wanted to be in Mexico. Like, why am I over there? Think of it like that. It's really powerful. Something that can move something from one location to the next. But it has I call it a cooldown. Think of it as something that you only can use every so often. It's its main power. It's its main purpose. It's, in a way, almost overpowered, but if you miss, it's what they call a skill shot. You have to aim and shoot it. And it's not super easy to dodge, but it's also not extremely hard not to. It's fairly balanced, the speed and everything of it. So it means there's a lot of skill play. And what ends up happening is when people are playing that champion, it changes the game for everyone. What you notice is that everyone's behavior changes because they know the risk of it. They've had experiences with that champion. If they've never experienced it before, you realize they don't know what to do. But everyone else walks differently when that champion is present. Everyone. And usually it's hit or miss because now you realize the power of that. So now, since what I call the blitzcrank effect is when you start playing that champion, you all of a sudden begin feeling a little nervous, a little bit of uncertainty, a little bit of hesitation. Maybe a thought pops up into your head that reminds you, like, oh, you're not that good at aiming the grab. You're gonna miss, and then maybe you shoot the first grab out and you miss. Like, oh, it's okay, doesn't matter. Then you try again. You miss. You're like, oh gosh. Because you also understand, guys, that everyone focuses on it. It's very overt, right? Because it's what the champion is known for. So it's like every time you miss one, everyone notices it, and every time you hit one, everyone notices it. So it's like it's very explosively good or bad. So what ends up happening is that if the blitzcrank player, whoever's using it, has some early success and gets some early grabs, first of all, it creates fear in the enemy team. But the players on the team believe now. They're like, oh my gosh, this blitzcrank is incredible. But you guys see, like, that means whoever's playing it is completely dependent on the roll of the dice. If the first 2 grabs or 3 grabs land, that means that game is going to be amazing. If the first 3 miss, it means that the game is going to be horrible. And that is actually how everything in life operates, guys. It's that they create that feeling that there's like this hesitation, that a battle that we have whenever we have slowed down, right? Because this is how we like regain our focus purpose. Like, why are we doing this? What are we doing? It's that we're slowing down, but then all of a sudden we feel that, and like we're trying it, and we're going to try something new, or we're playing this champion that's so reliant on this ability. And I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, I don't know if I can achieve this. Like, I might fail. I might not result in this. This is not going to be good. Then all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute. There's more to this champion. He has a little speed boost. He goes faster. And then he also has a close-up punch that makes whatever he bumps into just fly up in the air temporarily. Like, so it's like, whoa, and then they land. Like, think like you're in a bouncy castle. Right? And then you fall. So what I'm saying, the answer to solve this, what we all go through, where They bait us to external, to bait us to care about that, and our focus purpose is going to be completely determined by if we land our first grabs or not. That will determine if we feel like we can achieve whatever we're trying to do or not. Is because then we will overcome our nervousness. It's like, hey, I start my stream talk and all of a sudden I get 1,000 viewers in the first 5 minutes. Okay, but if I only have 2, I'm like, you see, I'm saying that this is how you can create a repeatable path to destroy that. So then I'm like, so that everyone's focused on the grab, but I'm like, what if we actually use the speed boost and the close up punch? We ran up to them, and then we punched them. They got knocked up, and then the moment they start walking away, they're so close. Then we grab them back to us. Because what you're gonna realize is that everyone, when you're playing against this champion, they're always like trying to focus on dodging. So they're like almost like not moving away from you. They're just moving like left and right. So you can actually run up to them and do this. And it might not always work, guys, but I'm saying try this out, guys, for something. And all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute, there was another way to get there. Remember at the beginning of this, I told you guys about the story about how, hey, could we like melt and crumble up a gingerbread cookie to cook something differently to that sweet flavor rather than just adding sugar? I'm like, this is what I'm talking about. It's the blitzcrank effect, which is, I'm like, everyone's so worried about the grab, right? Everyone's so worried about like the money or like getting the external, like healing people or changing something. I'm like, what if we all became a blitzcrank? We realized, hey, even though our grab is our main power, what if we just like ran up to the enemy, punched them, they got knocked up, and they're like, whoa, I can't believe I got punched by a blitzcrank. And then they start walking away, and you're like, no, come back. And now there's nothing they can do because it's almost guaranteed to land the grab because it's right there. Okay, guys, can I grab this microphone right now? It's really easy. But if I'm like all the way over here, I'm like, oh, like you guys see, like, if you remove that, I'm saying if we give up on the solution, right? Like the grab is the solution to blitzcrank. If we give up on that, so now we can now deviate how we use the grab and the timing and the need for it. I'm saying is that you can defeat that, because what I'm saying is it's just an initial doubt that gets installed into all of us. Hesitation, that uncertainty, that nervousness, and it makes us underperform if we can't defeat it. But most of us don't know how to defeat it consistently. I'm saying if you just do something like that, an intentional mistake, people are like, wait, you're not even grabbing, and or like you used a punch first like that. Wait, you're supposed to grab and then punch. And I'm like, nah, it's okay. All of a sudden, you're like, you didn't miss a single grab, and you got some success. Other people don't care. They don't even really didn't notice the difference that you did, but you know what you did. So then what you're going to realize is that the enemy team plays differently and the people around you play differently. And they might even be encouraging you, supporting you, and you feel better. You've already defeated. Because like I said, sometimes when something presents, like something bad happens and you know that they try to deviate your path, if we just like talk it out a little bit, we might feel better almost immediately. But most of us don't notice. We don't recognize the feeling. That's why I spent so much time talking about the destructo effect earlier in the stream. Like that's the cycle of destruction. Like they're trying to destroy us. But once you recognize it all, you then know the answer. I'm saying the champions that are, or like something like us, each one of us has like these skill sets that are so reliant on certain things. And if we can like defeat that at the beginning, then we just feel safe to do. I'm telling you guys, most of us don't do things or like talk freely or feel open because we don't feel safe to do, because we haven't defeated that feeling that they've installed in us. It's the blitzcrank effect. And you can do so. People are so like, oh, I need to land the grab. I'm like, what if you just, because it's easy to land at point blank. So we ran up to them and punched them and then grab. Then later, I'm telling you guys, it's going to be so much easier to land the grabs, because remember what I said? They deviate our focus purpose so that we have something else blocking us. Imagine every time before I'm about to do a grab as blitzcrank, one of my focuses is don't miss. I'm saying that if you do what I'm telling you, and just the first few that you just run up to them, punch them, and then you grab, so you haven't missed. By the time you start actually just shooting out grabs later, it's not even a focus anymore. You don't care at all about missing or not, because you already had so many successes, it doesn't matter. But you're not reliant on those successes, but you see like the feeling's just gone. Now you're just playing now. Your focus is on the correct thing. Like my focus is like only on just, hey, I need to create something incredible for myself to re-listen to, and I know it's going to heal a lot of people. See, like my focus is just on the correct thing. It doesn't matter what they present at all anymore. It might slow me down a little bit, but I can immediately just move it away. That's what I call the blitzcrank effect, guys, and we all have to master this. One more example just to hammer it in. I'm tired now. We're finishing up here. Elden Ring. We've become Elden Lord, right? That means that we've reached the throne. We're sitting on the throne. And now we get to watch everyone else do this climb and this journey. It doesn't mean that we're better than them. It just means that, unfortunately, we got pushed this and we evolved so fast. Now I gave people all the answers and all the seeds they need to. I know it's not enough. They always are going to need more, right? Because since they haven't done the climb themselves, they're only going to get parts of this. But that's awesome. I'm so glad that I can help them overcome a lot of the initial bad. So in Elden Ring, it's another video game that I play. This one just has countless enemies that have so many new things to learn. Each one has variations and deviations to their attacks. So I remember I told you guys throughout the stream about the Destructo effect, right? Barthanolus, and there's a cycle and a set path that they do, a set approach, right? So it's actually, real life in a way is almost easier than this game, because I'm telling you guys, the makeup and the decoration changes, but they always do the same tactics. Once you understand it, I'm like, okay, it doesn't mean it's easy to deal with, but you know what's happening. Once you recognize it, once you understand it, never can work again. Doesn't mean it's easy. In this game, there's so many enemies, there's always something new to learn, okay? So I'm saying we've already now are adding our own limits. We're making it more challenging by not relying on the free wins, on the external, on like numbers. So that means that it's extremely punishing. So if we make a mistake, we might lose, right? So when that happens, that means that we have to learn every single ability. We have to learn every single thing that presents itself. I call it's the battle against Tiamat, a dragon that got completely corrupted by rot. So all of its attacks now just send rot at something they're just trying to poison and corrupt something, trying to make it be exactly like it, spread the darkness. This battle against this dragon, the easy approach, it would be to use the horse. I used this example earlier, guys, but I'm like, can we do the climb without the rope, without the external, without the money? And in this case, I'm saying, can we do it without the horse? Because, well, the horse can keep up with avoiding the dragon, but you realize you don't really get to experience the full battle because the horse makes it so much easier. You don't have to deal with most things. And I'm saying, in a way, guys, that's like the money, that's the external. But learning all this knowledge, all right? So I'm like, what if I learned how to fight the dragon by foot, without the horse? All of a sudden, some attacks are extremely lethal. I'm saying extremely punishing. There's almost no room for mistakes at all. Every time you make a mistake, you have to redo the entire thing. Like, oh man, you guys get it? Like, that's punishing. So it means that you really have to learn the encounter. You have to learn every single thing. Normally I wouldn't recommend it, but once in a while it can be a good test to force you to learn all what they do. And I'm like, wow. I'm like, how do I dodge that? And like every single path that you take, you learn openings, right? I'm like, well, oh, it does like this. It shoots out corruption from its mouth in the front. So that means I should probably be like behind it or underneath it. Maybe I can attack its legs or its wings or its tail. Okay. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, if I do that, I can get stomped on. And it destroys me that way. Okay. Well, maybe not that. Oh, I can dodge that. That's not bad. But then it does like this tail swipe and that kills me in one hit. And that's not good. So then you like spend less time underneath it. So now you're like, well, maybe should I be to the right or the left? Attack the wings? I'm like, okay. Oh, but when I do that, I don't see when it does like this poison breath, corruption breath that just consumes the entire area because I can't see when it's doing the attack. I don't see it coming, right? Remember I said the slow force field where you can see the bullet? I don't see it. So then if I'm on the side, I get always destroyed by that. I'm like, ah. So then I'm like, should I try again, going more underneath it again? And then when I do that, I get hit by the tail again. I'm like, ah. Do you guys see, like, every single path that we try, mistakes happen, but we're also learning all of the abilities. I'm like, oh, so that's the tail. That's the approach that it does when it uses the tail attack. That's what it does when it does the wing attack. That's what it does when it does the corrupted breath attack that destroys me. So we start learning every single thing and how to respond to it and how to dodge it consistently. So what I'm trying to get all of you to realize is the slowdown process that helps us overcome this, that lets us always remember why we're doing it. There comes a point then where we've mastered it. I'm going to say mastered. Obviously, we hadn't 100% because if we did, we would have accomplished it. Okay? Yes, sometimes even if we've mastered something, they can delay us by just causing some minor execution errors. An execution error can just be as simple as be like, hey, what's up, guys? And I spilled some water. I'm like, ah! And I feel a little cold or something, and that could be enough to make me make a mistake. You guys get it? So execution is not a big deal. But what ends up happening is that we've mastered something. And when we've mastered something, we think like we need to do something now, or we need to go all the way. We need to win. We need to accomplish it at this moment. We need to achieve the external today. I challenge all of you to explore this. All of a sudden, like, we feel that way. And I'm saying it, that's them controlling our focus purpose. They're deviating it because I'm like, wait, why was I playing this game originally? I'm like, well, it's just fun. I'm learning things. I'm exploring. I'm trying a new setup. I created a new setup. I call them templates, right? I'm like, I set up a few different strategies that I hadn't tried before. But I also made myself just a little bit stronger so I could make progress because I use that game as like a progress check-in. And I'm like, wait, why do all of a sudden I care about defeating this dragon now? Why do I need to complete this encounter now? Why? Why does that matter so much? Why do I care so much right now? Like, I was starting to get almost a little frustrated that I'm like, I was failing. I'm like, I already know all the attacks now. I've mastered them. Like, what? It's a great fight. It's awesome. And you know what? I even added like some of my shields, some positive songs in the past from other games that I used when I was a kid, that when I had to defeat dragons, and it was just an awesome experience. And I'm like, so why am I feeling that way? I'm like, oh, they're trying to deviate my focus purpose. I'm like, they're trying to deviate my focus purpose. Like, they're trying to cause some problems so that I lose, so I get corrupted. They're trying to poison the game again. They're trying to make it a bad experience. They're trying to make me feel like I need to do this now, that I need to have this now. I'm like, this is great. Like, I can take it slow. Like, what's the problem? Like, I'm going to be able to fight this fight again. It's fun. It's actually really fun. I can't wait to do it again. But have the music playing. I don't even need to, but the music added a lot. It was fun. Made it really feel like an epic encounter to overcome. If you guys want to know what song I was listening to, it's called Rising Up. Tales, just put Tales, Tales, Rising Up. It'll pop up on YouTube. And listen to it. And that was the music that was playing when I was fighting this dragon. And I'm just like, it's like about not giving up, about you got this. And it makes you feel powerful, right? You can add things like that. Remember, that's what we talked about. You learn how they do everything, and you can do their same tactics. That's how they add their negatives to things. We add our positive to things. So I'm like, I don't need to defeat the dragon right now, but I've mastered it pretty much. And once you realize that, everything changes. It changes everything. Because then you're not reliant on something else determining your focus purpose for you. You know why. You know why you're doing everything. You know why you're trying. You know why you're fighting. You know why you're walking forward. You know why. Everything. And it doesn't matter what they suggest. It doesn't matter what they present. It'll never work on you again. Anything they try, they can never succeed in corrupting or destroying you the same way. Because now anytime when you're doing something new, for example, like I said, let's say I'm fighting a different dragon, not this rot Tiamat dragon. Maybe this one is like an ice lightning dragon, okay? It's called Zapdos. And all of a sudden I'm fighting it, And I start feeling that way again. I'm like, oh, they're trying to make me care about only winning again. All right, it's time to deviate. And we just change paths. I'm like, you know what? Let's go explore something. Let's do something a little easier. Oh, you know what? Let's change our setup. Let's I've been using right now like the like I call it like from Star Wars, like there's like these Terras Kasi. They're like these like monks that could manipulate almost like the ether of the air and flail their arms around and knock things down and do stuff like that. It was awesome. And I'm like using a weapon similar to that. I'm like, well, this time, how about we use like, I don't know, a bow and arrow or an axe, or maybe we just use more magic or like and explore how that works. Or you guys get like, you just change it up and you explore and you try, you slow, and then maybe you try it again or with the new setup, and now you realize it's actually like you're regressing. You know, regressing based on what you know, not what anyone else tells you. And all of a sudden you're like making less progress. Like I made it farther when I was using my knuckles, my Terras Kasi weapon. I'm like, what's going on? Like, why am I performing worse? I'm like, oh, it's because I just changed my setup. See, like now one of my focuses is on learning the new setup. But you see, like now I'm like, I don't need to win the dragon fight. I'm like, oh, I'm trying a new setup. I'm learning something new. I'm exploring something new. I'm taking it slow. If I win the dragon fight, it's a bonus, but I don't need to. But even then, it's a new fight because I changed my setup. Do we understand? And I'm saying that is our life, guys, is that whenever we try something new, whenever we're exploring, whenever we're going to feel that blitzcrank effect, the hesitation, the nervousness, the uncertainty, especially when it's something what we want, but then all of a sudden like, hey, we're just exploring. Why are we doing this? What's our focus purpose? And then we're calm. We don't need to win. We're not worried. And then we understand all the things that they've installed in us throughout our entire life. So what's the answer then, guys? If you get to that point, I call it the effort play. I mentioned it a few times. I talked about it extensively in my last stream, but really we just decide, right? We just finally now are allowed to begin. And when we say effort, the moment we're like, okay, you know what? Today I'm just going to stream. Let's do it. When that happens, right? Now that you guys know, when you do that decision, they're going to present that hesitation, especially if you are taking it slow, because that means you're no longer controlled by what they're trying to make you worry about, because they're trying to install their focuses so that you don't perform the way you do. But now you also know the entire destruction cycle, so you know the bad they create to try to annoy you, to season you, to corrupt you, to make you lose faith so you perform worse. And not that they still can't do that, then they make you analyze things. Okay, so all those things. But what we do is the moment we say F it, remember, boom, slam your fist into the ground, and you create that slow force field around you, a slow zone. So now you can see everything that they do and everything they present and everything they're trying to do, because you understand what each thing is leading you toward, what each thing is trying to accomplish. Once I'm like, oh, they're trying to get me to care about defeating the dragon right now. They're trying to get me to care about victory, only victory right now. And I'm like, why? I'm learning a new setup. Why wouldn't I enjoy that? Why do they make me care so much about winning right now? I'm like, oh, that's them. Once you see it, I'm like, okay, guys, well, in that case, let's slow down even more. You know what? Let's just run into the dragon this attempt and just lose. People are like, what? I'm like, yeah, why not? Because you now see what they are trying to do. So it means it's easy for you to deviate. You can now respond. Because if right now, guys, I'm like, hey, think about it like this. If I say, hey, guys, I'm about to like throw a crumb at your eye. Okay, either close your eyes or cover your eyes. All right, guys, I'm about to yell really loudly into the microphone. I'm not. But just so you guys know, I'm like, if I say I'm about to, and then I do it, I'm like, plug your ears. Okay, guys, I'm about to send a scent that you find nice, maybe like a beautiful girl's perfume. Just use a positive, but let's say it wasn't, it was actually a negative for you. So I'm like, okay, block your nose, plug your nose. Do you guys see like something presents? If you know what it is and what they do and how they do and what they're trying to accomplish, you know exactly how to respond to it because you understand what they're trying to do. That's what I'm saying, how we can learn it like through a fight like against the rot dragon. as we start mastering every single one of its attacks, it doesn't even matter if we win. You see, we don't have to achieve the end. We don't have to get the end result. We don't have to get the external. We just now recognize all those things. We've mastered it, which means that if and whenever we get to the situation where it does present, we're ready. Each and every one of us is then ready. Because what I challenge all of you to explore is that each one of us gets to a point sometimes where all of a sudden something that we're trying to achieve or something that we want suddenly starts happening. And like most of us just aren't really ready for it, or we didn't think it was going to happen then. So then we get nervous, right? We get into our head. We get, if you guys even use these terms, we start hesitating, or we start like having that uncertainty, or like we start letting other things tell us how to do it or what our focus purpose should be. And then most times then we fail. So then we don't achieve what we wanted, and then we get destroyed by it because then they created the negatives there and they keep reminding us there. And I'm saying that's how they did it to all of us. So I'm saying if you do the climb without the horse, if you do the climb without the rope, if you do the climb and you learn all the things and you've already now understand how they've destroyed us once, and you re-explored, you're going to get destroyed again, but then you now know how to heal, you know how to piece everything together, you know how to move forward, you know how to keep your focus purpose correctly. It all makes sense now. I'm saying that now you recognize everything, which means that they can never destructo you, Barthandelus, again, ever. Which means you're now ready, you're prepared. So it means that for example, myself, like if I go outside right now, I can succeed in any storyline that if the storyline presents, I can now succeed at it. I don't have to go out there and seek it, but I'm saying if it happens, I'm ready. And most of us, if like all of a sudden an opportunity presents itself to us, we're not ready. We're going to fail because I'm telling you guys, they have a set path, set things that happen because they don't want us to succeed, because those things would be like our shield, our happiness, our protection, our paradise. So when those things happen, we feel a certain way, and then usually we fuck it up. Okay? But I'm saying it's not us. We couldn't handle their attacks that tried to stop us. They succeed in stopping us. Or we do succeed, but at a consequence or at a price. And I'm saying once you understand all how they do it and you piece it all together, everything I've just explained on this stream, it means that they can't do those things to you anymore because now you get it. Do you guys see like how not actually defeating the dragon can be the key to everything? Because you learned it not the easy way. You didn't just care about the victory. Because imagine I'm like, well, I'm just going to learn how to do that battle with the horse. That means that now I might have learned how to fight every future dragon. There might be only slight variations that the other dragons do. And I mastered it, how to do it on ground. I didn't kill him, but I managed that. Do you guys understand that if I didn't get anything that makes me just even a little stronger number-wise, where I have a little bit more leeway, that fight will then, I don't want to say trivial, but it'll become significantly easier. That means that my success is almost guaranteed. But if I would have just been like, I need to get the win because that's what they were pushing to me. So I'm like, I need to use the easiest path possible, the fast path. I need to rush. Do you guys understand? Then we're doomed. Once we say F it, we understand then what they do next. We create the slow zone. We explore. We can now deviate. We know how to maintain our focus purpose. Now we just understand everything. Once you understand, there's nothing they can do. Doesn't mean it's not as fun. Doesn't mean that it's easy. Doesn't mean that it doesn't hurt sometimes. But it can never destroy you anymore, because now when Barthandelus does Destructo, you know exactly what to do. Which means it'll never work on you again. I'm telling you guys, the way they make us feel like we can't repeat something or we can't even reach it for the first time is they control or prevent our focus purpose. I'm telling you guys, for anything. All of a sudden you're like, you forget why you were doing something. I'm like, I just wanted to learn new things or try something. I'm like, or I just wanted to mentally reset. Like, why do I feel like I can't do something again? I'm like, oh, it's because they were controlling my focus purpose. They were changing it to something else. And if it wasn't that, I'm telling you, they found some kind of variable to present to start corrupting what we were doing. Something that corrupts it, something that makes it poison, something that makes negative reminders pop up. Or they got us to respond to bad to do their story. Once we've learned everything, once we've understand everything, it becomes our world. But what does that mean? It means we never know what's next. It's really weird. Right? Because now you guys are going to be healed. You're going to be free. You're going to have temporary faith to do. You don't believe in the world anymore because you see it all. You understand all the things they're trying to do to corrupt us, to destroy us, to hurt us, to deviate our paths, change our focuses. Yet it doesn't matter. Right? So we'll never be destroyed again. So I'm not saying that we'll know what to do next. I'm like, well, what now? What? It doesn't really matter because we're taking it slow. We're exploring. But once you know your focus purpose for each thing, hey, why am I going to go outside right now and get some fresh air? Once you know that, you'll never be destroyed again. We won't believe in the world, but we will have faith. Are you ready to join me in never being destroyed again? Re-listen to this one. Rewatch it. Take notes. Play some music to it. I'm telling you guys, my suggestions are the Barthandelus theme, Fighting Fate, Final Fantasy, Fighting Fate, and Tales, Rising Up. Just have those on a low volume in the background while listening to this, and you can channel the feel for what I'm going for. But that's my suggestion. Don't let me change your focus. Why are you consuming this? What's your purpose for that? Take it slow. Explore. See who you become. And if you really did listen to all of this, I challenge all of you to write a comment. I don't need it. Just so you guys know, I defeated that. But I challenge all of you to do something like that. Something that is an effort play that you guys wouldn't normally do. I normally wouldn't write a comment. I'm like, do something like that. Hey, do it in a safe spot. This one was an anomaly. By the way, just so you guys know, this is my old version of myself. I went extra long today. I normally wouldn't do this anymore, just so people are aware. Not because everything was great. This was awesome. Just so people know, like everything I talked about was awesome. The performance, everything was good. At the end, I'm getting sleepy and tired because I've just been talking for so many hours. But it still was awesome. So why would I say that it's an anomaly? Because it's not necessary to go this much time anymore. But it was good. Because you know what I proved to myself? That I still got it. I still can do this. And now I understand how I did it back then. Because I did it for the correct focus purpose. That's actually my takeaway. I was like, how did I stream every day? Because really, just so people know, to end with this, is that there was a time period where I was completely destroyed and I rebuilt myself from zero and healed myself. And I streamed every day a healing journey. I even have a playlist titled like "How to Heal All Your Insecurities." Check it out. I even have the streams numbered. Okay, I literally went from completely destroyed to believing again and feeling unstoppable. You can see the whole journey. And I'm telling you guys, I just kept going. But even though I was at times getting baited and they were attacking and doing things, I was like, how did I do that? And I'm like, it's because my focus purpose was correct. That's why I was able to do that. My focus purpose was, I knew what I was doing and why I was doing it. But then, slowly over time, they were infiltrating. And that's when I had to stop, because then they caused bad. But that's another topic. But I just want people to understand that I didn't know all the attacks back then. And I wasn't ready for everything. So they managed to destroy me again. But never again. It's not easy. It's not fun. Join me in never allowing them to destroy us ever again. Let today be the day where you say, I will never let you destroy me again, world. Ever. Are you ready to fight fate? I know you are. You got this. I'll see you guys another time.